After the thrills and spills of the opening race of the season in Qatar, the World Endurance Championship moves back to Europe at the Autodromo Enzo and Dino Ferrari. Welcome to round 2 and the 6 hours of Imola. We are moments away from the green flag and this amazing championship beginning once again its run towards the Le Mans 24 hours in 55 days. Let's join the world feed for commentary of the 6 hours.
Antonio Giovinazzi, because it feels like he's in a different league this weekend. And intriguingly, when I checked back to last year's qualifying for this race, they didn't even put Giovinazzi in the car. Qualifying duty was instead handed to his teammate Alessandro Pierguidi. So he's either getting much more used to this 499P, or I don't know, he just wasn't in the moment last year. But it was 0.8 of a second clear. Then Kubitza gave it another go, and I actually said in my commentary, there's no real point in finishing this lap. He might as well come into the pits. He had one lap still to go till he found the checkered flag, and he shaved, I think, less than 1/10 off it, so it got it down to 0.758 of a second. But that gap between the first two cars in times is striking. It's closer in behind, and of course you're talking about a single lap on low fuel, low energy, compared to a 6-hour race. So the 50 car's going to come through. The question is, can they get all 3 Ferraris on the podium from there?
That would make everyone else feel very, very sick indeed, wouldn't it? Why are we taking part? But, there's nothing like home advantage in terms of the desire for the crowd to egg you forward. But it's, we're definitely going to have to see a modicum of patience as the sister Ferrari tries to work its way forward. And we'll see what Nicholas Nielsen can do. Obviously, I haven't said, Antonio, you were the one that put us at the back of the pack. You make good the ground. Maybe a sort of cooler, calmer head is required. But that margin of 0.75 of a second is astonishing. But you've absolutely outlined it. It's basically getting one lap nailed on. Also, bear in mind, obviously, the AF Corsa, the yellow and red Ferrari, after its shunt, they're playing catch-up. So then to start on the outside of the front row. And good news, fans, is the sky's starting to brighten a little bit. Still people wandering around the grid, some in shirt sleeves, most wearing jackets and things. But you look at the travel of the World Endurance Championship all around the globe, this is always going to be one of the sort of cooler races in terms of temperature on it.
So we've been to Qatar and the 1812 kilometres. That was on the final day of February. Now a month and a half on here in Imola. In less than 3 weeks' time, less than 3 weeks' time, because it's a Saturday race at Spa-Francorchamps on the 10th of May with Friday qualifying. Then we all descend onto Circuit de la Sarthe for the 24 hours of Le Mans, which will be round 4 of the championship, and then there are visits to America, so North America, South America, as in Kota and Sao Paulo, into Lagos, the 6 hours of Fuji, and then the 8 hours of Bahrain, which has become the traditional finale to this championship, and extra points on offer there, just as there were in Qatar. Remember as well that Le Mans offers double points, so 50 for a race win. The Easter eggs are being handed out to a number of race drivers, including Rahel Fry, who had a big grin on her face receiving that bundle of chocolate. Sean Gallale as well, going to just munch from the hand. The BMWs you'd mentioned, now one car particularly striking, the 15, they couldn't get the 20 in, and Robin Freins was the qualifying driver. No, René Rast, I think, was the qualifying driver. Anyway, again, that might have been a similar situation whereby the car's fast, he just couldn't get a legal lap in. And it's more tricky around this place, I suppose, where there are, technically speaking, 21 corners. I think some of them are, bending the parameters of corners, frankly, or not bending them, because there's a couple on the main straight. They're little tiny kinks, but there are some sufficient stops from quite high speed. Tosa, particularly at one end of the circuit, and Rivazza is a great overtaking opportunity, but equally, if you get Rivazza wrong, as Alex Lynn proved yesterday, you can have a big, big incident.
You can, and also just there are corners where you've got to try and pinch an inch. I'm still in imperial measurement here. Acqua Minerale, to get that corner right, they've chopped it and changed it over the years. It's one of the most fantastic corners in world racing, and when you watch it on TV, it always looks flatter, even looks steep there, but you go and walk up the outside of the circuit there. It's such a compression into Acqua Minerale, and you can imagine the car's trying to do something, you're trying to get it to do something entirely different. But that is why Imola is still, to me, just a brilliant, brilliant place to go racing. But we will have frustrations. Cars will be, very, very hard to overtake. And if you're in a hypercar and you come across a GT3, it could affect you for half a lap or so if it's in the wrong place. So you just have to hope that you come out on top of all those battles. But, yeah, you go offline, then you're off track, and then there are walls around an awful lot of this circuit. So it's a little bit of caution is going to be required, but it's just a question of where and when and how. But, you need circuits like this. If we had large, autodromes for all of the rounds, it wouldn't feel like a world championship. It would just feel like, very modern circuits. And I'm a big fan, as you know, Johnny, of retaining sort of historical links and going way back. And, of course, back in the World Sports Car Championship, there were races here at Imola, few and far between. 1974, fairly handy couple. Henri Pescarolo and Gerard Larousse won in a Matra. And then, you might have heard of these two, a couple of years later, Jackie Ickx and Jochen Mass. This is Porsche putting down their markers. So if we think this is only the second World Endurance Championship round to come here, that's quite true. Yep. But there is a sports car history.
True. Yep, and worth pointing that out. Just to clear up what happened to the 83 Ferrari, you mentioned it being a shunt. It wasn't actually a shunt, it was a big failure.
I meant off, yeah.
Yeah, off. So there wasn't any external damage in massive opposite to Alex Lynn's car. The problem was internal. Now, on the radio, it suggested it was a gearbox failure because there was a huge flame from the back of the 83 car, and it pulled off at Piratella, in fact, to driver's right, and he got it to a safe location. They've actually done a full engine change in that, so I think that rather than concern themselves with precisely what the problem is, it's just sometimes better to change everything.
I agree. If it's something you can't identify straight away, tough luck to the mechanics. But, yeah, better out than in. And rather than start the race and then find it manifests itself. But, these are rich, rich days in the World Endurance Championship. And any success now is worth so much more than it would have been even 5 years ago. So you've got to not blow your chance before the start of the race. So, yeah, change it.
Yeah, and with thanks to Davey Uema from Sportscar 365, a precautionary measure said... the customer team, the satellite team known as simply AF Corsa without the Ferrari bit. Speaking of the 83 Ferrari, let's hear from Robert Kubitza, who was involved in that incident yesterday.
I am with Robert Kubitza, driver of the Ferrari number 83. A good, strong quali today. It's important track position here.
Yeah, for sure. Qualifying went well as a position. The gap to Antonio was quite big, so we would have to start like fifth row for the gap he had between him and us. But yeah, fortunately we are starting first row, so the race will be long. But yeah, Imola is known that track position is very crucial, so we are happy to be here to start in the first row. And yeah, we hope for a clean race, which will be fundamental, and we'll see.
Okay, I have another question. Again, last week, Lewis Hamilton said you were the most talented driver he probably encountered throughout his career. Now he's at Ferrari. Have you seen him at the factory at any time? Do you think he wants to do Le Mans? And don't you think that you two on the same car at Le Mans would be awesome?
Well, there's many questions, but yeah, I know Lewis since very long. When we were kids, we were racing together in karting and then the formulas and, of course, Formula 1. Yeah, we race for the same brand, although I never met him yet in Maranello, but I was quite surprised because Antonio Giovinazzi came, he was his reserve driver, he came from the race, and he said, Luis is ask about you and saying hello. So yeah, I of course agreed back him, and hope one day we can go for a pizza like all the good days when we were kids. And yeah, it would be nice to welcome him in WEC, but I think he is still focused in F1.
Yeah, but it's coming. You two on the same car in Le Mans in a Ferrari would be good.
Yeah, thank you.
Certainly be quite some story. Lewis would need different coloured overalls, though, because I don't think he's been in the yellow ones yet. That's how we tell the difference. The 51 and the 50 are the scarlet Ferraris, bookending the hypercar entry or hypercar grid for today's race. The 83 in that Belgique, was it, or the sort of Francorchamps racing team? It's like
Curie Francorchamps. Or
Curie Francorchamps, yes.
They the rival Belgian teams both had a little fight in the 1950s. But yeah, it's yellow with red flashes rather than red with yellow. But I really had so much time for Robert Kubitza. He's just so pragmatic. But I tell you what, if he and Lewis had pizza like the old times, they'd be paying the bills themselves, not relying on their parents this time round, one feels. But yeah, proper racing driver.
Some interesting comments actually from Kubitza after yesterday's qualifying to say that because they didn't get any running in FP3 or very little of it, actually they had to revert back to Friday's setup, and therefore that might explain the big gap between the 51 Ferrari and the 83. I also thought with a new engine in that car they didn't want to stress it too much, and the gearbox too, so ensure you're into hyperpole, that you get a good place, and let's be honest, front row, considering what happened here last year where all hell broke loose behind the front row, then you're in a safe position and somewhere to capitalise after a clean first couple of laps, let's say. Again, thanks to Davey Weber from Sportscar 365 for picking up that story. Not mentioned anything yet about LMGT3, so let's do that. Remember about success ballast. And if you have scored well in the previous race, we've only got one previous race, remember. Later on in the season, it'll be based on the previous 2 results. But the cars that did well in Qatar are obviously also doing very well in the championship. So that means that the winners of Qatar, the 33 Corvette, have been given 30 kilos of success ballast, and I wonder whether that was starting to pay a little bit, particularly around this track, which is up and down dale, so you're having to lug that extra 30 kilos out of some slow speed corners and uphill too. So Ben Keating didn't even get into hyperpole.
No, I mean, he was saying that the car felt absolutely great. However, 30 kilos is 30 kilos, and, you know, you drive... You sort of, it's like a game of chess, trying to work out which rounds are the ones you really need to succeed in, and where will that 30 kilos. Of course, the natural thing is try and win your category at every round, but it's going to hurt you more here than it would be, say, on a circuit on the flat. It's a massive factor, but, you know, again, it makes it interesting. So why not? Why not? It's just, but you can feel the pain. No driver wants to be way behind where they think they should, but they've got the points in the bag, and they've got extra points because it was a longer round.
True.
So, you know, it's not all bad.
Yeah, and I think that car will rise, actually, from, 16th position. Johnny Edgar and Danny Juncadella are alongside Ben Keating once again. Had that car got into hyperpole, then Johnny would have had a chance to qualify as he did in Qatar. By the way, the success ballast is not applied at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, because although that is a championship round, they want all the cars to run at their base weight to make it as fair as possible to win the big one. But, I mean, one car that looks so strong across certainly 2 of its drivers, most likely all 3 of its drivers, is the 46 BMW. Ahmed Al-Hati didn't need pole position in the initial qualifying of 12 minutes, but he got pole, and I think about 4 times over, because he kept thrashing across the line, purple, came around again, purple, and he just kept building that gap. I haven't got the times from, well, actually I have if I look very, very carefully, because they've been greyed out, but from the initial session, I reckon that's half a second. No, 1.5 seconds. 1.5 seconds. It's a 1:42.7 that Ahmed Al-Hati did. And the best time from Petru Umbrarescu in his Lexus was a 1:44.2. So that is 1.5 seconds clear of everybody else, to show you how good Ahmed Al-Hati was. That only got them into hyperpole. And then Valentino Rossi, who's quite knowledgeable about this place, funnily enough, he did a 1:42.3, which was 0.3 of a second clear of all the other silvers. Remember, the format for this year is that it's a bronze-only session when all of the LMGT3s are out on the racetrack, and then the 10 qualifiers switch drivers to their silvers. So it was Clemens Schmidt and Zach Robichon and Valet Rossi who are in the top 3 positions. But on the basis of their bronze and silver, the 46 BMW's got this sewn up already for me. They've got to keep it clean for 6 hours. That's the only caveat.
Yeah, I was just going to add that little caveat. The mere 6 hours, and in fact, the run down to Tosa. You know,
true.
It's a very, very quick start to the lap, and then of course it suddenly comes to this massive sort of on throw the anchors out the window and haul it down. You got the little chicane en route, but it's just. Well, we saw last year. It's the first minute is absolutely vital in this race, and then it may settle down after that. But right now, everyone's settling down on the grid for the national anthem.
Let's go to Bruce Giuliani first.
Driver of the car number 15, starting position number 3. You've been competitive in quali. You were already competitive in Qatar. It's looking good. Are you expecting a good race?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, we're starting P3. That's a strong position, so we hope to at least keep that position. But there's another strong car starting at the back. The 50 Ferrari is also very quick, so we try to hang on. We try to do our best, and then we'll see if we can get a good result.
Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Kevin Magnussen on the grid, talking to the our pit lane reporter, Bruce Giuani. And K-Mag is in the 15 BMW with Dries Vanthoor and Raffaele Marciello. I'll give you the full grid shortly, plus all of the starting drivers for the first. Might be just slightly less than 60 minutes for that first stint, but it all depends on the amount of energy that these cars will burn around a 4.9 circuit, but it's by far not full throttle around here all of the time. There are some really fast bits, but there are also some pretty slow sections, as we've determined. I'll delve into LMGT3 again in a moment as well, but important to mention tyres, particularly for the hyper cars, because last year Michelin brought the medium and the hard compound tyre. The teams are actually very grateful to Michelin to be bringing the soft though here this weekend, which they think they will work very well indeed. So soft tyres and quite possibly a mixture of soft and medium, because sometimes cars come in and, let's say, only get their left side tyres changed or only get the rears changed. So there are going to be scenarios where we've got the white panel on some corners of the car, the yellow panel on others, white being soft, yellow being medium. I always thought this place was quite high degradation, but most of the teams say, no, actually tyre wear is pretty good around here, even on a lengthy stint or a double stint. And actually, it's low degradation, but quite abrasive. And those two things have never really sat together for me. But because of the abrasive nature of the track in places, you heat your tyres very quickly, and therefore the softs will be straight into the window, probably after half a lap or so.
Yeah, and there aren't a lot of corners with really, really high loading. That is another factor too.
Good point.
But yeah, the abrasiveness. If you've ever been to Imola, in fact, even the TV shots are showing. Looks so it's almost like Pebble Dash. Of course, it isn't. It's far smoother than that. But yeah, you know these. You need to know these things, and they're relatively cool temperatures as well here. So the ability to get heat into the tyres quickly will be really quite something. For a few years now, tyre warmers ruled out of the championship, and it's all down to the driver and how carefully they go, or perhaps otherwise. It showed how vulnerable these big prototypes can be, though, even on the end of a flying lap for Alex Lynn, because, and I know you've seen footage now of Lynn's incident early on in free practice 3 yesterday, brought out the first of a couple of red flags, the second of which was for Kubitza's broken Ferrari. But that was a peculiar incident. I have to say, I thought Lynn might have, but before I'd seen any replays of it, I thought Lynn might have been involved with another car, but it was entirely on his own. That little right-hand kink just before the first left-hand Rivazzas. But I think just into the braking area, that his teammate Will Stevens, I think, suggested that it was just at the braking point and the car's just twitched and he lost control. It looked as though there was a tiny bit of a bump, and he just caught it to that unloading moment of, polar inertia, and then round it went. And again, the phrase, he was a passenger after that. Well, he was.
Yeah, entirely. Actually, it was Norman Natto who made the comments to Bruce Giuani to say, just into the braking area, off onto the grass, caught a little bit of the gravel trap, but not enough of it, so it didn't really scrub any speed off, and then the big hit was into the wall on his right, the wall in the direction of travel, so that did a lot of damage to suspension on the front right and the rear right, and then the eventual collision into the plastic barriers was relatively light, but all the damage had been done, and a fabulous effort from those involved at Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, now celebrating 25 years of their history, and they did so last weekend at Goodwood. Supreme effort to get the car ready for qualifying, and then amazing that Alex could actually get it into Hyperpole as well. He will start, is it 9th position? Yes, 9th for car number 12, but just, you've talked about the celebrations from last weekend. I couldn't quite believe it's been 25 years.
No, I had to double check, but you've got to believe them. But, there they were kicking off, competing in the Nürburgring 24 hours with a Group N style Honda, and they've grown and grown and grown. But again, it's so much of that is not just down to Sam Hignett running a fantastic team. It's also down to David Clark bringing all his commercial acumen. And of course, last year they were racing and winning in the World Endurance Championship with the privateer Porsche, but it was the fact they landed that big Hertz sponsorship deal that really, really made people sit up and pay attention. So well done to them. 25 years. To keep it going every year, it's really, really quite an accolade.
The flares have just been set off ahead of the control line, the start-finish line, in obviously green, white and red colours, so that smoke is now hanging in the sky. One French squad who will be pleased with their efforts from yesterday are Alpine, having got both cars into Hyperpole and eventually qualifying through that second 12-minute segment in 6th and 8th places. And they will start their cars with 35 Ferdinand Habsburg and the 36 just ahead of him, Fred Makovici. So 6th and 8th places. Remember that pole position is actually on driver's left here in Imola, so it's an anti-clockwise circuit, and therefore the left side is considered the one with the slightly more advantage, because I suppose the first corner is a left-hander, and the man that put the 51 car there, Antonio Giovinazzi.
That must give you some extra power after a fantastic pole position for this race.
Yeah, you know, it's amazing atmosphere. You know, it's Easter today also in Italy, so really nice to be here in front of all our tifosi. So yeah, let's finish the job. I think we start from a good position, good car. So cross finger and hope we can be on the top of the podium after the race.
Very good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
James Collado starts that car, certainly with medium tyres on the right-hand side, I'm sure on all four corners. In fact, it's just I couldn't see the left-hand side as Giovinazzi was being interviewed by Bruce Giovanni. James Collado starts the car, and it was James who was almost slumping in his chair in the back of the garage. He looked so chilled. That was the outward appearance. He was then interviewed by Bruce Giovanni along with his teammates after the session. He went, I wasn't relaxed at all. I was when Giovinazzi came through with that 128.9. He almost bailed straight into team hospitality, because it was sort of like a mic drop moment from Giovinazzi. He said, take that, the rest of the field. You're never going to get anywhere close. And that was the point where the British driver, the Worcestershire man, could chill out. But, I mean, James is fairly used to this format of handing the car over either in the race or in qualifying sessions to very competent drivers, and you would have thought he'd be slightly more relaxed, but they're going through it, aren't they? You have to remember that in the garages.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They know that one tiny little mistake, well, look at the sister car, you know.
True.
2 failures, time taken away by track limits, but, you think actually how many years that James and Alessandro Pierguidi have raced together in GT3, now in Hypercar. They trust each other absolutely implicitly, and the new boy, even though it's a few years now, is Giovinazzi, and he's just been magnificent this year in qualifying. That's his third pole, second in a row.
Walking up the grid, I found Seb Buemi starting 4th. How does it look for the race? Are you expecting some rain? Would you like some rain?
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like it may rain, towards the end of the race. So we will see. Obviously, it happened already last year. It's a tricky circuit, an old-school circuit, so you've got to make sure you stay on the track. There are gravel traps everywhere. But, no, starting P4, I think the Rio did a great qualifying lap, so it was more or less the maximum we could achieve yesterday. So second row, it's good. We will obviously try to make sure we have a clean race with no mistakes.
Good luck, and looking forward to see you race.
Thank you.
Sebastian Buemi from the number 8 Toyota. His car to be started by Brendan Hartley. So normally not plugged in for the opening stint. Seb has had that role several times previously. Ryo Hirakawa was pinged for 1 penalty yesterday. I think that was speeding in the pit lane, but otherwise had a good performance through the course of the day. So that is the better placed of the 2 Toyotas. The one thing I had missed yesterday is how close the Toyotas are. There's 1,000th of a second between the two of them.
Cool, isn't it? Bragging rights, so important.
Well, consistency. I mean, they might not be quite as quick as Ferrari, or indeed that 15 BMW, but both cars are so similarly set up, it would appear.
Well, or just suit their drivers to an equal extent. Everyone likes a slightly different car. But yeah, no, when I was running down the times yesterday, I thought, ooh, one side of the garage relatively happy, other slightly marginal.
Yeah.
But,
and of course, earlier on in the weekend, in free practice 2, there was actually a dead heat at the top of FP2 with the same time set by different cars, though. One of them was the BMW, and the other car, I've now forgotten, but I have got a list of it somewhere. FP2, here we go. It was the 51 Ferrari and the 15 BMW, and they both set a 1:31.040.
Yeah,
the Ferrari did marginally earlier.
Johnny, cast your mind back, as I know you can do, to Jerez 1997. Grand Prix, final round of the championship, and 3 drivers ended up on an identical time at the sharp end of the grid. Just quite phenomenal. Really? That's what the timing said. So
3
we had to go
drivers,
with it to exactly the same, 2,000ths of a second. Right, here we are, Imola, getting ready for... You know, I think it's really interesting in the World Endurance Championship to move the races around. I know we had one here last year, but, you know, it does provide something different, and who knows what they've got up the sleeve for years going forward. But what we do know, of course, it's the championship is going to grow and grow with, since the last round, the news that McLaren's coming to play as well. So 1 minute to go.
1 minute to start the first of 2 formation laps for the 6 hours of Imola. You may now start your engines.
So engines being started. We'll use the 2 formation laps to give you the full grid, but just time to mention it's a double birthday today within BMW. Happy birthday to Andreas Roos, the head of BMW M Motorsport, but also one of his drivers celebrates a birthday today, Dries Vanthoor, and in the number 15 car, Dries will not start. We've already heard from the starting driver, Kevin Magnussen. Dries was put in for qualifying and no doubt will be held back for the closing stages, the last couple of stints, let's say. If you're in hypercar, don't have to worry about minimum or maximum drive times within that category. Just looking down to the tyres, softs for both of the Toyotas, at least on the left side. The 51 Ferraris has those mediums. But yes...
Green flag, start of the formation lap. Start of the first of 2 formation laps for the 6 hours of Imola.
Remember that the hypercar lineups are full pros, either gold or platinum, so you can run as much or as little as you want, but you have to run for, I think, about 40 minutes as a minimum to ensure you get championship points. And, of course, if you don't use one of your drivers, then that is a big issue anyway regarding the regulations. In LMGT3, there are minimums to worry about for the bronze and the silver drivers. They both have to do at least 1 hour and 45 minutes in these 6-hour races. So if you're a bronze, you've got to be in for 1 hour and 3/4, and likewise the silver. And then the pro drivers top up the rest. It's 4 minutes to 1, and we're almost about to go racing here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. All the cars are cleanly away, so let's give you the grid. A second pole position of the season for Antonio Giovinazzi, and he was 7.5 tenths clear of the rest of the field. James Collado starts the 51 Ferrari, though. The pole time, a 1:28.920, and that 51 Ferrari starts on driver's left as they approach the starting lighting gantry. Alongside is another Ferrari, but not the 50 car. It's the yellow and red 83 satellite crew car for Phil Hansen to start that car after a major failure in free practice 3, but they got it fixed and they got it into not only hyperpole but to the front row in that repaired car. The second row, BMW and Toyota. Kevin Magnussen starts the number 15. The number 15 BMW, which is the M Hybrid V8, alongside Brendan Hartley's Toyota, and the sister Toyota will be 5th, car 7, Mike Conway for the opening stint. Fred Makovici starts the Alpine A424 from the outside of row 3, car 36. Next up, it's an all-French lineup on row 4, the 93 Peugeot, Total Energies car of Paul Di Resta, marking the anniversary of that car getting a rear wing, and it's changed a great deal from this same race meeting 12 months ago, alongside Ferdinand Habsburg in the 35 Alpine. Fifth row is the 12, the repaired Cadillac of Alex Lynn yesterday, but Will Stevens will start the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R. And the final car to make it into hyperpole was the Laurens Vanthoor, at the time the 6 Porsche, which was driven by Kevin Estre, but it'll be his Belgian teammate Vanthoor to do the opening stint or stints. The 6th row, 94 Peugeot for Loic Duval, alongside Julian Andlauer's Porsche from Penske Motorsport, the second of the 963s. The inside of row 7 is the 20 BMW for René Rast, and then Neil Jarni alongside in the 99 Porsche. That's the only privateer now in the hypercar field. 8th row is 38 and 007, so Earl Bamber in his Cadillac and the 007 Aston Martin for Harry Tinknell. And then the 9th row is the 009 Aston Valkyrie for Marco Sorensen. Nicholas Nielsen at the very back of the field after laps were deleted for Antonio Fuoco. So eventually that Ferrari had to rest on its 146.4, which was significantly slower than everybody else, 14 seconds slower. And how fascinating it will be to see that car presumably rise from the back of the pack across the next 6 hours. And then there's a bit of a gap on the grid before we get to 18 more cars, all in LMGT3. And the BMW number 46 of Ahmed Al-Hati and Valentino Rossi in qualifying yesterday was the class of the field. They start on driver's left on row 10 alongside Petru Umberescu, the Romanian. Bronze driver begins the Acodis ASP Team 87 Lexus. 11th row is the 27 Heart of Racing team car, qualified by Ian James, to be started by Ian James. Francois Heriot alongside in the 21 Ferrari from Vista AF Corsa. Second of the Lexus, Arnold Robin starts the 78 from the inside of row 5 in the GTs alongside Stefano Gattuso's Proton Competition Ford Mustang. Then it's a Porsche and a McLaren. Manthey first form Ryan Hardwick in the 92 blue Porsche with Darren Young in the United Autosports McLaren number 95. 59 is the second McLaren. James Cottingham starts that from 27th alongside Tom Van Rompuy's Corvette from TF Sport. The 15th row, 29th and 30th, is the 54 Thomas Floor started Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. Yasser Shaheen in his BMW, the Benz Team WRT, entered car number 31. Then it's 77, Proton Competition, Ford Mustang, Bernardo Souza. Celia Martin in her Porsche for Ryan Dames, 85. The 17th row is the 10 Aston Martin for Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Derek De Boer. Then it's Ben Keating's Corvette, TF Sport, that's the 33 car and the championship leader, but they have weight. The 18th row, the 60 Iron Lynx car and the 61 Iron Lynx car. So both Mercedes at the back of the field with Claudio Schiavone and Christian Reed taking the starting duties. And the cars are now forming up to be 2x2, heading for Rivazza and the start of this year's 6 Hours of Imola. So cheers from so many of the tribunes around this race circuit. It's gone well so far for the Tifosi. Ferrari lock out the front positions on the grid. But what will the order be in 6 hours' time? You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, at RSL_studio to get involved. A very happy Easter, and what a way to celebrate it, because 6 hours of racing about to commence with changeable weather conditions in the offing. Is everybody heading through the grid hatchings? Well, kind of, yes. So hopefully this will be a legal race start. It's always a long pause. The red lights are still on, but finally they go out. And we begin the second race of the year for the FIA World Endurance Championship. It's a good getaway from the BMW, which is trying to steal second place away from the 83 Ferrari, but can't quite do it. It's a great start for James Collado, who will lead through Tamburello for the first time. 4 abreast, though, further back within the hypercars. And also a good getaway in LMGT3 for the blue and yellow BMW in the for the 46 car of Ahmed Al-Hati. That's the Valentino Rossi car. The reason why it carries the 46 is now 20 BMW in hypercar is trying to muscle its way through the order. This is always fascinating, Bruce Jones, on the opening lap, where you've got cars that have speed but they're out of position on the grid.
Nicholas Nielsen has already gained about 3 or 4 positions. There was a very fast start from the Vista AF Course Ferrari up into second place in GT3. Francois Heriot getting his head down, but the move I expected to happen, it nearly did, but eventually didn't, was I thought Kevin Magnussen would take second place away from the yellow Ferrari of Phil Hansen, but Phil was robust in his defence. Meanwhile, James Collado, I thank you very much, sprinting off at the head of this race, but what a lap. Every car, if you get the benefit of any onboard camera, it's so tight, yet they're still going for tiny gaps, and then that little angel on their shoulder going, just remember it's a 6-hour race. But, you know, the cars look brilliant as they come down the slope to Rivazza at the end of the opening lap. Clean, tidy, but incredibly competitive. But now, those 2 Ferraris getting clear at the head of the field, and Kevin Magnussen falling back in third place.
as soon as it got through Tamburello safely, the priority then was tyre warming, because there was so much weaving going on from Collado and Phil Hansen in his yellow AF Corsa Ferrari, just to try and build the low tyre temp at the start of this race. The brakes take a real testing, of course, as well, heading for Tamburello, Villeneuve chicane, and then properly at Tosa as well. LMGT3s, all with their bronze drivers, streaming across the line, side by side now with Ryan Hardwick and Arnold Robert. Hardwick in 7th, Robert in 6th, and they were door mirror to door mirror approaching Tamburello braking area. In the end, there wasn't a position change. The BMW of Ahmed Al-Hati leading, but behind there has been a switch, because Francois Herriot is now ahead of Petro Umberescu. Another car to make progress, Stefano Gattuso in his Ford Mustang for Proton number 88, up to 4th place.
Yeah, no, really moved very quickly. Great start, as I said, from Francois Herriot. Now, let's see what he can do about Ahmed Al-Hati. Ahmed, as you said, in qualifying, just looked in supreme form at the top of GT3 in his BMW M4. But really being pushed hard by the Silver Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. Up front, though, it is Ferraris 1 and 2, most certainly, with James Collado leading by a whisker under a second at the end of the opening lap. But Phil Hansen, having rebuffed the challenges from Kevin Magnussen, is just holding on to that second place, has a margin of another 1.5 seconds back to third place BMW of Magnussen. And by the way, did we confirm exactly how many places gained on the opening lap? It was 3, not 4, by the second of the works Ferraris. Nicholas Nielsen up to 15th, still trying to pick off cars ahead of him in his next target. He had Julian Andlauer next up the road. But as you said, that opening lap was remarkable from how much they were moving around to try and heat their tyres, because it would be so easy to slip up.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game to play. You have to make sure that your start is clean and there's no one alongside before you start to switch to left to right. But in doing that, the rewards are huge. Even just a third of the way around the racing lap to get to the end of the first sector. As always, this racetrack split into 3 sectors, but the third of those is by far the longest and most technical, running from Acqua Minerale all the way back to the control line. Good dice ahead of the 95 McLaren, in fact involving Darren Young's car, and also involved Bernardo Souza, who has just picked off the British driver, in fact. So Souza, who crossed the line in 9th, is now up to 8th, dispatching the 95 United McLaren along the way. Sausage curbs really being used in the first few laps. Probably the advice from the engineers was to stay off the curbs as much as possible in the early laps, but that advice is seemingly being ignored, because Collado thinks, I've got a chance here to build a gap on the second Ferrari, and he's got it out to almost 2 seconds.
What's so good at the front of GT3? We've got 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 positions. BMW with Ahmed El-Hati, Francois Herriot in a Ferrari, Petro Umberescu in a Lexus, then Stefano Gattuso, who's looking very, very feisty in the 4th place Ford Mustang, and then the Aston Martin of Ian James. So plenty of variety. Up front in hypercar, of course, there's variety, but it is 2 cars from one make leading first and second in this race, with James Collado pulling away from Phil Hansen. Just going to be interesting over the next 2 laps to see whether Kevin Magnussen can start to try and reduce his deficit to second place and Phil Hansen, but maybe it was artificially high at the grid, because that lap from today's birthday boy, yesterday, Dries van Toor, was absolutely cracking, and that really was when you feel you've taken 100% out of the capabilities of your car, which is always a fantastic feeling, so I'm told.
Yeah, we've not necessarily got first-hand experience of that, but many drivers have waxed lyrical about it in the past. Toyota Mike Conway now ahead of Brendan Hartley. They started in the reverse position, so it's the red door mirrors of car number 7 which is doing the hunting of Kevin Magnussen, who you've mentioned may well be under some early pressure. I wonder whether that's strategic from Toyota, or whether it's just that, you know, the kind of positions they found themselves in on that opening lap. Door was open and Mike Conway wasn't going to be asked twice, perhaps. Paul Di Resta's doing well in the number 6 Peugeot. In the number 93 Peugeot, running 6th for the Scotsman, and he is ahead of, therefore, both Alpines now. Fred Makovici in his number 36 car 7th, the 35 tucked in behind with Ferdy Hapsburg at the wheel. Cadillac of Will Stevens started 9th, remains 9th, that's car 12, and in 10th position it is René Rast. No, it's not, it's the 94 Peugeot with René Rast in behind, but nevertheless Rast has gained places as James Collado sets another fastest lap early on in the piece, mind you.
Yeah, lapping in the mid 1 minute 32, so that's very, very decent pace. But in fact, the next 3 or 4 cars within 2/3 of a 0.2, 0.3 of a second of that pace as they settle down. But it's how hard you push early in the race. The heat should probably be in the tyres, but Imola is covered with grey cloud at the moment. There were hints of sunshine on the grid, but that was about 40 minutes ago. One of the things that always strikes me, you were talking about you could be in town and not even know a race is on. Well, you can hear it, True. But you can't see it. But the fact that the circuit is so close to the very edge of town, there's a small river just behind them, the River Arno, and then there's a little park, and then there's a town. And just outside Rivazza, the corner where Alex Lynn went off yesterday, you literally go outside the track, there's the edge of the track, the wall, a road, and then the closest blocks of apartments. So those on the top floor possibly get a free view. Anyhow, that's an aside. But you are cheek by jowl with the town of the town of Imola, and it's a wonderful place. And all the views of the circuit, the trees are in leaf. Just get spring sunshine at Imola, and it's a magical place. We don't have the sunshine today, but it's still a fabulous place.
Terrific start with the LMGT3s. Left, right and centre within that second batch of cars, all released together, but at times overlapping was 3 wide, and they did manage to sort themselves out. I think a lot of understanding and also perspective on, where this first corner of a 6-hour race should sit. It's so easy to end up in a gravel trap and lose half an hour. Better really just to kind of be discretion the better part of valour and ease back. Far different than it will be fighting on the final lap at about 3 minutes to 7 this evening. No, exactly so. And in fact, the best move of all of them into the Variante Villeneuve was, into Tamburello to start with, and then down to Villeneuve was from Francois Heriot to go from 4th to 2nd in class. And his teammate at Vista of course, Thomas Floor, was a little more circumspect and lost 2 or 3 positions. But again, you were just mentioning there, Johnny, the importance of not having an error. Now, it's super, super tight. Every time you get a chance to see a replay, you see something different with cars going wide over the curbing. Again, as you pointed out, no heat in their tyres. One car starting to make moves up the order is the McLaren and Chevrolet battle. And that is really beginning to sort itself out a little bit in GT3 because we've got Tom Van Rompuy just picked off Darren Leung. Up front, though. That was Keating, I think. Oh, it was Keating gaining places. Sorry, a little bit further back, yes. Oh, yeah, Keating. On Cottingham. Sorry, again, you had 2 Ferrari... Corvette McLaren battles. The Corvettes are less different in livery than they were last year, but there's a bit more black on the 81 of Tom Van Rompuy. I think it's got a black roof, whereas Ben Keating is yellow all over. You know why we have rounds of the World Endurance Championship before Le Mans? So we can get our eye in on these tiny little differences and then try and do it at night as well. Yes, a black roof on the sister car, you're quite correct, with yellow stripes. There you go. We'll learn it all in time for the middle of June, we promise. As test day is always quite interesting for me as well, because I can't even see the cars, because most of that is not televised, although several listeners I know, several of you, have always been convinced that I am getting secret pictures from somewhere. Maybe I should never reveal that. Now, we're at the point, Bruce, where the leading cars in Hypercar have found the tail enders of an LMGT3. Get used to this. Found and already passed. So here we are with 6 laps on the board, early on the 7th lap, and Claudio Schiavone has just been overtaken by the race leader, James Collado.
And therefore we save the right-hand side tyres and use up more the left-hand side tyres.
Well, that's going to be a fairly typical comment, isn't it, for a lot of the teams. You pointed out before the start of the race, a lot of crews put one compound of tyre on one side of the car, one on the other. It seems, you can't imagine that in Formula One, but, this is a very different way of going racing. And that message is out on the airwaves. That was Toyota talking to Mike Conway, so he'll be bearing that. He's been there, seen it, done it. A bit like his teammate. I mean, Sebastian Buemi's been racing the World Endurance Championship and Formula E side by side for eons, but he's been in the World Endurance Championship since 2014. Quite astonishing. 12 years now. Yeah, a championship that only began 2 years prior to that, so supreme service to the Japanese mark in the WEC. Someone else going very nicely is Arnold Robert in the LMGT3 category. He's 5th in his Lexus, but just sets the fastest time in that division. And he's catching Stefano Gattuso. Now, I've been impressed with Gattuso's progress in the Proton Ford Mustang, number 88, as now the race leader is having to get out of the throttle because the McLaren in GT was sitting, and perfectly rightly,
on the apex. The McLaren's got to still go through the corner, and a game of patience in places for James Collado. Got to wait for those gaps to appear.
What's so tricky is it's nose to tail in GT3, but they knew after 6 or 7 laps you might have the front runners coming through, and all the little tenth of a second here or there, even fraction of that, they've been trying to gain. They lose because the hypercars come through, and you may benefit slightly more than the person you're racing against, but it's just so frustrating. Your battle is now broken up as front runners come through. Give it a lap or so, then you'll be clear again for another 5 or 6 laps, and then they'll come round to the second round of lapping. But one thing at Lusail, where there is plenty of space, it's quite another thing here at Imola. It's a brilliant circuit, but it's narrow.
We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and almost 15 minutes in to the 6 hour of Imola. Cars across the line, 3.7 seconds the difference between the two Ferraris then. 51 from 83. Then it's Kevin Magnussen's chasing BMW. The M Hybrid V8 car number 15, which is half a second ahead of Mike Conway's number 7 Toyota, and then 7/10 of a second further back Brendan Hartley. So Brendan's sticking with his teammate, although maybe in this early phase the 7 Toyota is slightly faster, and therefore it was better that those cars got into that order so that Mike can take the fight towards the podium positions. Who else is making advances? Well, Rene Rust's got a bit stuck in 11th position, and I have to say Nick Nielsen's found his way to 15th, but no better. And I thought it would have been a bit more from the 50 Ferrari, but it is a struggle around this narrow circuit.
Right, here's one for you, little message. Incident between, both the Alpines under investigation. Ferdy Habsburg in car 35 and Fred Machiavicchi in the 36. That was just probably at the end of the opening lap or start of the second lap. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. At the moment, they're running nose to tail with French racer Frederic Machiavicchi in 7th and a whisker behind him in 8th place, Ferdinand Habsburg. I didn't see anything happen, but then again, when you have 36 cars going at it around the opening lap, the director's got to point his camera somewhere.
Well, the race start had the two Alpines almost running into each other at the just before the lights going out, and that was a preemptive getaway from the second of the two French cars, Ferdinand Habsburg. Remember that if teammates do happen to get together, it would still be penalised as if they were different cars, or different teams rather, different manufacturers. It's not just a question of, say, in ball sports where teammates clash with one another, it's not a foul. In motor racing, it definitely is. So we'll find out. The 007 Aston Martin was keeping its nose clean and actually allowed the Ferrari of Nick Nielsen through. Further back, it was very busy between the two Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, and actually the 20 BMW made contact with one of those 963s. And the Alpine ran through the gravel. But was that after some contact, Bruce? I was looking in the wrong direction. It was side-to-side contact, wasn't it? Forcing one into the gravel and therefore losing it time.
Entirely so. The fact that Machiavicchi is ahead of Habsburg suggests it was Habsburg that was shoved a little bit wide into the gravel. They both continued, but another thing I've noticed when being treated to replays of the start of the race, it was very, very tight indeed between the first two runners. Phil Hansen nearly had his nose chopped off at Tamburello by James Collado, but thereafter the red Ferrari got away. Still waiting to see what happens between the two Alpines when the investigation is complete, but little cloud hanging over them. Let's just wind our minds back, Johnny, to the opening round of the year. There was a very famous contact between two other cars, the Cadillac team Jota Cadillacs at the restart, running first and second, slightly artificial position, but that was most embarrassing, but they're very much Sam Hignett's drawn a line under.
Magnussen's team radio.
Copy.
Well, a little message about, I think, the progress of the Toyota and how readily Mike Conway is now looming large in the mirrors, because the BMW just cannot match the speed of either of the Ferraris ahead. 2.499Ps that are now separated by 3 seconds, Collado to Hansen, but that has been increased by traffic as well as sheer speed from the 51 Scarlet Ferrari. But now that the BMW is 4.5 seconds adrift of the back of Phil Hansen's car, Kevin Magnussen's immediate threat is definitely from behind, from not one but probably two. Toyota GR010s.
You know, the very first round of lapping, as we said, it was lap 7. That's the time when the pack behind the GT3s gets split up the most. But thereafter, the field in front is going to be slightly more strung out. The GT3 field is going to be slightly more strung out. So more gaps for the hypercars to dive into. But certainly a bit of... it's a little more complicated. Sorry, my eye was just drawn that Nicholas Nielsen is now all over the tail of Julian Andlau. This is a cracking battle.
Andlau went wide as well, coming out of Acqua Minerale. So this is the chance for the Ferrari surely to get alongside at the very least. He's got the inside line for Variante Alta and will get the position. But that was pressure down into the compression of Acqua Minerale. It forced Andlauer to just outbrake himself, probably by only a half a metre or so, but that chucked him offline. Yeah, too much curb, couldn't get the traction, and that was Ferrari's chance.
Too much curb, too deep into the corner. His eyes... This battle's been shaping up for about 4 or 5 laps, and so Nicholas Nielsen will be beside himself. He's up to 14th. Of course, he started 18th, but every place is so hard-earned. But that's been 5 or 6 laps of just looking for a tiny little gap to go into. And again, the very moment there was a tiny little slip-up, the move was made. But that was good pressure, but not taking any risks from Nicholas Nielsen. So important in that number 50 Ferrari. So 15th has become 14th, and likewise Julian Andlauer gone back the other way.
Yeah, it's ensuring that you don't lose a lap, basically, and as long as the pace is generally good, I would imagine the probability of a safety car around here, or at least a full course yellow, well, no, they need a safety car more than the FCY, but to condense the field and then give you another chance at overtaking a clutch of hypercars at the restart. It's all about the 50 car just staying there or thereabouts. But as I say, for me, the progress of the car that didn't get a good qualifying time in yesterday has not been as prominent as I might have expected. But that's another place ticked off, and now Earl Bamber is less than a second away. We don't worry about anything like DRS in this championship because the overtaking happens naturally, but inside a second psychologically will be good for the Danish driver Nick Nielsen to reel in the Kiwi ahead in the 38 Cadillac, which itself was not without drama yesterday, bringing out a full course yellow. Rene Rast, Team Radio.
Just let me know when you're happy with the tyres so I can say it again. Yeah, I will. We're getting there.
Right, so happy with the tyre wear, and then he can save a little bit on the tyres, because remember, tyre amounts are heavily restricted. It's 4.5 sets that you get for a 6-hour race, so 18 individual tyres, 4 sets plus 2 jokers, as they're often called, but they are used, and very important where you utilise those extra 2 tyres within the strategy. The other complication is that these are tyres that were used in standard qualifying yesterday, not in hyperpole, but in the 12 minutes of normal qualifying. You might have used certainly 1, possibly 2 sets of tyres to spread the load in qualifying on Saturday afternoon.
Let no one tell you that racing is simple. There are so many elements where you can just find an advantage, and if you fail to find it, you'll end up behind a car that could potentially be slower than yours. And as we say, that's suddenly starting to look at one of the best battles at the moment. Is actually a little bit further down in GT3. It's Ryan Hardwick pushing really hard in his Porsche, but being hunted down and passed by Bernardo Souza. The Ford Mustangs are starting to make a real impression in the World Endurance Championship. They're sitting in 4th place in class, Stefano Gattuso, and then Bernardo Souza down in 7th. So, they've made great strides so far this year. And again, it's just great at the sharp end in either of these classes to have a sort of new face in a new place, really, in terms of, running at a level they never have before. But certainly every overtaking manoeuvre and even attempt to overtake here just looks so spectacular, because the track is dipping and turning and twisting. And then, of course, it all gets split up for the GT3s. Through come the hypercars again. They're about to have their second bunch of lapping.
Yeah, and because of the twisty-turny nature of this track, you might be very comfortable about following a car or working out where your car is quickest in certain places, and then others, if you're forced into an overtake, you think, oh, no, not here. This is a really awkward spot, but I'm going to have to go for it when you're in a hypercar because you're being pressurised from behind. So Variante Alta, Villeneuve, I should say, the very fast approach to that chicane. And then that squeeze into Rivazza towards the end of the lap as well. They are awkward places to suddenly have hurled at you if you're on the wrong side of the racetrack. and you can so often find yourself there because the traffic has dictated such. Down the hill for the number 50 Ferrari, which is now on the tail of Earl Bamber. So Nicholas Nielsen has certainly made short work of that 1 second gap. He's got half of it out of the way, and Earl Bamber will feel the presence now of the 5-0 Ferrari.
Again, not many people know this, but when you're down at Acqua Minerale, there's a park on the inside of the circuit. It's full of peacocks. Anyhow, there we go.
I remember. I was there with you when we discovered that.
Oh, right, yes.
A few years ago.
I remember discovering it long ago. We must have walked out to see them when we were covering the European Le Mans Series. That was quite a while ago. And, again, you could you could go to circuits for many, many years, and you suddenly have a different track walk, and it always, if you've got time, reaps some element of joy and something else gained. But, this is a circuit, on a quiet day, no cars on the track. If you're in the middle, you feel as though you're just in an orchard. Well, because you are just below the woods. But, I absolutely adore Imola, but you can see how every overtaking manoeuvre is going to be really, really hard-earned. Great little battle, including the two Alpines pushing all the time, but they've got the Peugeot in 6th place of Pauli Rest, and then Fred Makiavicki still behind Ferdy Habsburg. Sorry, still ahead of him, but of course maybe the Austrian races is a little aggrieved, having had that side-by-side contact, inter-knee sign clash very early in this race, just on the start of the second lap of the race. Seems to be no problem with his car, but he wants to be ahead because he was ahead on the grid. And Fred Mako came on through, but there's nothing they can do about this, about the Peugeot in front of them. They've just got to keep pushing. But a lot of race engineers now really needing all the gen, Johnny, on what's the tyres, what are your tyres like? Here we are. Nearly 25 minutes into the race. How are they behaving?
Something's just happened at turn 10, although it has resolved itself because double yellows were shown and then removed. But I'm just searching down the sector times, which is turn 10 sector 2, to see who has been going slow through that. Give us some indication of who it might be.
Well, the messages are 3 seconds apart, so maybe they were slow getting the first one, or maybe they went to out, oh, it's okay, but it was a doubled wave yellow, so I would think someone's possibly had a spin that resolved itself. They carried on, in the direction of travel they should have been in the first place. But this is a circuit that's so easy to make a slip up. It cannot be stressed enough just how narrow it is.
Nothing immediately obvious, so clearly it might have been a brief off. It's dead easy to skate a couple of tyres through the gravel trap at Piritella, turn 10. And
at this saving level, do you think you're faster than Mike?
I mean, if you asked me 3 laps ago, no. But I don't know, now we seem to be pulling off the BMW, so yeah.
So Brendan Hartley on the radio to his Toyota engineer, suggesting that they're in save mode even this early on in the race. I've just noticed, remember that we could only see one side of the car earlier on when we made the comment about the softs, but they've got softs on the left and medium tyres on the right. That's how Toyota started the race. So they've mixed the compounds from the off. The only cars to do that, as far as I could tell, within Hypercar, stirring the pot even from the beginning of the race. And what are they going to be left with, I suppose? Hopefully they've kept a good portion of tyres back for those crucial final stints.
Well, if you think about it, it's an anti-clockwise circuit and therefore turning left predominantly.
Yeah.
So that's a sensible way of doing it, but is it the right tactic to start with? One would suggest through the course of the day, this race started at 1 o'clock local time, that the temperature, track and air temperature will gradually rise, but it is still only mid-spring. I was in Italy a few weeks ago at Mugello, and we had biblical rain following biblical rain the week before, so you never know. But actually, Mugello, a wet race is even better than a dry race. There's a little secret for you.
I think generally wet races, or if they're showers partway through, are far more fascinating than were it to stay dry throughout. There are showers predicted for quite late on. Nicholas Nielsen, Team Radio.
Good job, Nicholas. And now Vantor in the number 6. Vantor with already 2 track limits for him.
2 track limits so far for driver Laurens Vantor, who is ahead now of Nicholas Nielsen. So Vantor of the Porsche variety is in 12th, Nick Nielsen up to 13th. But remember, it's, if I get this right, I think on your 4th track limits infringement, that's a warning, and then your 5th can result in a penalty, and then any further ones after your fifth, the penalties get steadily worse. That is per driver, however, so once that driver gets out and a new driver replaces, then they've got another 4 strikes before the penalties begin, but they last all the race long. There's no point where those track limit infringements reset for individuals. They last all race long. Nicholas Nielsen, Petra Umbarescu, not far away from one another, with Nicholas Nielsen looking to try and get by one another. To give you an indication of the trap speeds, the straight line speeds, they're touching 18 kilometres per hour in the Ferrari, which is so far the quickest car. That is the Nielsen car, though, so he's been the fastest through that speed trap, which is it's just before the braking point of Tamburello, so probably the fastest point of the racetrack, in fact.
Great timing, Johnny. As you say that, they reached the braking point for Tamburello, get through the corner, but Nielsen, I mean, it's been a really hard slog. He's been patient, and you absolutely require that. Traffic, as they lap the GT3 cars for the second time, coming up third time now, you know, it may work for him, but he's just got to keep coming. And if you're just joining us 25, almost half an hour into this 6-hour race, why is one of the Ferraris so far back? Bearing in mind you had the front 2 cars on the grid being Ferraris. The number 50 didn't get a time in qualifying and had to start 18th and last in class. 5 positions have been gained so far, but it's a patient game, and maybe, just maybe, as they come across the GT3s, something will open up for Nielsen. But he's got very, very close to those in front. He's right under the tail now of yet another rival. This time it's Lawrence Van Tor. We had the message just moments ago that Lawrence has already transgressed twice in track limits. But you know what? I honestly think if you're going to carry them with you all race, you could probably use them to the most benefit, using some up in the opening stint of the race when the cars are at their very closest.
True. There are lives there for a reason, and if you're not using them, then arguably you're not driving as hard as you should be. Nose to tail now between the old foes. It's the Porsche number 6 with Nicholas Nielsen almost glued to the rear of that car, and Nielsen getting the overlap on the Porsche. Can it break a little bit later? It's got the outside line for Tamburello, squeezing the 6 Porsche on the inside up the curb, but that means that the Lawrence Van Tor car loses a small amount of time and consequently loses the place as well. Nicholas Nielsen gaining another, and he's not that far away from the top 10 now. That puts him to 12th. It's 1:30 here at Imola. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's the second race of the season for the FIA World Endurance Championship, and it's time to pause for our first hourly update. So here's the order after 30 minutes of running. James Collado leading the way in the number 51 Ferrari 499P. He's done 18 laps, and a gap that had extended to something like 3.5, maybe 4 seconds a short time ago is now back down to 2 seconds, back to Phil Hansen in the number 83 Ferrari for AF Corsa. So the 499Ps began the race first and second. They still run first and second, and from the third place car number 15 of Kevin Magnussen's BMW for the M-Team WRT crew. Remember, 2 birthdays within BMW this week, or today in fact, Andreas Roos and driver Dries Van Tor. Then it's Mike Conway and Brendan Hartley with the 2 Toyotas, the 7 and the 8. Mike Conway getting ahead of Brendan Hartley in the opening couple of laps. Actually, they began in a reverse order, but seem happy to run with about 9/10 of a second between them. Brendan Hartley, we've already heard on the team radio, is into a certain degree of energy save just to nurse the car through this first stint, and maybe his second as well. Paul Di Resta in the number 93 Peugeot is in 6th, ahead of 2 Alpines that clashed on the first lap. That was being looked at. Don't think we've yet had a decision upon that. So the 36 Alpine of Fred Makovici still ahead of Ferdinand Habsburg in number 35. Then it's Will Stevens in the number 12 Cadillac V-Series R. He started 9th and he stayed there. Rene Rast has made a bit of progress now into the top 10 in the number 20 BMW. LMGT3 is, unsurprisingly, led by the very strong car from yesterday, and it's proving to be the same on day 3 of the weekend. The 46 BMW of Ahmed Al-Hati, his M4 from Team WRT, is 2.1 seconds clear of a chasing François Heriot in the Ferrari from Vista AF Corsa, number 21. Petru Umbrescu's Lexus, number 87, is third for a Codis. Then it's the Proton Competition Ford Mustang of Stefano Gattuso, number 88. The 78 Lexus of Arnold Robin, also the Codis car. Ian James's Aston Martin, number 27 for Heart of Racing Team, is 6th. Bernardo Souza, the Ford Mustang for the Portuguese, number 77, is in 7th. Ryan Hardwick, 8th, 92 Porsche. 9th place is the Bend Team WRT BMW for Yasser Shaheen. These are all bronze drivers to start. And completing the top 10 after just 30 minutes is Darren de Jong's McLaren, number 95 from United Autosports.
Well, did anything happen while you were going down, doing the rundown? Yes, it most certainly did. We heard Brendan Hartley suggesting he might be suddenly now a little bit faster than Mike Conway and was allowed to move up into 4th place. So the Kiwi ahead of the Brit, but Toyota's still looking competitive, 4th and 5th, and someone somewhere has kicked up the dust. It's yellow, it's one of the Corvettes, it's the one with the yellow roof. Low angle doesn't show us that completely, but Ben Keating, I think, is the one who has gone for a little rotation, but was being pressured enormously by the Iron Dames Porsche. Was he given a helping hand? The Iron Dames with Celia Martin up the inside most certainly was. No blame could be attached to the American driver there. Round he went. Unfortunate, but he has rejoined the circuit, but he'll be frustrated.
That was the scene where Celia Martin had a spin on her own in free practice 3 yesterday morning. And although Ben Keating was giving a little bit of room for the Frenchwoman, contact was made at the apex. The Corvette spins, the Porsche gets away, at least initially, but that will no doubt be looked at. It was a battle for 12th and 13th places in LMGT3, and there may well be a penalty heading the way of the pink and white Porsche. We will keep you in tune with that. I posed the question during the hourly update, had there been a decision on the clash between the two Alpines? I don't think there has yet, Bruce.
No, not yet, but there has been a decision that about 9 cars have been given 5 seconds extra for a starting incident. They didn't get the start right, and they were the following numbers. Car number 5, that's of course one of the works Porsches in the hypercar class. 21, which...
No, sorry, 5 is not in the list. It says 5 seconds added. It's easy mistake to make.
Oh, sorry. So it is, yes. OK, so rather fewer. So cars 21, you can tick them off on your chart, which is the Vista AF Corsa. One presumes that's the one that was going very well at the start. François Heriot moved from 4th to 2nd. Bit of a giveaway, potentially, there. Car, which other one's in the list? Car 31, which is one of the Fords. Ford Mustang. Basically, anybody who made a really good start, I think they've effectively said, but that was the second of the Mustangs. That was Bernardo... No, it's what am I talking about? 31 is Yasser Shaheen.
Yellow in less than 15 seconds.
We're going to go full course yellow.
Why?
10,
good question.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
So the automatic voice counting us down. It means that Eduardo Freitas and Faiz Ramsey Fayez, the deputy race director, don't have to worry about doing the counting down. I did wonder whether it might be down to debris, i.e. all the gravel that was brought onto the racetrack from the spinning Ben Keating after the contact with Celia Martin as a BMW at slow speed has to come through, but right by the marshals. Now, even if the BMW was doing 80 kph, the marshals have to pick and choose their time to do the sweeping, surely. So that was a close call. We can breathe again. Full course yellow is 80 kph all around the circuit. With double waved yellows in places, slow down and be prepared to stop. It was all caused by the collision between two GT cars fighting for 12th and 13th. And yes, the sideways, backwards Corvette has brought on to the racetrack so much gravel that it is unsafe to continue with the risk of punctures. That's although it's a relatively slow sequence of corners, you're still hammering through there at a reasonable pace, and you don't want to be picking up tyres when they are so heavily restricted at 4.5 sets for a 6-hour race. It has chucked stones all over the place, so that's going to be quite a significant sweep up. They've also got the leaf blowers to help them, have the marshals. Remember that you can't pit during this. not legally anyway, because a full course yellow closes the pit lane entry. If you're desperate for fuel, which nobody actually should be after 38 minutes of running or so, you can only take 5 seconds of fuel, and then you have to complete your pit stop as soon as we've gone back to green. But everyone is staying on the racetrack and hopefully avoiding those marshals who are doing a good job.
Yeah, next time around will be their second time pass, but it was a remarkable spin through the gravel by Ben Keating, but he was fully side on for quite a lot of that rotation, and that's why so much gravel was kicked on the track. Now, right front corner is going to, a new one is going to be, has been laid out of the floor in the Iron Dames garage, because clearly some damage.
Seb decided to switch position, and at the moment Ben is the quickest car on the previous lap, so that's a good choice. What is it for? Do you want to catch the car and try to make up positions already?
Yeah, I mean, the objective is always to have the quickest car ahead. It's always hard to say right now who's the quickest between the two, but we just swap just to see. Obviously, the degradation of the tire will soon start, and hopefully we can catch the BMW. The Ferraris, they really look like they are in a different category today, but it's a long race, you know. Weather might change, so we'll keep pushing and see what happens.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's it.
Yeah, different category, which is Sebastian Buemi with tongue a little in cheek. He knows that certain tracks are going to favour certain cars, I suppose, and the equalisation of the field or the balance of performance is looked at carefully by the ACO between each race meeting. Remember, we have that combination of LMH cars, so the hypercar rule set which comes out of France, and the LMDH, which is more the IMSA way of doing things, but LMDH cars are the BMWs and the Alpine, the Cadillac, whereas the Ferrari have sort of built their cars from the ground up, with help from Orica, of course.
You're doing good. All the gaps are constant. The only job we need to improve is the consumption.
Yeah, it's not calibrated. It's less on my dash than what you see, so I'm 2, 3 lower. That's understood.
The very last lap you just did was okay. This is your reference. There was no margin on this lap, so we must stick to this consumption you just did.
That is complicated. If you're not calibrated with the pitch, you've got different messages and you're understanding. Now, which one is correct? One's going to be, well, presumably one is correct, one is slightly out. But for James Collado, leading the race comfortably by 3.6 seconds when we went into this full course yellow. We're now released. You can suddenly hear the sound engine notes of these cars picking up the pace again. It's still Ferrari's first and second, with James Collado up on Phil Hansen, red ahead of yellow. Kevin Magnussen still holding down third place. But the Toyotas are really starting to hunt it. We'll have to keep an eye on that. And also have to keep an eye out for any further notice about that 35-36 Alpine Machiavecchi Habsburg clash. Habsburg, in fact, sorry, I said he started ahead of Machiavecchi, quite the reverse. He was 2 places further down and presumably trying to make a move on that opening lap. Got side by side, they clashed. We haven't apportioned any blame. Right, the 7 cars, and they're all in GT3, but the ones that have 5 seconds added at their first pit stop. And just to run down, try and do it properly this time. Vista AF Corsa, Francois Heriot, the Bend WRT, BMW, that's car 31, 5 seconds their pit stop. Proton Competition, that's the Mustang started by Bernardo Souza, that's car 77. 81 is one of the TF Sport Corvettes, that's Tom Van Rompuy. 87, a Codis ASP Lexus, that's Petru Umberescu, 5 seconds for him. Proton Competition, so both of the Fords, that's the sister car of Stefano Gattuso in his Mustang, and one of the United Autosports McLarens, and that is a car number, read your list properly, Jones, car number 95. So presumably one person blinked and the others all just went with it. It's the sort of the natural thing if you just jump the start. But you're drawing it according to the cars ahead of you, and you do not want to be caught napping. It's a bit like on a safety car restart when you're the person at the front in second place and you wait for the car in front to floor the throttle.
Clemens, yesterday we saw you fighting for pole position, and there's a great fight happening right now in GTs. The 2 cars are running very well, 3rd and 4th. How is it going for the race, for the end result? What are your aims?
Of course, we want to finish on the podium, and so far it looks quite good. Pedro is doing consistent lap times, maybe not the fastest, but he's keep running his stint, always the same lap time, so I'm quite confident that we are quite good on the tire management. I think we saw on the BMW they started to drop already, so yeah, I'm quite confident we finish on podium.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Clement Schmidt, who did such a good job in qualifying yesterday, sharing the 87 car with Petru Umbrarescu. The news, though, in LMGT3 is at the restart, as the green flag came out, Ahmed Al-Hati caught completely napping, and Francois Elio outbraking the BMW around the outside into Tamburello. So we have a lead change in LMGT3. Need to just catch sight of that again to confirm that it was out of the full course yellow. But if you don't react in time, someone's going to be there to pounce, and it is the Frenchman in the 21 Ferrari, now in front of the BMW.
Yeah, but the Frenchman in the 21 Ferrari does have 5 seconds extra in his pit stop, so it's not a total disaster, but that's a classic case of having to be right on your mettle and getting clear sort of messages from your pit crew about when's the restart about to happen. But again, Francois Heriot's just decided to pin his ears back and go for it. Now in that track position, we'll see if he's going to prove quicker in that 21 Visray, of course, Ferrari than the Team WRT BMW that has looked supreme all meeting so far.
Now, do you remember me correcting you about the number 5 Porsche getting a penalty for starting procedures?
I said
5 wasn't in the list, Bruce. It is now. It's just come through.
Oh, I was looking in the crystal ball. And I've just crossed it out. Now I've got to put it back on my list.
Sorry. Car 5. 5 seconds added to the next pit stop. That's the Porsche of Julian Anbauer currently from Penske Motorsport. And a further message from race control concerning the race start. No further investigation. Well, I've got to say 8 cars that are all going to get 5 seconds at their first pit stops is sufficient.
That's enough paperwork, but...
And another one to add to your list, perhaps no big surprise, Celia Martin's 85 Porsche has been pinged for the Ben Keating incident at Turn 2, Tamburello. Ben Keating nerfed into a spin by the Iron Danes Porsche, and that's going to be a drive-through for Celia Martin. Very costly indeed.
Have you read out the message that went a moment ago about 3 cars for full course yellow?
No.
Under investigation. I'll do that one. Will Stevens, the number 12 Cadillac. Ferdinand Hadsberg, gosh, he's busy up under their investigation. 35 Alpine, and Stefano Gattuso, another driver who already has a 5-second penalty. He's in one of those Proton competition Mustangs. So it's busy up the stairs and down to race control. But it's about keeping it clean, keeping it tidy. One driver who's desperately trying to do that is Nicholas Nielsen. Started 18th and last in the hypercar class, and he's working his way closer and closer to the top 10 all the time. And he's got René Rast as his next target. Rast in 10th. And it was Loic Duval being pushed back one further position by the chasing Ferrari. I'm very impressed with this stint from Nicholas Nielsen. Yeah. 3 places gained on the opening lap, and then it just gets harder and harder. Then some of your best laps are likely, taken away with the full course yellow, stopping your flow up the order. But, he's hunting, and he's doing all that he's required to do in this stint. Really, really tricky around here. One thing, doing it at Lusail International Circuit's space and a lot of quick corners, but here, as you say, the lap is really quite interrupted quite a lot of the time, and being so narrow, getting past the GT3s, you could so easily think you have to go past them, but they should stay on their line. But it's so easy to think that they've seen you, and sometimes they haven't.
The touch between the 2 Alpines on the opening lap has been waved away now. It's been a while since that. It's been a while for that message to come through, but we have confirmation that the Alpines are in the clear. Did seem to be a relatively minor incident when it was so busy on that opening lap. Loic Duval out of the fire and into the frying pan, or reverse, because Duval now under massive pressure, having been overtaken by the 50 Ferrari, is into the clutches of Laurens Vanthoor and Earl Bamber's Porsche and Cadillac, respectively. So Duval in 12th, Vanthoor's Porsche 13th, car 6, and the 38 Caddy is 14th. Gap between the Ferraris 2 and a bit seconds as Celia Martin reaches pit road for this drive-through penalty for her part in the incident with Ben Keating. So that Porsche, now rear engine, being a GT3 derived car, as opposed to the mid-engine Porsches that we used to have in the GTE era. That car will motor on back into the field in a moment, but it's got to be... Well, that put her to the back of the field. Here's René Rast.
We believe they are pushing. We shouldn't lose too much time defending.
So René Rast concerned about the presence of Nicholas Nielsen's Ferrari, but the message from his engineer, René Rast's engineer, is just let him pass, basically. We shouldn't waste too much time defending. both cars have to duck out of line briefly to get by a McLaren, and then think, oh, we're at Aqua Minerale. This is what I was talking about. You know, you're thrown, you get thrown at you bits of traffic, and then you've got to remember where you are on the racetrack and go, I really should be over to the left here because this is the compression at Aqua Minerale, and it's crucial about the exit.
Absolutely, because then if you get the exit right, you'll have a decent line up to Variante Alta. But just a moments before that, before they got to Tosa, they went either side of one of the GT3 cars. So for a moment, suddenly René Rast would have lost sight entirely of Nicholas Nielsen. But that message is absolutely clear. Let him go. He's not abusing his car. He's just pushing it harder than we want to do it right now. And into the slipstream, fits that red Ferrari right under the rear wing of the red, yellow, white and black BMW. Past the pits they go, so expect the move to come at Tamburello, but there's a Corvette they've got to pass. They've got to go to the outside, making the track half as wide as it would. Right, the overtake hasn't happened this time around. There's nothing you can do about a Corvette if it's there. It has every right to be there, but now it's finally passed by Nicholas Nielsen. So Rast will stay ahead for another lap, but the message from the crew, let the Ferrari go. 10th place isn't that important to us right now.
I did fear that might be Ben Keating again, thinking, leave me alone, yes. Tamburello, but it's actually his teammate, Tom Van Rompuy, who was being hoovered up by a couple of hypercars, who actually gave racing room in the end. The 50 Ferrari needed to just apply the anchors that little bit more, as if there's a bit more on the brake pedal, because they're pushing like crazy anyway. But yeah, the braking took place slightly earlier to allow the Corvette to thread its way through. 3 more car numbers to add to your list, this time for drive-throughs. Oh, and there's almost contact between the Peugeot and the Cadillac, and the Cadillac's going to be off the road, up the curve, into the gravel trap at Aqua Minerale, and that is, now there's a Porsche on the grass as it tries to recover from this moment as well. That was the 5 Porsche, which was nearly in the wall on the approach to Variante Alta, all 4 wheels on the grass for car 5 for Julian Andlauer. He thankfully scrubbed enough speed off the Porsche to keep it vaguely in a straight line. But that was all the ripple effect from an incident that had nothing to do with Andlauer's Porsche.
Absolutely, the Cadillac going off. And if I can just rewind our commentary 2 minutes, you were talking about that very element, getting put slightly offline at corners like Aqua Minerale, and how prescient that was. The Cadillac, Neil Yarney was going up the inside of it. He was on the right-hand side of the track as they went into the compression at Aqua Minerale, and the Cadillac was on the outside. Sorry, I beg your pardon. No, that was on the region. It wasn't the Proton competition Porsche. That was involved a little bit later in the incident, but it was certainly for the Cadillac there. That was all arms and elbows. Car number 38 and Earl Bamber. That was a draw in the breath, and it was afterwards that Neil Yarney got close. But again, that was potentially 5 cars involved in one small incident, but somehow everyone got away with it. But that was a big moment for Earl Bamber.
So, I'll start the sentence that I attempted to begin a couple of minutes ago about these 3 cars that have been, I reckon, pinged for speeding in the full course yellow, either into it or out of it, and they're going to be drive-through penalties for the 12 Cadillac, the Hertz Team Jota Cadillac.
Should be drive-through for the Peugeot, drive-through. Copy that.
So that's Earl Bamber saying surely that should be a drive-through for the Peugeot driver.
Be Loic
Duval, who, in Earl's opinion, put him off the road and didn't give him sufficient racing room. And Loic Duval, then as he rejoined, was slow, and that meant that Julien Andlauer thought, I've got a good run on you here to Variante Alta. And then the Peugeot didn't give him any space at all. Not that he really needed to, but that was what put Andlauer on the grass. Meanwhile, it's absolute nose-to-tail again in LMGT3, because we know the speed in the BMW for Ahmed Al-Hati is terrific, and he got a very good run on the Ferrari via the slipstream down the main straight, but hasn't been able to pass the Ferrari. I'll finish these 3 cars that are all going to get drive-throughs for sure, rather than the hypothetical drive-through that Earl Bamber was talking about. It's the sister car from Earl's Cadillac, the 12, which will get a drive-through for FCY procedures. The 35 Alpine, which may have already been in. Yes, it has. It's already served its drive-through. Ferdinand Habsburg, that's dropped Ferdy back to 16th place. And the 88 Ford Mustang from Proton Competition, which is the Stefano Gattuso car. So Gattuso was 4th. He's now all the way back in 13th because he's just done that drive-through penalty. Let's listen out to Andlauer's car on the grass. Caught one of the gullies as well, the sort of access roads. he was very nearly fully sideways there and potentially pitching into the wall on driver's left if he'd crossed the track.
The grass when you go up the slope out of Acqua Minerale, you get on the grass, it's incredibly rough there, and you could hear just not wanting to get the power down, keep the power down, feathering the throttle, the car snaking around, and it very nearly went into a tank slapper, and as you pointed out, Johnny, that would end up with that Porsche going in the wall. That was a big save. And having been treated to several replays, I'm afraid Loic Duval doesn't have much place to go in that move down into Acqua Minerale from my point of view. I'd like to see it from a few more angles, but certainly I can understand why Earl Bamber, Cadillac driver, was so aggrieved. But we got away with one there, I'd say.
Race leader number 21 in LMGT3 is in. So he reaches his pit stall, does Francois Heriot. And then there's that moment frozen in time for 5 seconds because the team can't do anything, serving that penalty for the starting incident. Either cars, I think it was cars being out of position rather than a jump start, so what's called a false start often in the UK in club racing. It wasn't through the grid hatchings, which is hammered home in the driver's briefing at the start of the weekend. So Heriot's going to lose 5 seconds. That will put him behind the 46 BMW, because the 46 wasn't in that long list, was it, of 7 cars?
No, it wasn't.
Right, so that was the other thing that Ahmed Al-Hati needed to bear in mind. Yeah, go for the race lead when they were on the racetrack, but surely the team will have said, don't worry too much if you don't get by Francois Heriot. He's going to have to serve 5 extra seconds in the pit lane, so you will have the lead when all the pit stops shake out. We have not reached the hour, in fact, not even reached 55 minutes, so this again is an awkward number for the LMGT3 runners to be juggling with. It's all down to energy burned rather than actual fuel being used with the torque sensors that are utilised on these modern-day LMGT3 cars. The yellow-roofed Corvette. No, that is the black-roofed Corvette. It's even more difficult to tell from the back of each of those Corvettes to tell which one is which, but that was the Tom Van Rompuy car in and now gets sent away. Mercedes are struggling this weekend with their all-black and all-yellow cars for Iron Lynx. They were propping up the field in qualifying, making a pit stop, but the way motor racing works doesn't necessarily mean that Iron Lynx can't get some sort of result, i.e. points, from either one of their cars this weekend.
Yeah, when it came to qualifying, they were the best part of 2 seconds slower than the next slowest car, which was the TF Sport, the 33 Ben Keating car with all the ballast. So definitely, the newcomers, Mercedes, AMG, great success in GT3 racing around the world for the past very long time indeed. However, they're still looking and learning at World Endurance Championship level. Right, a car that's not looking and learning but just doing supremely well is the BMW M4 GT3, and right at the sharp end of the field. Got jumped, Ahmed Al-Hati, on the safety car restart effectively, but full course yellow restart, but it's got the pace. Every time it's been out on the track so far at Imola, it's looked very, very good indeed.
Now, was there some contact between... Oh no, it was a half spin for the Porsche number 92, the first form Mantite car, and it very nearly squirmed and slid into the 50 Ferrari, which Nicholas Nielsen is trying to get ahead of René Rast. But yeah, as Ryan Hardwick worked his way through, was that on an outlap for car 92? It could very well have been.
It could be. I mean, it was turning double left at Tosa, starting to go up the slope, and the tail of the car came round, and the nose literally went into the path that was about to be taken by Nicholas Nielsen. But again, you just talk about small moments happening quite often left field at Imola, but that is what just shakes this race up. But it's also about not getting penalties. So we had a cluster of infringements that have led to 5 seconds extra, and a couple of drive-throughs as well. So it's early days, but they've set a few runners back. But it's all about the Ferraris. Number 50 in the pits at the moment, but race leader James Scalado doing a great job. But Phil Hanson, I'll take my hat off to him. He's actually just started to bang in some quick laps as well to close that gap to the race-leading 51. So it's the red and yellow Ferrari at the front of the field, and the yellow and red one giving chase. Phil Hanson has really impressed since he moved across to join Ferrari. I must say, I expected he might pick up pace through the season, but he's really got on it right from the outset.
Yeah, agreed. Now, Al-Hati's just made his first pit stop from the lead of LMGT3 and stays at the wheel for stint 2, the Omani driver. We're still waiting for pit stops for either of the Lexus from a Codis, so they are actually first and second now in LMGT3. The only driver changes are happening at Iron Lynx, So Maxime Martin's taken over the 61 Mercedes, and Matteo Cairoli installed in the 60 car. So Claudio Schiavone and Christian Reed, the bronzes, are out, and the pro drivers get in. And that should mean that the LMGT3 Mercedes will start to work their way up the order. However, the bronze time has nowhere near been served yet for Schiavone and for Reed. They have to do a total of 1 hour and 45 minutes. They've not yet done an hour after that first stint, but it might just be a bit of strategy to get the Mercedes back into the hunt, and crucially to not lose any more laps. If indeed, are they still on the lead lap within LMGT3? It might be questionable now because, of course, we've got some cars that have stopped and others that haven't. We'll allow the field to get onto an even keel. Hypercar pit stops beginning, including for the number 7 Toyota, in from 5th place, wasn't it? Because they'd switched around for a second time. So Hartley was already 4th. Conway in from 5th place.
So we get the full picture after the pit stops are completed for the entirety of the field. We haven't even done an hour yet. We're very close to the end of the first hour, but it's Ferrari all the way, and BMW started third with Kevin Magnussen still running in third position, but a 10-second gap between those first two Ferraris and the BMW. BMW doing really well in the Danes' hands. Stay ahead of Brendan Hartley by under a second before this round of pit stops hit in.
Lexus in, that's the 87 car. Arnold Robert staying out, so they are comfortable with a bit more energy being used. Therefore, that rather suggests the Lexus have been fuel saving, energy saving where they can, which might prove pivotal towards the end. They're going to be very close to the hour, but just not close enough, because even if they're doing 59 minutes, that then compromises you at the end of the second hour and the third hour, and you're still going to have to come in for a splash and dash if we stay green. We have had one full course yellow, but just over an hour, very useful indeed. Just under an hour doesn't help you out at all.
Yeah, I mean, they always said at school, pay attention in maths, don't look out the window, but those small fractions do make an enormous difference. But then again, we never know what instant's going to come in this race. But, yeah, you've just got to be on top of absolutely everything. And that's why, right from the start of the race, we've heard the race engineers discussing with them, let him through, he's attacking, we're cruising. Just remember that. We heard that from the Toyota crews as well. And, you know, these different factors, if you're new to endurance racing, it's really quite hard to take it in. In fact, even when you're commentating, we've been doing it for years, Johnny, there are still so many elements you can do. Oh, no, the two Alpines are very close together again. It's all right, they're in the pits, nose to tail, a few. But the second one is having to be wheeled around the one in front. So 36 being a little frustrated as trying to rejoin the race. Having had the sister car park in front, there's a little bit of rub and a little bit of tension between those two crews, one feels down at Alpine.
So 1 hour now officially done. It's 2 o'clock at Imola. This is the second race of the season in the FIA World Endurance Championship. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Bruce Jones, Bruce Giovanni in the pits, and me, Johnny Palmer, looking after matters for the second race of the season. And with Le Mans not that far away in the distance, some concentration for that big race, but Spa is so typically the precursor to the trip to Circuit de la Sarthe, and that happens in 3 weeks' time as a Saturday race, the third race of the season in the Ardennes. As now one of the Peugeots is being serviced in pit road. Loic Duval's number 95 car calling in. They've already sent away the 93 car back into the race, and keeping my eyes peeled for any driver changes that might be happening in the hypercar field. But to be honest, you've barely scratched the surface after 60 minutes of driving. Most will be comfortable to do at least that again. And yeah, can't see any driver changes happening, because although they don't take any more time, it does happen to sort of disrupt the flow a little bit. Plus the fact that if you're looking to double stint a set of tyres, far better for the driver that's just used those tyres in the opening stint to stick with them, because they kind of know how they've worn over the opening phase of the race. Most hypercars with 3 drivers. The only exception to that rule is the two Aston Martin Valkyries, the 007 and the 009.
So there's no Roman DeAngelis in one car, and it's Ross Gunn, isn't it, who's not here in Imola. Harry Tinknell, Tom Gamble in the 007, Alex Riberas, Marco Sorensen in the 009. I'm guessing those the absent drivers will certainly be back for Le Mans. They might even be back for the 6 hours of Spa. Nose to tail between Porsche and Cadillac as well as they reach the pit road. And the race leader, together with the second place car, the BMW number 20, are both into pit lane. And actually that's shown as a lead change, intriguingly, because of the way that they enter the pit road, I think.
Yeah, it's because the Ferrari pit garage is right at the entrance to the pit lane before the start-finish line. So 51 did come in from the lead of the race, James Collado. However, just by dint of the number 20 going past in the pit lane, that chalks up a lap. And, of course, the BMW Motorsport department will take that one. We led the race at Imola, may we remind you. But, of course, when the pit stops are completed, you expect the 51 Ferrari to go back into the lead of the race and come out onto the track ahead of the BMW. It's just the way they're stacked.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking that the order was determined at pit in, and I thought, how on earth the BMW got ahead of the Ferrari? But as you say, there is a control line in pit lane as well, and sure enough, another lead change with the Ferrari back in front of the BMW because of that Italian car leaving ahead of the 20. So René Rast away. Phil Hansen has already made his pit stop, so he should cycle through in a moment or two. Still in second. Julian Andlauer is in pit lane. Earl Bamber's Cadillac, the 38 car, also in pit lane. Have we had a message to say that the incident between Loic Duval and Earl Bamber was under investigation?
No, it's funny you should mention that. The answer is no as yet.
I know we did have a message to say
under investigation, but nothing further. That's what I meant to say, yeah.
Yeah.
And also the Bamber-Duval incident when they were nearly together. I mean... So, one of the Aston Martin 007 has been off the track recently. That's the one with Harry Tinknell on board, but seems to have rejoined. But again, camera crews have to be on their lookout everywhere around the circuit because something seems to be happening pretty much every lap. I'm loving it, quite frankly.
It's great.
But we're going to see it start to unfurl a little bit. But really the question, Johnny, is can anybody?
The rear diffuser is broken on the BMW.
Copy. Sorry, combination of me about to sneeze and Nicholas Nielsen getting a message seem to coincide with each other there. But the big question is what can be done about the pace of James Collado at the front. Teammate Alessandro Pierguidi will, be looking on with real interest because they know each other so well, Johnny. I mean, so many years racing in GT3 and now, obviously success at Le Mans in the 499P. But we'll wait to see. Driver changes, expect them mainly to be in GT3. We've only had a handful so far, haven't we? Matteo Caroli getting on board and Maxime Martin taking on those Mercedes that are looking and learning and just trying to keep out of the way at the moment. Oh dear, one of the Mustangs just being put onto the grass. That was car number 88. And that got really tight indeed. That was Stefano Gattuso, but he seems to have rejoined. Tight little battle, but fighting very hard indeed and nearly ending up on the green stuff. Not a good place to be.
Yeah, that was with Thomas Floor. I was concerned that it might be with Erio because if the Ferrari's just to be at fault, that would be a big penalty for the 21, but it's not the 21 we're talking about. 54 sister car. René Rast radio. So locking brakes into, where did he say, 13-14? That's Variante Alta, I would have thought. Sounds about the right sort of area.
Yeah, it's Acqua Minerale and it's Acqua Minerale.
So
not good then.
No, really not
downhill
good.
into a compression. We know what happens when you go in too deep. You've got gravel and wall in front of you.
Yeah. So René Rast concerned with something locking, most likely one corner of the number 20 BMW. But through the course of that initial pit stop, René Rast picked up a few more places. So well done to whoever was calling the shots there on the pit wall. Nicholas Nielsen has sort of followed him stride for stride and is now up to 7th place. So the Lexus having to... Well, Nicholas Nielsen was unsure as to whether to go left or right of the Lexus as they approached Acqua Minerale. I was just keeping an eye on the BMW for its stopping ability. So Rast got through the gap. Nielsen tried to do the same on the left-hand side of the Lexus, realised that was going to be slowly diminishing, and instead, at the very last minute, changed his mind and darts to the right. And thankfully, I think driving the Lexus 87, Petru Umberescu, just saw the flash of red from the left to the right and thought, I'm going to make space for this Ferrari. Wants to get through in a hurry. Remember, from the back of the hypercar grid, and now Nicholas Nielsen runs 7th.
That was super, super close, because we've talked about it already several times in this race. Arrive at Acqua Minerale offline, and most certainly the Ferrari driver...
Correct, you're on one. So we have a small virtual advantage over the 50 as well, so we're doing well.
I've struggled to see virtual advantages. How about you, Johnny?
Yeah, I've struggled to see most things virtually. Much prefer full metal racing, as you put it in COVID. That was your term, which has been adopted many times over. The BMW again struggled to stop in the right place at Acqua Minerale, so ran deeper into turn 12 and 13 on this lap 40 for the battling 6th and 7th place cars. The Peugeot number 94, 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for the incident at turn 12. Well, that was the Loic Duval versus Earl Bamber's Cadillac.
There's damage to one of the Ford Mustangs. Front right-hand corner has had a bit of a blow. Don't know if it's being chased around the track by the number 61 Mercedes. I'm beginning to wonder if it got close to the back of the Mercedes and Maxime Martin maybe clashed into it. But anyhow, the Mercedes goes past and the blue and white Ford Mustang is limping in. Front right corner definitely slightly further back than it was at the start of the race.
So Maxime Martin, with so much experience in recent years with front-engine cars, being the Aston Martin factory racer, but coming from a Porsche background prior to that.
Well, you were talking about the fact that those two Mercedes, 60 and 61 for Iron Lynx, with Matteo Caroli and Maxime Martin, should start making progress. And Stefano Catuzzo just picked off, still haven't worked out where he got that front right-hand corner damage on his dark blue and white number 88 Mustang. But that possibly will lead to him coming back into the pits rather sooner than planned. But certainly Maxime Martin's got the hammer down, and it's good to see the Mercedes has got some decent pace. It's really struggled for it so far since joining the championship this year, but when you've got a driver of Maxime's calibre, then you can really see what the car can do.
Yeah, and the aim of the game for Cairoli in the 60 car, now propping up the field, will be to try and get the LMGT3 lead lap back again, and therefore he's got to over... In fact, that's Gattuso now in the pits, so Cairoli running 35th and 17th in LMGT3, but he's got to find and overtake Ahmed Al-Hati to get back onto what would be the 37th lap of the race. Cairoli's just completed lap 36, so has he done that already? Perhaps he's flirting with the tail end of that lead lap, and it could be very useful strategy were we to have a virtual safety car, which would automatically be followed by a safety car, or straight into a safety car because of an incident. That bunches up both the hypercar and the LMGT3 field, and Iron Lynx will really want to have both their Mercedes still in the fight if that happens. Ahmed Al-Hati leading by 7, nearly 8 seconds at the sharp end of LMGT3, because remember, Francois Heriot had to serve that 5 extra seconds during the first of the pit stops for Ferrari number 21. The following incident, after Loic Duval and Earl Bamber had their conflagration, after that, remember that Duval was slow up the hill coming out of Acqua Minerale, and Julian Anlauer had to take to the grass. Well, that secondary incident is now a no further action. Cars 5 and 94, it has been corrected. No further action incident, turn 13. Yeah, I don't really know what has actually been. Oh, no further investigation was the initial message. That was corrected to no further action. And car 5 and 94 are therefore in the clear. But remember that because of the first incident with the Cadillac, 94 is going to have to spend 10 extra seconds during the pit stop.
So many elements that just could be knitted in. But and so many elements, Johnny, can just happen at the very outset of the race, as we saw with so many cars in GT3, 7 in GT3 being given 5 seconds extra at their first pit stop. They've served those pit stops. The order has been jumbled, but, that number, the BMW that's leading the GT3 class, it just seems to have fantastic form. The Omani racer, Ahmed Al-Hati, reading, yes, what did you say, 7.5 seconds. That is a huge lead, but they've also behaved well in traffic. They've kept out of trouble. For Team WRT, you can be sure, of course, they bring them in. They'll have worked out the numbers and decided when to get them calling in, but looking very, very handy indeed in class. And a buffer that, every buffer is important, but the better of those two Vista AF Corsa Ferraris appears to be fighting back. Francois Heriot, when he gets clear air, really has been very, very handy. Bear in mind that car's already served it's had that 5 seconds extra at a pit stop, and is still, 7 and a bit seconds down. In fact, that's just, as I say that, come down to 4.6 seconds down. So, and in fact, pushing all the time.
Yeah, killer getaway out of the full course yellow, which gave Francois Heriot the lead in LMGT3 at the time, round the outside of the braking area of Tamburello. If you're wondering where Stefano Gattuso has gone after a really good opening stint, up to 4th place at the 88 Proton Competition Ford Mustang, well, that was a lengthy pit stop to sort out the damage that he was carrying. Did we ever get to the bottom of why that was or what caused that?
No, I haven't worked out who he'd hit. I had a theory, then I suddenly realised it was Maxime Martin, who hadn't just passed and got damage en route, because Maxime was faster. Maxime, the Belgian racer, winning the Spa 24 Hours in years gone by, second generation racer, is clearly the quicker of that combination, and it wasn't him, Lord.
No.
And he's moved on up the order. In fact, he's passed Celia Martin's car. Martin ahead of Martin. So it's Maxime ahead of Celia. It's Mercedes ahead of Porsche. Of course, Celia picked up punishment for her clash that spun Ben Keating around into the gravel trap at Villeneuve.
88 Gattuso, 54 floor under investigation at turn 15. Now, we talked about that as it happened because, well, I think we caught the back end of it. The Ferrari was almost forcing the Mustang off the road onto the grass, or maybe the floor felt, well, you're not fully alongside, so I'm within my rights here. But he certainly didn't give any more room than was necessary to Stefano Gattuso. So that's going to be looked at turn 15, which is the second element of Variante Alta, the left-hand part of that tight chicane. It was a 3.5 minute pit stop for Stefano Gattuso. He's now been sent back into the race with that repair completed, but 3.5 minutes is way more than a lap time, isn't it? It's verging on 1.5.
Yeah, it's 1.5 plus a little bit. So, yeah, that's quite something. Just to go back, the gap in the head of GT3, I don't know why it suddenly said it gone from 7.5 to 4.5, because immediately after I said it went back to 7.5 again. So I can't quite imagine that Francois Heriot, good as he is, could take 3 seconds off in one lap. He didn't. Timing glitch, apologise.
Well, it's done it again, actually. I'm looking at 4.52, so I won't believe that.
And then it changes back to 7.5, so...
Yeah, there are the 3 sector points that we've talked about already, but I think there are some intermediate timing segments as well, and sometimes they can throw the overall timing off a little bit, so you've got to really wait for cars to hit the control line at the start and end of a lap. Now, a moment or two ago, there was a good run from Nicholas Nielsen in his 50 Ferrari on René Rast's BMW, just shading to the outside on the approach to the Villeneuve chicane. And again, René Rast not particularly happy in the braking area for Variante Alta. Got good drive out of that corner, though. René Rast, team radio again.
Okay, René, so we are fastest car on track for the last 3 or 4 laps with the 50. I'll let you protect your corner. I'll speak to you later.
Okay, so maybe he's not going too deep into Aquaman early. That might be the prescribed line, because engineers saying you're the fastest along with the guy behind you, and it's showing because they are matching one another sector to sector.
And you don't have to cast your mind back too far to when they were telling René, let him go, let him through. Then they had the round of pit stops and they carry on. He's not letting him through and not needing to. But yeah, their pace looking very handy. And actually, weirdly, at the moment, they suddenly have clear track. This absolute sort of treat you get at various points in the race. And then, even with a long shot, we can't see any cars in front of them. So they can actually do what they're trying to do. Nicholas Nielsen bobbing from side to side, just trying to unsettle through the Villeneuve chicane. Down to Tosa they go, but they have clear track. But up ahead, about 5 or 6 seconds up the hill to Piratella's a gaggle of cars.
Okay, it's fine. If he's too racy, then we can let him pass. He's very quick, as are you.
What a lovely little riposte there, as are you, because René had to raise his game. Let him through. No, I'm not taking him through. Now, match his pace, trying. But you could just see there's a bit more performance in the Ferrari at this point in the race. So Nicholas Nielsen, who came up from last place in Hypercar, 18th there, way up the order now, fighting over 6th place. But René Rast, chatty. He really wants the message to his engineer, who I must say is very cool, calm and collected, passing the messages back.
Yeah, it's impressive stuff. Obviously a well-built relationship between driver and engineer. Now, this is not where Porsche Penske Motorsport want to have one of their cars behind a customer 963, but because of the 5 seconds that was slapped onto a pit stop for Julian Andlauer, they have found themselves behind the white FAT-backed Porsche from Proton Competition, with the green door mirrors and rear wing, and that car for Neil Jarney is not going to be allowing Julian Andlauer through in a hurry. Be assured of that. They're fighting over 13th and 14th places.
Yeah, we have hardly talked about Porsche Penske Motorsport in this race. They came second and third here last year. Of course, one of their cars went on to take the championship, but just nowhere.
Yeah. Well, the 6 is slightly better, as in 8th for Laurens Vanthoor. They've not had any penalties head their way, he says hesitantly. I suppose we can only talk about up to this moment, but 8th place is still nothing to write home about, either to the US with the Penske alignment or to Germany. And some head scratching perhaps to be done between now and certainly the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Nick Nielsen's radio, which we actually didn't hear at all, or I didn't hear. Here it is again.
They're struggling with the tyres already, mate. They're struggling, so we'll get them.
Okay, so the theory from Ferrari and Nick Nielsen's engineer is that the BMW head is struggling with its tyres already, he says, so we will get them. And it might be just a sort of white flag from BMW to say, yeah, I've tried to keep your pace, but can't do it throughout the stint. And the thing is, they might have to lean on these tyres. Well, actually, no, they'll be in the second phase now, won't they? So at the end of this stint, I would imagine these tyres are thrown away. But even so, they've got to get to the end of this 50-minute segment.
Yeah, and the Ferrari is tucked under the rear wing of the BMW, trying to go up the inside, and the kink on the start-finish, not very straight, as we call it. BMW still in front, but the move has been made by Nielsen. But when they get to Tamburello, car length in front, turns in. But what we saw about 2 or 3 laps ago was when they were cresting Piratella, and it was a Lexus, wasn't it, in the middle of the track, and Nicholas Nielsen suddenly realised he couldn't go to the left of it, which is the natural line into Acqua Minerale, had to go to the right, and yet he still took the corner with ease, even if he arrived on the wrong line, on the right-hand side, diminishing your turning point to the corner. So the performance and the handling is there for the Ferrari, and now the move has been made. Just wait and see what Nicholas Nielsen does in terms of opening up a gap, because I think he's going to streak away.
BMW is still pushing hard into Tamburello that time, because the plank underneath the car was grounding out and causing quite a number of sparks to fly under René Rast's M Hybrid V8. But the German down to 7th as Nicholas Nielsen from the back of the field, 18th position, now runs 6th. And we've not even had an hour and a half of this race yet, so good, steady progress from the 50 Ferrari. Remember, it's a first and second positions for the other 499Ps. James Collado in the 51 Ferrari leads the motor race by 1.8 seconds over Phil Hansen's AF Corsa car. We haven't been speaking a great deal about the top 2 for a good while because they're just going about their business. However, Phil Hansen's definitely keeping his fellow Brit honest. Within 2 seconds now, it's been hovering around that sort of area for a while, but Collado just not dropping Phil Hansen.
Right, I know, it's a phenomenal run from Hansen. One thing I want to keep an eye out for, Nicholas Nielsen has had the hardest job of all, starting last in the hypercar class. He's gained 12 places from 18th to 6th. His fastest lap of the race so far is a 1:33.3. That's 7/10 of a second down on the fastest lap of the race, set by sister car, the 51 Ferrari of James Collado. Watch the next few laps. I want to see what now he's clear of René Rast BMW, how fast we can see Nicholas Nielsen do, because the Dane has already just put in his fastest third sector time on the lap. Now this is going to be the first lap that he's on where he can attack without that BMW, which has been his recent nemesis. He's got past it at last, and maybe René Rast can actually breathe in at last. He's been braking deeper and deeper, just trying to delay the charge of the Ferrari. Eventually had to give in, but I just think there's a lot more pace to come from number 50 Ferrari of Nicholas Nielsen. He's got, he's nearly 7 seconds down on the car in 5th, which is Mike Conway's Toyota. But I think that gap's going to come down.
Julian Andlauer has finally got ahead of Neil Jarni, so the Porsches have switched positions in hypercar. That is the 5 up to 13th and the 99 the other way to 14th. Just got a message on the screen about the 77 Ford Mustang having potentially not served its 5-second penalty at the pit stop. Remember, 77 was in that long list of LMGT3 cars that Bruce gave you a little while ago, as now the Ben WRT BMW has had to straight line Variante Alta. It was battling with the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin, and Yasser Shaheen ran out of brakes going into Variante Alta and caused a bit of a problem then for those two Porsches. So it was BMW trying to take the place from the Aston Martin, did get ahead, but then couldn't turn right in time, then was all over the road on the exit of Variante Alta, and the 5 and 99 Porsches almost couldn't get through.
Yeah, so poor Julian Andlauer hunting down Neil Jarni for lap after lap, finally gets past and nearly gets taken out by the Aston Martin as it rejoins because of what the BMW did. So Yasser Shaheen had ambition, just didn't quite work. Now, someone who's really making a great charge is Maxime Martin, picking his way up the order. He's got, 8 cars behind him in GT3 now, whereas there was only 1 at the outset of the race. So the Belgian race are doing just a stormingly good job. Darren Lung has been picked off, so the orange and black United Autosports McLaren down 1 position. But it's just great to see when a car hasn't been going well so far in the season, and suddenly you get a driver get it by the scruff of the neck and really make it work. So Maxime Martin moves up another position. He's up to 10th place in GT3. May seem no big shakes, but it started down right at the back of the pack in 18th place in class. So good job.
Remember, Claudius Schiavone has to go back into that car, though, because he's only done 49 minutes of what should be an hour and 45 when we get to the end of this race. And at about the same time, so that's the 60 Mercedes. The 61 Mercedes has only had 49 minutes of Christian Ried. So another just less than an hour still to be done by the Italian and German racers, respectively. They've also got to get in their silver drivers for an hour and 45 as well at some point. Spinning plates if you are an engineer or a tactician, to do with, well, the LMGT3 cars principally. Hypercar drivers don't have to worry about driver times, minimum or maximums, unless you're talking about the just bare minimum that you've got to do to get championship points. Car 31 to give back the position to car 27. So that is the BMW of Yasser Shaheen outbraking himself, trying to outbrake the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin at Variante Alta. And Yasser Shaheen has given that spot back again now to Ian James.
Yeah, he has. You couldn't fault the ambition. It was just clearly just carrying probably a few kilometres an hour too much, but it was very fortunate we didn't lose a couple of other cars. And it just reiterates the compression at Aqua Minerale, but where things go wrong is when they get up the crest. Oh, it just starts to flatten out. You get to Variante Alta, and ambition is one thing, but you know the car dynamics, unfortunately, sometimes are quite another. But then so little space around anybody near them on the track that we've seen the moments, particularly for Julian Andlauer, bouncing across the grass in an earlier incident. But it is a sharp intake of breath.
Collado now getting the better delivery of traffic, if you like, into his path, because he's opened a gap up to 3.8 seconds as the overall race leader over Phil Hansen. Still a Ferrari 1-2. The racing spirit of Le Mans, Aston Martin, through the gravel trap on the exit of Variante Villeneuve. And that was just a bit too much curb on the inside line and enables the Ford Mustang that was tucked in behind car 10 to get through. So that's a recovering Stefano Gattuso after his 3.5-minute pit stop to fix up the damage to one of the was it the front left wing that was buckled on that car?
Front right wing. Front right wing, and it lost 2 laps effectively, 3.5 minutes in the pits and fighting back. Gattuso's been going well apart from that little bit of front wing damage, I must say. Certainly for someone with a long driving career, he's had years where he sort of dropped away from the spotlight, but he seems to really be getting on with the Ford Mustang, so full marks to him.
Yeah, so gave him a place on the road, but as you say, laps down, so won't elevate him ahead of Derek de Boer on the timing screen. Gets at least 1 lap back on car number 10, and De Boer will be kicking himself a little now for that unforced error. Has been very impressive in his European Le Mans Series career and at times in the WEC as well, De Boer, when it comes to qualifying duties as the bronze. Topped a good few sessions in the past. A few more messages to tell you about. Oh, just one more. Car 54, the Ferrari from Vista AF Corsa, now has 10 seconds added to its next pit stop for that incident at turn 15. So that was the Gattuso clash, although I don't remember seeing any contact. But nevertheless, Thomas Floor judged to be at fault.
Beginning to debate whether this race will have more messages from the steward's office than any other 6-hour race I've ever commented on. But, you know, the nature of this circuit it certainly means you're close to a mistake pretty much every corner on the circuit. And it is harder. You don't have long straights to get line of sight to a hypercar coming up onto a GT3. Of course, the drivers have to rely on the messages from the marshals.
Monitoring for a position swap at the moment, so if you have more pace, please use it.
Okay, copy. Yeah, from what I can see, pace is quite similar at the moment.
So pace is quite similar. Which car was he comparing it to? The Toyota behind for Brendan Hartley?
Yes, entirely so. He's basically saying, no, he's got no advantage over me in terms of pace, so I'll stay in front. That's the longer version of the sort of oh dear, one of the Peugeots has rotated out of Tosa, facing the wrong way on the exit of the corner, and has to go from one side of the track to the other with a sort of kick turn, gets going again with a snaky response. But that was very fortunate for him. There weren't other cars around him when he tried to rejoin. He was under pressure. Cadillac got very close to the car that's leading GT3, the Team WRT BMW. Was he pushed or did he spin on his own?
No, there was a touch there. Let's just see whether we can grab that. Very slight, but I think that's all it takes when the cars are on the ragged edge. Paul Di Resta's radio.
Yes, we have reported.
And there's further confirmation. Scotsman certainly not in two minds regarding that incident.
Yes, that's Scottish for there was an incident, but yeah, the cameras would have caught it. He's got fair complaint there. Will Stevens just got a little bit close going into Tosa, but once the car in front has already started turning in, you've already got movement there, so it takes only a minor tap. But it's also, again, does that drop you down behind a slower car, lose you a bit more time? So frustration wouldn't have helped the tyres for Paul Di Resta. But you know what? This is a circuit that creates incident. It's all the more exciting because of it. But you're so easy to get your race curtailed.
We'll get an hourly update in a mo. Here's Yifei before that.
Driver of the number 83 Ferrari, who's running second at the moment. You guys have been doing really good because you're within 3 seconds of the leader. There's just have been a little bit better in fuel consumption.
Yeah, so far very clean race from Phil. Very good job from the start. We are in a good position. The rain could come the next hour, so we have to stay vigilant and looking forward to the rest of the race.
Looking forward to the rain as well, maybe?
Let's see.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
.2:30 in the afternoon at the Autodromo Enzo Edino Ferrari in Emilia-Romagna. It's the second race of the season for the FIA World Endurance Championship here at Imola, and it's proving to be one of those that you've got to just stay in the hunt with at the moment. We haven't had quite as much incident as some might have expected. A recent spin for Paul Di Resta, and there was an aided rotation for Ben Keating not too long ago, which caused a full course yellow to clear up the gravel that was left on the road. But James Collado and Phil Hanson continue to dictate the pace. So the two British drivers, but in Italian cars, the two 499P Ferraris, are out front on lap 55. 51 Ferrari from pole, leading the 83 satellite team AF Corsa car, the yellow and red 499P of Phil Hanson, and the gap remains at roughly 4 seconds. Most crucially for Ferrari is that they're building this huge gap on the rest of the field, because it's 12.5 seconds now to Kevin Magnussen, even larger than that when you count Collado to the third place car, 16 seconds to the BMW of the Dane, car 15 from M Team WRT, then two Toyotas who were near enough identical times yesterday. They were separated by 1,000th of a second in hyperpole. They are within a second still in the race, an hour and a half in. Toyota number 8 ahead of 7, so Brendan Hartley 4th and Mike Conway is in 5th. Then it's Nicholas Nielsen in the Ferrari from the back of the hypercar field, so he's got up to 6th and he is closing in steadily but surely on those 2 Toyotas. BMW with the sister car number 20 had a good fight with Nicholas Nielsen, but in the end René Rast had to concede that they didn't necessarily have the tyre life to live with the speed of the chasing Ferrari, so eventually those positions were reversed and that's left René Rast in 7th. Lawrence Vanthoor is in 8th in a difficult race for Porsche to date. That's the best place of the 963s for Porsche Penske Motorsport. The other cars incidentally are 12th and 13th. The 13th place one is the privately entered Proton competition car for Neil Jarni. 9th position, Loic Duval in his Peugeot number 94. And in 10th place, it's Frederick Makovici for Alpine, who had some good starting positions, but have faded in the first couple of stints. In LMGT3, Team WRT's BMW still at the helm, although has a good fight on with the Francois Heriot-driven Ferrari. Were it not for the 5-second penalty that Francois had to serve during his first pit stop, might still have a Ferrari leading, because it was a better restart out of that so far only full course yellow that gave Francois Heriot the lead at the time, but it's BMW 46 back ahead of 21 Ferrari. Petru Umberescu in a strong Lexus package, because Arnold Robin is 6 seconds adrift in 4th, so Lexus running 3rd and 4th positions, 87 ahead of 78. Then it is the Ryan Hardwick Manthey first form Porsche number 92 in 5th. Ian James was in 6th place, but news on that car in just a tick. 27th. 7th place and probably soon to be 6th is Yasser Shaheen's BMW, the Ben WRT 31. Then it's Bernardo Souza for Proton Competitions Ford Mustang number 77. Tom Van Rompuy's TF Sport Corvette is 9th, make that 8th shortly, 81. And then the Maxime Martin and Matteo Cairoli Mercedes. Remember that the bronze drivers were taken out of those cars, 61 and 60. Platinum's put in, and that is working for the time being, because they're now in the bottom order of the top 10. Big incident on track. We'll get to that in just a tick, but we'll have another hourly update in just under an hour's time.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
Live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, it was all going swimmingly, and I had mentioned that there'd not been quite the incident that some had been expecting, me being possibly top of that list. However, that has changed in the hourly update at 2:30, because at high speed, Ian James's Aston Martin leaves the road in a identical spot to where Alex Lynn had his moment yesterday morning in Free Practice 3. I was reading through times, haven't had a chance to see the incident again. Before we get to that, Bruce, let's hear from Alessio Rivera from Ferrari.
Alessio, at the moment it's running pretty good for you guys. You were at the lead, you're now running second. Your strategy is a little bit offset compared to the leaders. Can you tell us a little bit where you think you are at the moment?
Yeah, Francois is doing an amazing job with the driving. As you said, we are a bit on a different strategy compared especially to the Lexus. They are able to go longer in the stint of 3 laps, which is quite a lot, and will be 1 or maybe 2 stops less than us, so will be quite critical. We have to gain time on track. These safety cars are helping us with the fuel management, energy management, so yeah, we'll see. The car is good, but on the strategy we have to gain something.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
1 or maybe 2 stops fewer, Alessio, fewer. Can't get that wrong. So tell me, Bruce Jones, what happened with the Aston Martin? Because I was obviously concentrating on giving you the positions in the hourly update. Aston Martin is in the barrier and quite heavily, and out of the race by the look of the body language from Heart of Racing team.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. A few laps ago we had Yasser Shaheen making an attack into Variante Alta. Didn't quite work. He had to give the position back. But then coming down towards Rivazza, there was contact. The Aston Martin was given a thump up the back by the BMW, and then it just rotated down the grass and into the tyre wall at exactly the point that the Jota Cadillac was yesterday, where the wall sort of is on one side, but basically the BMW the track kinks to the right, And at that point, the BMW started making moves to try and get on the outside line, and the Aston Martin was pitched around. Ian James wouldn't have even seen that coming. I can't really quite get my head around why that move was pulled off there. It wasn't at the overtaking point, but it was at the very point at which you start braking, which was the point where the Cadillac went off yesterday. And Ian James, it was a thump up the back. One of the hypercars had just come past them, maybe putting the Aston Martin a little bit to the left-hand side of the track to make space for it. And then Yasser Shaheen went for the gap that opened up, and it wasn't surely enough. But for Ian James, round he went, and that was a big contact with the tyre wall on the outside and the barriers. The safety car was pulled out onto the track very, very quickly indeed. And Ian James, that would have been a real winding moment for him as the car came to a halt, but that was unfortunate.
Understatement there, because I think maybe Yasser's thinking was, well, a hypercar's gone through, it's kind of opened the door for me and I should be able to get alongside. But the problem was that the Aston Martin took the natural racing line, by which point Yasser Shaheen hadn't really given himself enough braking distance. So contact was made. Again, it was fairly minimal initially, but the Aston's going at such speed, it's just almost the rear wheels are just lifted slightly off the ground, and that's pitched it into a spin. And whereas Alex Lynn's incident yesterday morning, a lot of the speed was scrubbed off before he got to the big tyre bales at the bottom of the hill by the wall on the side, Ian James, although he glanced that, it didn't really scrub any speed off, so he's hit those tyres and the plastic barriers very hard indeed. And when you're going backwards, you just need a moment or two to gather your breath. And very little time actually to sort of brace yourself and get your body ready for that kind of impact. So thoughts with Ian James at the moment. The marshals will not be rushing that extraction, just so that the shock has subsided a little bit. And we are under a safety car. Did we actually go full call? Did we actually go virtual safety car? No, we didn't.
No, we snapped straight in. You know, it was absolutely clear that was a big incident. Meanwhile, by the way, the incident between... Oh, hold on.
Eduardo Freitas is going to talk to Bruce Giuani, our race director.
We just entered into the race control room to meet Eduardo Freitas, the WEC race director, and we're going to speak about the safety procedures. Can you please take us through about when you're going to call for full course yellow, red flags, and all the safety procedures?
Well, we have different ways of neutralizing a track. The ultimate one is the red flag. Everything stops, freeze, bring everyone in, do our work. Then we can go for a full course yellow, which is a light way of neutralization. It puts everyone at the same speed on track. Pit entry is closed, so we keep them on track equidistant, but they're not allowed to pit. If we see that the situation is going to take long and it's not immediately on the track, then we can go for a virtual safety car. Virtual safety car, they're also obliged to go down to 80 kilometers an hour. The pit entry is open. We do it for a little bit over 2 laps to allow teams which have multiple cars not to sacrifice cars, so they can do car A on lap 1, car B on lap 2. So nobody really gets a big jeopardy out of it. And then from a virtual safety car, we always go to a safety car. Safety car is a much more complex procedure. It entails closing the pit lane, pass-arounds, all that stuff, which is a complex operation that takes a few laps. But this only happens if we see that the intervention is going to be long. Otherwise, if it's picking up a piece of debris or whatever, we go for full course yellow, which is one of the favorite tools we have.
Easier on full course yellow. You mentioned something, pass around. Could you go into details about what it is?
Well, we have the line of cars behind the safety car. The pass around is more or less to allow the cars which are to be lapped to unlap themselves and go to the back of the line. It's a little bit of a bonus. Let's put them back into the contention of the race. So any car which is between the leader of its category and the safety car will be allowed to go to the back of the line. It's done by steps. First we group everyone, then we say prepare for the pass around. When we do that, there is no zigzagging. The cars which are eligible for the pass around move to the right. Once we have 2 lines of cars, we will say start the pass around, then those cars will pick up the pace and go to the end of the line, knowing in advance that we are still working on the track and there are still areas of the track where marshals are intervening. This spices up a little bit the race and allows them to get back into contention, well, to recover from minor mistakes, let's put it like that.
Thank you so much, and that's all about the strategy for racing teams as well.
It does mix a little bit, and it does make the engineers go back to the drawing board and recalculate how the race is going to be managed.
Thank you very much, Eduardo.
Needless to say, that was an interview done possibly yesterday, certainly not in this race, because Eduardo's got his hands full now looking over, orchestrating the pass around that he so expertly explained there. So yes, the pass around has been prepared, it's been started, it's now been concluded, and what it ensures is that where the overall leader is in hypercar, that doesn't interrupt the flow in LM GT3. So if you were in a position where you're driving in your category and your class leader is behind you, the safety car is in front of you, then you are allowed within that trapped traffic block to get the 9/10 of the lap that you would normally lose back again. So those GT cars that were slightly in a vulnerable position to be out of the race entirely have been maybe given a bit of luck, but that's the benefit of a safety car for the majority of the field, isn't it? A safety car is generally always good news, except if you're the race leader. Or in actual case, Phil Hansen's position when he had something like a 12-second lead over everybody else, but it gives all the other runners hope before the end of the race. Here's Kevin Estre at Porsche.
I am with Kevin Estre. Kevin, we haven't been seeing you so much, but you've been staying out of trouble, as you do, as usual, and steadily making your way up.
Yeah, for sure. We started P10. We didn't have a great start. There was quite some trouble, and Lawrence, I think, was conservative not to get any contact. We lost a few positions, and then we came back, overtook a few cars, got an advantage from the penalties from the others. So, yeah, try to stay out of trouble. We don't have the ultimate pace to fight with the Ferraris, that's for sure, but we are not too far from the others, Toyota, Alpine, Peugeot and stuff. So, yeah, trying to do a clean race and get some big points. At the moment, we are P8, still 4.5 hours to go, or 4 hours 20. So, yeah, good hopes, but the race is still very long.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kevin Estre putting a brave face on matters. It's a long season, and there's nothing to say that the form within Porsche cannot take an uptick. So important, as he says, to score as largely as possible. But compared to the Ferrari, Porsche just do not have the tools to fight with this weekend. The same can be said for a lot of the other manufacturers, though, that have rocked up here at Imola, hoping that the home team does not have the advantage. But for the time being, they do. However, as I say, this safety car is mainly bad news for the two Ferrari 499Ps out front, Bruce.
Yeah, it's taken away everything they built up. That's just the nature of the beast. So I thought that interview with Bruce Gianni with Eduardo Freitas was fantastic. You could almost sort of play it once every couple of hours in instant fill races to just explain what was happening. While all that was going on, or while the pre-record was being run out, notification that Earl Bamber's Cadillac clattering into the back of Paul di Resta's Peugeot under investigation. Well, there's no surprise there, because it was a clear-cut example, and the Scots Peugeot was spun around, and of course he lost ground in all of that. It was the opposite of gruntled. He was very disgruntled indeed, one feels. Right, cars back at full speed, and immediately we're going to see what happens at the front of the race again. Collado builds an advantage all over again. He'll be slightly frustrated, but what he will know is that car, his 499P, just looks fantastic. Hansen likewise in his yellow one, going great guns, but the driver who may gain and may try and make a move very quickly will be the driver up into 6th from 18th. That's Nicholas Nielsen, all over the tail of Mike Conway's Toyota, but doesn't want to take too much risk at this point, having done all the spade work thus far.
So we're racing again. Don't get confused about the Aston Martins if you've managed to pick up pictures from elsewhere with our commentary in the background, we hope, because the Astons, sadly, are not on the lead lap. Were this an IMSA race, the Astons would have been waved back to almost the lead lap. Would it have been the lead lap? Yeah, they're only one lap down. But that's not the way they do things in the FIA World Endurance Championship. It's only those cars that are caught between the safety car and the class leaders that are waved by. I know Johnny Molam's not particularly a fan of that, because if you are, for instance, Rene Rast now at the restart, the first job he's got to do is clear a lapped car in that number 20, so it makes the restart, in Johnny Molam's eyes, a touch untidy. Of course, prior to the safety car, you would have had to deal with these lap cars that are, in a sense, littering the order. But that's the beauty of a sports car race. After the first hour or so, it becomes a bit untidy, and you've got to be told by your engineer which cars are relevant to where you are in the race. And the Aston Martin's, the straight line speed has been pretty good across the weekend, so that's going to be a tough task initially for Rene Rast to get by Marco Sorensen, I think it is, in the 009. I'll check that in just a tick. LMGT3, led by Ahmed Al-Hati in the BMW by 0.8 of a second from this restart from Francois Heriot. Remember, you weren't allowed to pit during the safety car. We didn't get a virtual safety car before it, and Petru Umbrarescu has just come in to pit lane now in his Lexus, along with Bernardo Souza's Ford Mustang number 77.
Yeah, and a lap ago, Matteo Caroli came in, made a pit stop in the number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes. The sister car, though, just going supremely well in Maxime Martin's hands. Now up to 6th place in class. Bear in mind that started 18th and last. Now, movements happening. We'd heard from Kevin Estre last year they could do no wrong, but Porsche's trying to start making moves. Just had a move there from Julian Andlauer, picking off Loic Duval. But, you know, last year, 2 wins and the world title for Kevin Estre and et al. in their Porsche. This year, it's just not happening. But they've just got to keep chipping away, see where they can end up. The better place is the 6th car with Lawrence Van Toor at the wheel. And as he pointed out, that was a conservative start for them. Lost a few positions. And Johnny, as we've seen since the start of this race, just so hard to claim them back again.
The incident involving Ian James and Yasser Shaheen is going to be investigated. That is surely only going one way, and presumably a rather large penalty to the 31 BMW, but we'll wait and see. Also a drive-through for car 38 after an incident at turn 7. Oh, that was the Cadillac into the back of the Paul di Resta Peugeot.
Bamber into Di Resta admit frustration and continue on their way, but again, you know, the cameras catch the action. There is action pretty much throughout here. Hasn't been a lot of overtaking. There have been attempted moves, there have been other people having problems because someone else has been ambitious, but it's never other than enthralling here at Imola. And you know, it could not be more different from the Lusail International Circuit. Next time out could not be more different from Spa-Francorchamps, with Spa probably in the middle of that mix. Right, there's a flurry of GT3 runners coming, and it's their time for their sort of planned but slightly delayed second round of pit stops. Again, Eduardo Freitas laughed a little about how all the plans go out the window when there's a safety car.
Do you know what it is? We've reached an hour and 45 minutes into the race, and this is the time, if you kept your bronze in from the start, to get them out, even if you're not quite in need of fuel. Actually, many of them are. So that safety car has probably helped them out, actually. Would they have been able to make an hour and 45 had we stayed green on the energy that they had? It might have been questionable for 1 or 2. So the safety car was perhaps a big help within that. Got them across the line. Bronze drivers out. The 2 that can't take advantage from that are the 2 Mercedes. The incident that caused the first safety car of the race was a huge off for Ian James after a thump from behind and Yasser Shaheen's BMW, and we're going to wait for a decision regarding that incident, but it seems pretty obvious to most of us, and unfortunately for the guys involved with Aston Martin number 27, they are now just packing up and waiting for their car to be delivered to them in a rather sorry state. It cleared, it wiped off the rear screen of that car. It's done a lot of damage to the rear as well, as we can head back to Bruce Giuliani in the pit lane.
I am down in the pit lane with Francesco Bagnaia, world champion MotoGP. How do you like this? Is this the first time you're coming over in the WEC?
Absolutely, and it's a pleasure to be here because I'm a true fan of cars, and in Imola, so it's fantastic. I'm here to cheer for Vale, absolutely, and I'm hoping to see continue in the same direction that the race is going. And then I'm here in the box of Ferrari to see the hypercars that are always incredible. So it's a pleasure to be here.
Would you like to go on 4 wheels one day?
Maybe one day. Before I have to finish my job then on 2 wheels, and then let's see, maybe.
Excellent. And Le Mans, you were talking to me about Le Mans just before we started the interview.
I would like also to be there, because a part of the race I think is one of the best event ever in terms of motorsport. So maybe in the future, yes, and could be fantastic.
See you there.
Ciao.
Francesco, the 2022 and 2023 MotoGP World Champion. He also won Moto2 in 2018, Ducati rider, and that does seem to be the fashionable thing these days. A motorcycle racer getting to the end of their two-wheel career, and Valentino Rossi actually preparing himself to take charge of the 46 BMW in the next few laps. 2 wheels before 4 wheels. We have in the history of motor racing had riders doing the 2 at once in the past.
Yeah, I mean, the most famous, of course, was John Surtees, who famously, when he came across to 4 wheels from 2, the first race he took part in, he led. He didn't understand the procedure of the race, was outstanding, and of course took world titles on both. But I think Giacomo Agostini, he came across and played as well. Jeff Duke, even earlier than that. And then Mike Hailwood et al. But Valentino Rossi is really the standard bearer for them these days. So much passion. His two-wheeled fans have followed him across everywhere you go, particularly in Italy. The blue and yellow flags are waved. The 46 numbered T-shirts are in the paddock in huge number, particularly at any event at his home circuit of Misano. It's great, you know, to cross-pollinate, and it also leads a lot of car racing fans to take more attention of motorbike racing as well. And on cue, the number 46 Valet's car comes into the pit lane, driver change being affected, and it's Valet getting on board.
Yeah, and he will need to drive just like Ahmed Al-Hati for 1 hour and 45 minutes as a minimum. Now, with the GT cars able to do certainly 50 minutes, so that becomes an hour and 40. So they are going to... It's an awkward number, particularly awkward around here. They'll want some safety car again or a full course yellow just to inch them far enough to get to that extra 5 minutes out of the energy. And this is why, if you can, some energy save is so important. But if you're embroiled in a battle with another GT car or several other GT cars, how on earth do you energy save and yet still keep positions in the points? It's a dilemma that all of the LMGT3 teams are having to juggle with. Green light at the end of pit road for the rejoining 46 car, but Lexus, remember, are in a strong position in terms of their stint lengths. Alessia Rivera making the point that maybe Lexus can do an extra 3 laps every time they need to pit. Clemens Schmidt is rejoining. He has only just taken over, hasn't he? Yeah, and the 87 car making a second stop to put the Austrian behind the wheel. And 2 BMWs from the same team, remember, are now battling with each other. The 31 car, which is being driven by Timur Boguslavski, pitting ahead of the Valentino Rossi BMW on cold tyres. Boguslavski's kept his outside tyres, and the inner ones are new. So the left side on car 31 are brand new, but now much more up to temperature compared to Valentino Rossi's brand new set of medium Goodyear Eagles.
Yeah, and you could see that as soon as they went out on the track, because Rossi just looking for grip, whereas Boguslavski definitely had it. And again, a great corner to watch that. It's the second part of Tosa. You've turned in the first left-hander, you go up, climb to the second one, then the tail comes round when you're trying to go round the corner if your tyres are cold. But a good hold there, but, you know, really good visual, because it does take a while to get the heat in the tyres. We're dealing with, track temperature 25 degrees. It's hardly moved, actually, in this race. I sensed it would keep getting warmer. There's quite a lot of cloud cover. And just remember, hold on, Yefei was talking about the fact there may be rain coming in about an hour. That was about 15 minutes ago, so 45 minutes, be with us.
Yeah,
it's exciting enough in the dry, but this could really, really change things if it comes in. Still quite a lot of sun, light on the windscreen. It's a bright day, but you know you've got cloud cover, complete cloud cover. We'll keep an eye on those. If they start getting darker, well, I've certainly had a quick flick at a weather map. There's weather, i.e. rain, to the west and the east of the circuit, but at the moment it's in the middle of those 2 potential storms.
Arnold Robin didn't seem particularly happy as he got out of his Lexus. There was a heated conversation, you might say, between he and his engineer, just to get across perhaps how the car was behaving towards the end of his stint. or maybe just from the start and throughout it. But it was a warm one for sure.
And an override is available for traffic. You'll have quite some GT traffic in about a lap and a half.
That's information to Brendan Hartley on the radio. So some traffic in a lap and a half or so as they calculate when Brendan Hartley going to be catching up with the clumps of GT traffic. So Arnold Robert done his drive time. He's handed over to Finn Gersitz in Lexus number 78. Other driver changes.
Will be driver change, and watch the energy in the last two corners. You watch the energy as you come in the pit.
Other driver changes, including the number 50 Ferrari for the team radio you just heard there. So Nielsen's going to get out. He is currently 6th in hypercar. But this flurry of LM GT3 driver changes sees now Clemens Schmidt in the race-leading Lexus. They've managed to leapfrog the BMW. Now, I'm not sure how they did that, unless they only changed one side of tyres on that car. Alpine going straight on at Tamburello corner, right through the gravel trap, and does quickly find the road at the far side of the gravel trap. There is a thin slither of asphalt, but it outbraked it. No, it didn't really outbrake itself, but it was compromised, wasn't it, in the braking area?
It did. Paul Di Resta's Peugeot suddenly was fighting with Will Stevens' Cadillac and just jinked a bit to the right, which is precisely where, not trying to make an overtaking manoeuvre, but Ferdinand Hasberg just had a face full of tail end of that Peugeot and had to go through the gravel trap, so near miss, but that wasn't an attempted overtake that went wrong.
No,
right, car
agreed.
50 into the pits from Nicholas Nielsen. That was a stint he did. 18th up to 6th.
So, Clemens Schmidt now leading in Lexus number 87. I just want to check on the amount of time spent in the pits and whether that was notably shorter than the 46 BMW. So stop duration for 87, just under 2 minutes. 46 BMW... Oh, it was actually shorter. There's a bit of give and take on these pit stop times as far as the information we get, but it wasn't really that. So the 46 has lost a bit of time somewhere, and that has dropped it down to 3rd position. So Valentino Rossi, well, remember that lap that was the out lap for Rossi might have been a bit of a struggle because he was straight into a fight with Timo Boguslavski, so that could have caused a slight delay. But Akodis have pulled off a stellar pit stop to give them the race lead in number 87 Lexus. So Clemens Schmidt drives that. Boguslavski, as we've said, is in the 31 BMW now 2nd. Rossi in the 46 BMW 3rd. Then it's Simon Mann in the 21 Ferrari, as now there's damage to the rear of the 20 BMW, and was that as a result of a clash with the Porsche, mainly focused on the rear right, but a lot of that bodywork has now been thrown off the car and threatens to remove the rear wing entirely because the end plate has disintegrated and is no longer attached to the base of that clip, the rear deck. Was it just the run over the sausage curb which has done the damage? Because it bounced the car left and right. No, there was further damage then. There was a collision with the 7 Toyota on the exit of Variante Alta, and that has torn a big chunk of the right side of that rear wing away from the 20 BMW.
Right, new rear wing elements sitting in the pit lane, fresh set of medium tyres being put out by BMW, but unusual, but also for that element of the bodywork to come off as they enter the start-finish straight. That would be a scare for anybody else coming round the corner, that sort of left-right flick onto the start-finish straight. The car, this has been in the wars all the time, but it's had close action. But what are we going to have thrown to get that bodywork full course yellow about to happen there? It's sitting as the drivers burst onto the start-finish straight, right rear bottom corner, effectively, of that number 20 BMW, and it was the clattering over the curbing you talked at the start of the race, Johnny. Now the rear wing end plate has fallen off on that side of the car as well. Well, actually nothing to hold the bottom part of it, so it's broken off the wing. And for René Rast, who spent so much this race trying to restrict Nicholas Nielsen from getting past, there one little moment, again, it was in the gaggle of cars. He might have just gone a little bit late in frustration into Variante Alta, but the ride over the curbs.
Yeah, the Toyota pushed me in turn 40, man.
Okay, so there's a feeling that Mike Conway maybe gave a little bit of a shove, but we'll have to see further angles of that. But certainly, in fact, the Toyota's coming into the pits already, but for their cars were very close into Variante Alta, and he may quite possibly be right, but already the damage done in and out and over the curbs. And then side-by-side contact as well.
There was already a chunk of red bodywork from the BMW in the air as they were turning right and then left. So Toyota gets a thump and then another thump, but you might say that Mike Conway brought that on himself and actually lost a couple more positions. Well, not actual timing positions, because they were lapped cars getting back ahead of the Toyota. So still the BMW is 6th and the Toyota is in 7th place, car 7. But you mentioned the Toyota coming in. The Toyota.
Conway's come in and he's gone back out again.
Corrected,
so he's fallen down to 9th place. But in fact, you spotting with eagle eyes that bit of red something flying off the back of the BMW suggests that René Rast was correct. He'd been hit from behind and then, of course, went over the curbing and did all the damage accordingly. Right, whole load of hypercar drivers getting ready for their pit stops, including race-leading James Collado will be coming in and handing across to Antonio Giovinazzi, waiting for that to happen. But right now, cars out on track, full course yellow, and all drivers being told to bear to the left on the straight and more clear up. We had the gravel being cleared up after Ben Keating was shoveled off at Tamburello, and now quite a large part of bodywork sitting in the track and a whole load of tyre debris as well across the surface. But drivers will come around on that fairly soon. And Marshall, good training shoes there, lots of grip across the circuit, grab the bodywork as a Cadillac goes past. So the largest offending item is going to be returned to sender.
Training shoes that maybe match the paint scheme of the 46 BMW, which is backed by a famous manufacturer of such a product. So it wasn't from behind, it was the Conway Toyota which was already overlapping, but was it sufficiently up alongside the BMW to make that kind of manoeuvre, dive bombing into Variante Alta? And you could argue that Conway kind of wasn't going to make the corner, or if he does, there's no space for where the BMW is supposed to go. Then a second clunk on the exit, which tears what remains of the rear wing end plate not off entirely. That dispatched, as we know, on the main straight. But also the other thing to remind you of is you can't pit at the moment. You're locked out of the pits because of the full course yellow. So we've got all these drivers waiting to take over, but they're having to wait for the pit lane to reopen. Back to green we go. So that was quite a short full course yellow to deal with the debris on the main straight. And the other thing I didn't mention was that an excellently timed lap from Clemens Schmidt. That means that that's the fastest lap we've had so far. Go just prior to the full course yellow, the right side of the full course yellow, but he's just done a 1:43.4 as the LM GT3 race leader.
Right, one car I think may have gained a fair chunk of time in that was Jules Gounon. Their 36 Alpine had just pitted before the safety car, I feel. I'm just going to double check that because I certainly saw a message saying he'd left the pits. Yeah, double checking there would tumble it down the order. Yeah, Jules Gounon back on track. So, yeah, he's just taken over the 36, which was started by Fred Machiavicchi. We'll see when everybody else comes in where that's going to slot him in. The number 20 BMW in the pits at the moment, missing its rear right hand. Bodywork effectively, the bit immediately under the rear end plate disappeared. We saw it being recovered from the track. The end plate likewise fell off. There will be a driver change in that one, and new bodywork we slotted on the back.
That full course yellow has gone spectacularly well for James Collado. He's now got an 8.5 second lead. One or two cars didn't pick up the pace quite as readily as others. The incident between the BMW number 20 and the Conway Toyota that we've talked much about actually came as a result of the BMW going the left side of a GT car and the Toyota going the right side of the same GT car, and it was where they landed back on the track after that, wasn't it? I can fully recognise that both drivers sort of lost the whereabouts of their fellow hypercar runner until they both reached Variante Alta together and the trajectories met twice. So that is very difficult to call from a stewarding point of view. It might be a while before we get a decision on that, as the 5 Porsche now battling with a lapped Peugeot, unless that wasn't Andlauer getting ahead of Duval, because they were should have been separated by Fred Machiavicchi. More pit stops happening, including for the other Toyota now. So the 7 has been in. Nick de Vries took that over, and it's dropped all the way down to 15th position. Brendan Hartley's number 8 car making a stop. When did the 7 come in? Was that before or during the full course yellow?
I think it was just after. The one I reckon had gained a lot of positions would be the Alpine. It's still down listed in 14th place. That's car number 36 of Jules Gounon, but his pit stop was being completed by the time that the full course yellow came to an end, as far as I understand.
Yeah, no, you're right. Track green, 4 minutes past 3. Conway arrives about 25 seconds later, so we don't have to worry about Conway entering a closed pit lane. However, Brendan Hartley's Toyota now is under investigation for full course yellow procedures. They are looking at the Rast-Conway incident, of course. And the pace on the racetrack's pretty good because, well, we've now got silvers on board the LMGT3s who will naturally be faster than their bronze teammates. But Francesco Castellacci going quicker than the 54 car has managed to date. Likewise for Sebastian Boe in his 59 McLaren, Rui Andrade in the TF Sport Corvette, and Ben Tuck in the 77 Ford Mustang, all putting together personal bests for their cars. 7.5 seconds is the gap, but this has gone very nicely. Whereas the safety car will not have been wanted by the 51 Ferrari, the full course yellow, either into it or out of it, has gone spectacularly well because we're almost up to a 10-second lead now between Collado and Phil Hansen. Miguel Molina's team radio, sorry to interrupt.
We'll beat in 3 laps, so we make sure to stay ahead during those 3 laps.
So Molina now in the 50 car, and after the pit stop cycle, they are in 9th, but cars ahead of them are making their stops too.
Yeah, 4 other cars ahead of them have fallen. So remember, there was 6th before the pit stops, and may well come out into 4th. 5th place, possibly 4th now, just waiting for these other cars to come on out of the pits. But that 51 Ferrari in from the lead, out back into the lead. James Collado, as you said, suddenly with a best part of 8 seconds advantage over Phil Hansen in the second of the Ferraris. Red leading yellow.
Oldish tyres on the Peugeot about to be removed. Mediums on the left side, or the inside of this anti-clockwise circuit. Confirmation on some other screens that the 8 car is under investigation for potential speed limit breaches, I'm going to guess. Normally listed as full course yellow procedures. Well, it's generally how you get into or out of one of those full course yellows. Ferrari's going to pit very shortly, the 51 race leader. The 83's already in and is getting its energy recharged. And the other car that will be in probably at the end of this lap is the 38 Earl Bamber Cadillac. Alessio Rivera in the Ferrari crew making the point earlier on that they are a little surprised about how far a Lexus can go into a stint, and it might be that we'll find the Lexus completing the race with one pit stop fewer than the rest. I'm not sure whether the advantage is that big, but it might be. And again, at what point of the race can you do those 3 extra laps? If we're flirting with the checkered flag at that point, then that could be dreamland stuff for both the 87 and the 78. But it's the 87 Lexus now that is ahead, with thanks, I'm sure, to that excellent fuel economy.
You really feel for the race strategists. Somewhere like here, they know there's a much larger opportunity for things to go wrong, or possibility, and therefore your whole plan could go out of the window. And again, it's also about where incidents find themselves. One incident that's possibly about to happen could be between 2 BMWs, because in GT3 they're running nose to tail in second and third in class. Timo Bogoslawski, Valentino Rossi. Remember, Valentino came out a lap or 2 behind the Russian driver, took a while to get heat in his tyres. He's now the quicker of the pairing, but he's stuck behind, and he's got one of the hypercars coming past, so has to keep out of the way. And in the pits, though, is James Collado's car. His opening double stint is over. Teammate on board, that's Antonio Giovinazzi, the driver who set 2 poles from 2 qualifying sessions this year in the WEC. And we had the unusual sight of the two Porsches running together. They're running 6 ahead of 5, Matt Campbell ahead of Mathieu Jaminet. But they've had a mixed race, but they're eking their way further up the order. Both in the top 10, 8th and 9th. Bear in mind these two cars and these two crews came 2nd and 3rd here last year. So 12 months can last a long time.
I'm with Mike Conway. Mike, can you take us through what happened?
Yeah, going into turn 14, I kind of had to split right with one of the GTs. I could see a car went to the left side, and then I could see it was a BMW as we approached into 14 braking. And yeah, they try to make 2 into 1, which doesn't work there. I braked as late as possible, and they weren't going to give up. And then they ended up just, I don't know, over the curb and took me out completely on the exit. So, I mean, they drive like idiots all the time anyway, so that's just the way they are.
You managed to minimize the damage by stopping early as you did.
I mean, we had to do an emergency fuel, so we lost a bit of time there, obviously. So, yeah. If we'd have done maybe one lap longer on energy, it would have been a bit nicer, but yeah, unfortunately, the car's a bit damaged, but I don't know. Hard to say how much we're losing.
Okay, good luck for the rest anyway.
I think it's worth talking through that incident, Johnny, because we had some snap replays. When we saw the longer replay, you could understand that, in fact, Conway does appear to be incorrect. You saw a bit of red bodywork, but that wasn't from the Toyota hitting the back at all. They clarified, but it was once we saw the longer shot from earlier in the sequence, they had to go either side of a GT3 car and were offline. But what we definitely saw was the BMW bouncing across the curbs, and they're vicious there. That took the bodywork off the back of the car. Then there was a side-by-side contact, and well, certainly we had a very clear point of view being expressed there by Mike Conway, and he's the voice of experience.
It was interesting when he said they drive like idiots most of the time. Now, does he suggest that it's a BMW thing? Is that Conway's argument? They as in the BMW M Hybrid V8s? Because, I mean, they is René Rast. Is that right? Or
it was René Rast,
had we had the driver change at that point?
No,
right.
it was René. He'd had all that battle before with Nicholas Nielsen for lap after lap.
Yeah. But, I mean, you can't get two cars through Variante Alta side by side throughout it. So there has to be, at some point, concession of the corner from one side. And Mike Conway had the inside line. It was just a question of whether he was fully alongside the BMW, but it was awkward because they were coming at different angles to that corner. As Mike described, he was on the right side of a GT car, René Rast was on the left side of the same GT car, and then it was how they approached Variante Alta together that's tough. And clearly René Rast did not want to give up any track position at all. That's being looked at, and thankfully it's not my decision, it's not Bruce Jones' decision. The other interesting thing within that interview was that he said we had to come in for emergency fuel. So was the...
Yeah, that's why it was one of the first cars in, and I'm beginning to wonder if Gounon was in for emergency fuel as well, because remember, he'd pitted before... a lap or so before we saw the number 7 Toyota come in as well, and I thought, was he in the pits before that period of full course yellow? Couldn't remember, but the numbers sort of suggested he had been. But at the moment, Gounon's car has it's no longer with Gounon on board. Charles Milesi is on board at the moment, but sorry, that's the sister car. The 36 is the one we're looking for, and Gounon's up to 5th place. So I think Gounon's was fair and square, and he just got in beforehand. But Mike Conway pointing out the number 7 Toyota was the one that was hampered, and that's running behind now in the hands of Nick de Vries.
Yeah. I've got conflicting information now regarding how many times the Toyota has made a pit stop, because on the car 7 it says 3 on one column and 2 on another. So I'm confused as to whether that Toyota number 7 actually did come in for 5 seconds of fuel during the full course yellow. I haven't got that listed on another screen though. Were that the case, if you have to pit because you can't go any further in a full course yellow, you have to complete the pit stop as soon as we go green. And the only thing that suggests that might be what the Toyota did is because how quickly 7 was it then in after the green flag came out. That will all come out in the wash, no doubt. But it has compromised the 7 Toyota. Back to the matter in hand, though, because 9th and 10th in LMGT3 is rather fraught. It's being squabbled between a Porsche and a McLaren, and the 92 car, the blue and black, is being driven by Ricardo Pera, and he has for company Sebastian Boe, but Pera's now ahead of Sebastian Boe in the number 59 United Autosports McLaren.
Well, extra impetus for Ricardo Pera to go well. Of course, an Italian racer in Italy. Got the move done for now. Where else are the moves coming? Fantastic scrap between the two BMWs. But now Valentino Rossi, been faster than Timo Boguslavski. He's finally made that move, moved up to second place in class. In fact, set the class's best lap as yet in this race. So Vale are loving his performance at home, but he does need to step up the pace to try and catch Clemens Schmitz, who immediately responds by setting another incredibly quick sector time in his Codis ASP team, Lexus. And they really have found fantastic forms at Imola. The Lexuses, or Lexi, as some scholars of Latin may try and impose on us, but we'll call them Lexuses for the sake of it. But that's looking really good. The Austrian, he's almost a veteran now. He's been playing this game for a long time, but it's good to see him having a chance in the World Endurance Championship. And he's a driver who's done a lot of sort of part seasons in things. You know, he was sort of drafted in midway through last year, but certainly putting on a very, very good performance right here. So again, that by being at the front end, they sort of largely had the better of the traffic coming through, and that's all you can ask in this multi-class racing. When we say multi-class, it's two classes, the hypercars and the GT3s. So many great battles, but right now at the front, it's Ferrari from Ferrari. But the gap over 10 seconds now as Antonio Giovinazzi moves away from Ye Yifei in GT3. Well, again, it's a Codis. That's Clemens Schmidt. We're talking about him. He's got a tiny little advantage over the best of the rest in the class, and it's those two BMWs. Maybe they're going to stop holding each other up. In fact, quite quickly, having moved into second in GT3, Valentino Rossi's put the best part of 3 seconds on Timo Boguslavski, and Timo's going to have to look behind him, maybe alongside him, because Simon Mann is attacking the Vista AF Course Ferrari number 21, so that's a position that may yet change. More, it looks like a tire carcass or something lying in the track. Well, it was, and the cameras picked it up, and then it was driven over immediately. But someone just shed a tyre. Just looking to see if someone's running slowly, and I don't know which car went clattering over the top, but that would have unsettled any car. Looked like a tyre carcass. It might have been the lining of a wheel arch, Johnny, but again, need some comment from one of the drivers, or maybe just a replay. Yeah, again, looking up and down the order, can't quite pick out from the 35 cars still going. We've lost the heart of racing team Aston Martin. Ian James taken out, I'm afraid, and punted off into the tyre wall at Rivazza. So 36 started, 35 still going, with Gianmarco Leverato bringing up the rear. That's the 88 Ford Mustang from Proton Competition. Been running well, but that had lost best part of 2 laps for bodywork repair. That's why that's last.
Okay, I have some confirmation on precisely when and why the Toyota number 7 did make a stop, with thanks to Stephen Kilby of dailysportscar.com. He had to pit, he messed up getting into the pits just as it closed, or Toyota's decision-making or preemptive notion. So that meant that the Toyota came into pit road as it was closed, or because of course it's not when the full course yellow comes out, it's when that message first appears on the screen to say prepare for a full course yellow. Otherwise everybody will be diving in at the very last minute. The prepare is the point where the pit lane closes, and after that prepare message, the 7 Toyota came in and could only take 5 seconds of emergency fuel, and if you do that, you've got to pit again then as soon as you go green. So that's really cost the number 7 Toyota, and therefore the 3 pit stops displayed next to now Nick de Vries's name is the correct number. The other Toyota, car number 8, have not had a happy time either. That car's also pitted 3 times. Ryo Hirakawa drops to 12th position. Cars 7 Conway and 20 Ras, team managers and drivers to the stewards immediately. Well, that will be to put across precisely their positions, as now Aston Martin Racing Spirit of Le Mans number 10 under huge pressure from the 59 McLaren, but also involved with this the 33 Corvette, which is in the hands of who took over from Ben Keating?
Johnny Edgar.
Yes, right into the heat of battle. And well, the fight, particularly in LMGT3, has been ramped up a level with thanks to that safety car prior to so many of the bronzes getting out, having done their minimum drive time. And if the Silvers didn't feel like they were in a race sitting in the garage watching all of the first hour and 45 minutes unfold, they sure do now.
Well, suddenly the racing looks more colourful. Well, I tell you why, because the sun has come out, the cloud has burnt away, so maybe the rain that we heard Yefe suggest was on the way is steering past the circuit. It's certainly on a radar where the radar was heading to the east and the west of the circuit. We've got away with it for now, but we've still got plenty of time in this race. 3 hours and 40 minutes of the 6 hours of Imola. Looks fantastic. The circuit, spring in Emilia-Romagna, fantastic time of year, and it's the racing has just been astonishing. It's a tight track, and it really, really does keep drivers on their toes. And any lap that any of these drivers, Johnny, suddenly gets when there's no traffic around them, they must just be saying, hallelujah, space to play. But we've certainly seen some moments, particularly with hypercars going past GT3 runners, and one or two or both of the cars that go past ending up both off the racing line and trying to corner accordingly. That's where quite a few of these problems seem to have stemmed from. We'll keep an eye out to see what happens with Mike Conway and Rennie Rask when they go up with their team managers to see the stewards, because certainly someone is going to come out of that, one feels, with some form of punishment, but not as much as we thought initially.
I am with Paul Louchatin, driver of the number 35 Alpine. A strong start of the race. Overall, Alpine performing pretty well in terms of performance, but unfortunately you had a drive-through penalty from the full course yellow. Can you tell us the beginning of the race for you so far?
Yeah, Ferdinand did a really great start. The beginning of the race was very good, but then during the full course yellow he got confused with the change of display on the marshalling panel, and because of that he wrecked half a second too quickly, and we got a drive-through. And then unfortunately it was a bit the snowball effect with the strategy, so we lost a bit of time. Now I think we are around P15, but race is still long. We will push as maximum as possible. Charles just jump in the car and I will finish the race. It's difficult to overtake here, which is a bit tough for us, but we never know. We'll push till the end.
Exactly, you never know. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Alpine very strong yesterday in qualifying. They got both cars into hyperpole, but have, for whatever reason, struggled during the race. However, the 36 car is up to 5th place now. Jules Gounon, I think the safety car was well timed for them too, and they did not need fuel during the full course yellow, so benefiting perhaps from Toyota's woes. Toyota, both cars were ahead of the 36, and now one has really plummeted down to 12th, as in the 8 GR010. The 7 car is about 5 seconds behind Jules Gounon. So as one team / manufacturer has a down point in the race, others are naturally going to benefit.
Yeah, and don't forget the 93 was delayed by that spin where it's tipped into a spin at Tosa, where Paul Di Resta was at the wheel, but right now they've got to fight back. They had actually shown fairly decent pace, but just have to remember in the early stage of the race it was super, super close in hypercar, with the exception of those 2 Ferraris pulling away at the front of the field. Everyone else held up by, or not held up, but running behind Kevin Magnussen's 3rd place BMW. The 2 Peugeots, by the way, almost nose to tail on the track, picking off one of the United Autosports GT3 McLarens. No problem at all for either of them. Next target up the track is that delayed Toyota, the number 8, Ryo Hirakawa. 3 cars covered by about, 1.5 seconds, but they are battling for 12th place. It's not what they get out of bed for in the morning.
Yeah, and fascinating to just judge who's got the quicker car at the moment. You wouldn't have thought Peugeot would have the advantage over Toyota, but Ryo Hirakawa can't really stretch his legs ahead of the chasing Malte Jakobsen in 94 and Jean-Eric Verne in 93 Peugeots. So maybe Peugeot finding their feet as we edge towards the half-distance marker. We're half an hour or so away from that. Here at Imola, you're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Race 2 of the year. Just Spa to come before we then concentrate firmly on the 24 hours of Le Mans. And down into the braking area for Tamburello a lap ago. There was a touch between the first of the 2 Peugeots and the back of the all-black Mercedes, which is car 61.
That's Maxime Martin, and certainly it was a bucking bronco ride for the Peugeot over the curbs, bouncing back down to to the deck. That was Malte Jakobsen. Got up to see the small print written on the back of that black Mercedes. But again, this circuit just has drivers on the edge of adhesion at all times, and incidents could be around the next corner. Sounds a bit of a cliche, but they've proved it's one that gets repeated here time and time again.
No, you're absolutely right. It was Maxime Martin, but now that's changed again. And it's an interesting strategy from Iron Lynx, because they've gone with one car back to the bronze. So that was Christian Reed, I think, tangling with the Peugeot. But in the 60 yellow Mercedes, Matteo Cressoni's taken over. So in the first 3 stints, they've cycled through all 3 drivers, which means it's going to be a bit untidy for the remainder of the race, because you've still got the best part of an hour for Claudio Schiavone to do. And then, well, if they do a double for Cressoni, that gets his drive time out of the way in 2 bursts. But this is Iron Lynx having to think out of the box, because they just don't have the pace this weekend, and trying to stay on the lead lap as much as they can.
I think what they decided to do was put in their quickest drivers in that second stint to try and just gain track position. They certainly did that, gained about 10 positions in the case of the 61. Their black Mercedes AMG. So it's sort of an interesting tactic, but really one forced on them by the fact they qualified, not just last and second last out of the 18 cars in GT3, but adrift by the best part of 2 seconds.
Mode 2, let's try to get that Ferrari in traffic. Mode 2.
There we are. That's to Raffaele Marciello, and he was...
There's a few GTs coming your way. Few GTs, let's try.
Third, not just third position, but the yellow Ferrari is just one car between him and that yellow Ferrari, second and third, and it's Vista AF Corsa. Hello, same team as the Ferrari, but the GT3 car out the way, no problem at all. So the Swiss racer Marciello, so much success in GT3 cars, but loving his time in hypercars. Now the hunt is on. Bear in mind that in full racing order, effectively, the 51 Ferrari and the 83 Ferrari, the red, and then the yellow have been first and second really since the outset. But now Yefei has got a challenger, because in the early stage of the race, that number 15 BMW was running in Kevin Magnussen's hands in third place overall. It's third place overall right now, and Raffaele Marciello's starting to make the moves. He picks off the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari and sets off after the AF Corsa 83 Ferrari. Yefei, the Chinese driver, is in defensive mode now.
Yeah, and the natural switch and change depending on which drivers are at the wheel of which cars at any time. But Giovinazzi, we always knew, was going to be strong, considering his single lap speed in not only Hyperpole yesterday, but the standard qualifying session as well, at the end of which he also finished on pole position. So Giovinazzi, the star of the show, much really as the 46 car was yesterday, whether in the hands of Amin El-Hati or Valentino Rossi. And the 46 car of Rossi is actually now 16 seconds away from Clemens Schmidt. But the good news for the Italian is that he's got ahead of Timo Boguslavski, his BMW teammate. They might be run from the same WRT awning, those two M4s, but they are independently run. Make no mistake about it. One with the backing from South Australia and the great facility which is the Bend. Yasser Shaheen, the co-owner of that race track, and the 31 car has him as the bronze, Timo Boguslavski as the silver, and the 31 car still has Augusto Farfus to come. But that is why the 46 and the 31 were embroiled in such an intense battle. There's going to be no team orders between those two, as we might see, for example, between Ferraris in hypercar or Toyotas in the same category. They are out for each other, and therefore a firm arm wrestle throughout the race to try and get, ideally, both cars onto the podium. But it'll be fascinating if one is third and one is fourth towards the end of the race as to who gets that position. Ferrari continue to lead. We've got another half an hour in the bank. It's 3:30 at Imola, and time for an update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
Antonio Giovinazzi is now in the number 51 Ferrari, and after that car's second stop, it was a double stint for starting driver James Collado. Giovinazzi, I thought, might be held back for the penultimate and final stints, but he's in now, Alessandro Pierguidi, therefore, will be waiting until about 2 hours to go to take over. The hypercars are showing good distance across a stint, but still not a full hour around this circuit, which is stop-start in nature. Possibly not as, well, certainly not as fuel-heavy as somewhere like Le Mans, but interesting comparisons being made on energy consumption between here and the previous round at Qatar at the end of February. Yifei Ye is running in second position in the number 83 Ferrari 499P, and whereas they were very close to one another at certain times in the opening couple of hours, there's now a big gap of 13 seconds between the Scarlet and the yellow 499Ps. Raffaele Marciello in the 15 BMW is the best of the rest. He's only 0.7 of a second away from Ye Yifei, the Chinese. Then a gap of 3 seconds to the fourth placed Ferrari, so 3 499Ps in the top four. Miguel Molina's cars come from the back of the field, car 50. Then it's Jules Gounod in the 36 Alpine for the A424, ahead of Nick de Vries's Toyota. And remember, the Toyotas were looking strong not too long ago, but because Mike Conway had to come into a closed pit lane, he needed to complete that pit stop after we went green following a full course yellow, and that has severely delayed the 7 and actually the 8 car, not for the same reasons necessarily, but Ryo Hirakawa's car now is down at the base of the top 10. And in between those Toyotas, the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 Matt Campbell, the sister car driven by Mathieu Jaminet is 8th, and then it is Robin Freins in the number 20 BMW in 9th. Toyota 10th, as mentioned, ahead of a Peugeot and Porsche combination. Malte Jakobsen in his 9X8 is 11th. Nico Pino, now driving the privately entered Proton competition Porsche, is 12th. LMGT3, the story there was all about the 46 BMW for the opening couple of stints, but some excellent pit lane work has now put the Acodis Lexus, together with its great fuel consumption, a lower energy burn it seems than a lot of the other GT cars. So it's a Lexus that leads LMGT3 in the form of number 87. Valentino Rossi back up to second though, and having to eat into a 17-second margin. Timo Boguslavski has been keeping the Italian honest for the first part of his stint, but it's BMW in second and third, therefore, 46 ahead of 31. Simon Mann in his Ferrari, number 21, is in fourth. Finn Gersitz in the second of the Lexus from Acodis is fifth, number 78. Then it is Ben Tuck's Ford Mustang, number 77, for Proton competition. Rui Andrade's TF Sport Corvette is seventh, car 81. 8th and 9th, 95 United Autosports McLaren, 92 Manthey First Form Porsche for Sean Gelael and Ricardo Pera. And completing the top 10 in GT, Eduardo Barrichello in his Aston Martin from Racing Spirit of Le Mans, car number 10. It's just after 3:30 at Imola.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
So big gaps, first to second in hypercar, an even larger one between the Lexus and the BMWs in LMGT3. And to say that it wasn't that long ago that we had a safety car, you wouldn't quite have expected those intervals. But it's been great driving from Collado, the back end of his duties today. And I wouldn't imagine James getting back on board that 51 car now. And he's handed over to the superstar of the weekend so far, who is Antonio Giovinazzi, Bruce.
Yeah, you just have to remember, of course, some of their time dialed out completely by losing, the advantage of the safety car. But really, in both pairs of hands, that car has just been going super, super well. But fantastic scraps all the way down the order. The TV director doesn't really know where to look next, because you've got, the hypercars running around in pairs. There's a really, really good scrap as the Peugeots are trying to find their form as well. The Alpines in the mix, but credit to the number 36 Alpine crew running up in 5th place overall. They qualified pretty well. They qualified just a few places behind in 6th actually, but they're just running very nicely. They tied their pit stop well, and fortune favours the brave, or it may be fortunate you just happen to get your pit stop in and then a safety car comes out. The others could come in for a bit, but certainly Alpine out there hunting. The sister car with Charles Milesi is a bit further back. It's down in 15th out of the 18 hypercars. That's tucked in behind Alex Lynn. For Cadillac, it's always a case of promise really thus far not being rewarded with result. We're not yet halfway through this race, so I shouldn't really count my chickens yet. But really, it is all about Ferrari. Up front, Antonio Giovinazzi, 13 and a bit seconds ahead of the regular car, not the Ferrari AF Course car, but the yellow, just AF Corsa Ferrari, with Yifei building on the work of Phil Hansen, who did that opening stint. But Raffaele Marciella is not that far behind in third place overall. BMW looking good here. It's 2.8 seconds down. As soon as the track opens out, the Ferrari does have a bit more pace than the BMW M Hybrid V8, but the Swiss driver getting stuck in. But the closer battles in class, well, in fact, the second of the Works Ferraris now with Miguel Molina is getting closer and closer to Marciello. That's one to watch out. It started 18th. It's up to 4th place. It's ahead of Jules Gounon's Alpine by about 4 to 5 seconds. So suddenly we could have 1, 2, 3 Ferraris in the first 3 positions, which could be Works entry, that's 51. 83, the non-Works entry from AF Corsa in second place. And could be heading for a second consecutive 3 Ferraris, all 3 Ferraris on the podium. That's what happened at Lusail in the opening round. Fuoco, Molina and Nilsson winning that one. But, well, it could well happen, which would be pretty depressing for everybody else in the World Endurance Championship hypercar class. But the rest of them, they're jockeying for position, hunting to see what they can find. But at will, it does seem, the number 51 has got the pace. But I think you have to give the accolades to car number 50. Nicholas Nilsson, eternally patient. Well, that was Charles Milesi. His message cracking up a little bit. He's the second of the Alpines, down in 15th place overall. He's right on the rear wing of Alex Lynn's Cadillac. Jean-Eric Verne just another second up the track ahead of them. And again, all these gaps open and close according to where and how often they come across GT3 traffic, when it's seen them, whether it's had to compromise their driving lines. So drivers right on their toes. But right now, Alex Lynn has got Charles Milesi, 2 car lengths behind, slightly less as they kink past the pits and accelerate down towards Tamburello. Couple of what's up ahead? There's a Corvette, one of the GT3 Corvettes, that stays out of the way, but then has to duck between them, because of course when you get to Tamburello, it's a very narrow line in that left-right chicane. The yellow Corvette inserts itself, and that buys a little bit of space for Alex Lynn and puts Milesi a little further back. And just ahead of them, Nico Pino is running in 12th place, the Proton Competition Privateer Porsche, with Jean-Eric Verne pushing and shoving behind him, looking for a gap in his Peugeot. So racing everywhere around the track, but with every lap there seems to be more of a margin of a lead opening out. Nearly half a second gained by Giovinazzi over Ye last time around. So Giovinazzi extending the lead in his Ferrari. Looking for any further warnings of potential punishments. Had various people go out the stairs to the steward's office, waiting to find out what will occur between number 7 Toyota crew, Conway, with a side-by-side contact with René Rast's number 20 BMW that bounced over the chicane at Variante Alta and then clattered into the British Toyota driver's car. He was furious about it afterwards, Conway. Haven't heard from Rast since the incident, but they both will be doing their talking up in the steward's office. Right, when we come to GT3, suddenly we've had Clement Schmidt in from the lead, moved into the lead with the previous round of pit stops, different race tactics, different race strategy. So that promotes, how's this for fun? GT3, class led by Valentino Rossi. Just waiting for the next round of pit stops in class, but Valentino's opened out a margin over the fellow BMW crew, out to 15 seconds over Timo Bogoslawski. Really has been advantage to the Italian motorcycle ace ahead of the Russian GT3 racer. Simon Mann making a Ferrari up into 3rd place, and he's right on the tail of Bogoslawski. And as I say that, look at my screen, look up and down, timing screen, it's changed. The Ferrari's gone through. Bogoslawski's lost the position, so BMW lose one, Ferrari gain one, and certainly that number 21 Ferrari's been looking very handy. Simon Mann building on the work of Francois Heriot, and neat, tidy manoeuvre. But you know what, Bogoslawski didn't make it too difficult, realised the Ferrari had been catching him over previous laps and let him through. It was side by side, it wasn't going to be polite, but eventually, when they were side by side, it was getting to a point at which someone was going to have to give up, and eventually Timo Bogoslawski realised that it might have to be him. And that was, and they went into Piratella. So a better exit from Tosa for Simon Mann, giving chase, the Italian-based American, and he made the move and made it stick. A few cars in the pit lane. Just remember the out of the lead in the GT3 class. We already had the Acodis ASP, Lexus, and everybody else. I think we can say et al. In GT3 now diving into the pit lane. So the number 21 Ferrari. Such good work by Simon Mann. Will he emerge from the pit stop? It's going to be a double stint for him. Having just moved up to second place in class, will he go back out and once everyone else has made their pit stops, stay in that position? Have to wait and see. So fuel going in, tyre change about to follow. One car eliminated from the race so far. That was Ian James getting towards the end of his double stint when there was contact. Yasser Shaheen sort of clipped the rear of the Aston Martin in the Ben Team WRT BMW, and round it went. Haven't seen any punishments or anything as yet recently, but certainly that was under investigation. But the stewards have been very, very busy so far, and it's taking a while. They have to tackle all the reports they get coming into their office in consecutive order, in chronological order that they were issued. And even at the start of the race, we had 7 GT3 crews and one car, which is the number 5 Porsche, being given 5-second extra added to their pit stop, their first pit stop for start infringements. Half the GT3 field in the pits at the moment, but expect that Acodis ASP Lexus to go back in the lead of the class as soon as this happened. 36 cars started in the field, still the top 18 positions, of course, covered by those all the hypercar runners, and then 8 laps down on the race leader is the best of the GT3s. And at the moment, that's Valentino Rossi, who's had a really, really good stint in GT3. Hunted down Timo Bogoslawski, got past him and then pulled clear, so he's loving his home performance. Expect him to stay on, I would suggest, for a double stint. Right, talking about the 8-lap margin between the top car in hypercar and the top car in GT3, and one example of that, there's a top speed point around the track, and the fastest hypercar is the number 50 Ferrari, and it's the best part of 45 kilometres an hour faster than the best of the GT3 runners at that point. So that's a visual. You can understand why it was only lap 7 before the hypercars that started at the front of the grid started to lap the GT3s, and they've been doing so ever since then. So it's really, really busy wherever you look around the circuit at Imola. But it's a great circuit with the climbs and the falls and the run from Piratella down to the compression at Acqua Minerale. Still one of the great stretches of road. And then the track kicks up as the drivers are turning right, and the cars go light over the crest. They've just turned left. They just about flatten out. There's a short, slightly climbing line up to the Variante Alta. That's the top chicane. It used to be Variante Bassa, but that's rather been reshaped and reformed many times since the 1990s. The track here in Imola opened a very long time ago, 1952 off the top of my head. 1952 it was, but of course, for so many years ran Italy's second Grand Prix. For a long time the San Marino Grand Prix, latterly the Emilia Romagna Grand Prix, but it gave a chance for people to see, great cars at this track. Right, the number 46 Valentino Rossi driven BMW into the pits. It was running effectively in second place in GT3. He'll stay on board. That was a really good stint from the motorcycle champion, and now very, very accomplished car racer. Many years ago, Valentino, when he was very much still a motorbike rider, racer and champion, came to the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And they asked him if, he'd ride his bike. Yes, he'd do that. Would he drive a few cars? And he was only supposed to drive 1, possibly 2, but he got so enthusiastic, and with his innate charm and smile, he convinced...
is slightly quicker on 4 new tires, so if we can get the Alpine done quickly, this helps a lot.
Messages coming thick and fast. That was a message from Toyota Gazoo Racing to Nick de Vries. Yeah, get the job done. Just going back to Valentino Rossi, everybody he asked, oh, come on, please, can I borrow your car? And he just came to the top of the hill smiling and everything, from sort of Lancia LC2s, etc. He just loved it, like fishing into a toy box. But right now he's really getting stuck in to this race. So what can Toyota do? Bear in mind it was a Toyota victory last year for the number 7 crew of Conway de Vries, who we just heard talking, and Kamui Kobayashi. And right now, their number 7 Toyota is in 6th place, behind the number 36 Alpine in 5th with Jules Gounon. But Nick de Vries not too many seconds down as he gives chase, but certainly Toyota think they've got the pace. Half a second down on the French racer in that 36 Alpine, holding down 5th. So where is the traffic going to appear in front of them? The Toyotas have looked as though they handled really well in this race, but the ultimate pace they had last year just not with them. Bear in mind it was Toyota, Porsche in the top 3 positions 12 months ago at Imola. And right now, this is a race we thought it would have incident. Well, we knew it was going to have incident, the very nature of the track, but the extra incident we thought was going to come with the arrival of a rain shower at some point in the race. That appears to have moved past, never quite got here, but you can be sure all the teams will be taking a long, hard look at what they have on their weather maps, because it could be a big sort out should it come, particularly if some of the front runners have already made a fairly early pit stop in sequence and the others have the opportunity to come in after it started raining, but you can never choose when it's going to come. No messages recently of anything to be concerned about for any of the crews under investigation, so it might mean that some of the drivers are having to do quite a lot of talking, because as soon as the decision is made, you'll get a message saying either punishment or no further action required. Nick de Vries pushing so hard, but Jules Gounon, with all his years in GT3 racing, is very canny, and he's keeping his Alpine to one side of the circuit, picking off GT3 cars as they come across them. One of the Ford Mustangs keeping out of the way, a Vista AF Corsa Ferrari also out of the way, and with the performance deficit from hypercar to GT3, the cars that were in front of them 2 corners later are far behind. One race, I was going to say 1 race, 2 battles. No, 1 race, 2 classes, many battles. Always that moment with drivers and race engineers trying to egg each other on, trying to give them a bit of a hint, or maybe just encourage them to either back off a little bit and save their tyres and their fuel and their energy, or to attack. But a lot of that is really down to what cars are sitting in front of them on the track. And right now, there's a Ferrari immediately in front. That's the one in 4th place. Then there's a little bit of a gap of maybe a second. In fact, Jules Gounon seems to be catching Molina's Ferrari, and Nick de Vries catching the pair of them in his Toyota. More GT3 cars being picked off, and you know what? Matt Campbell's joined in as well. So we've got Ferrari, Alpine, Toyota and Porsche, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, covered by about 1.5 seconds. This could be very interesting. Where's the traffic going to be? Where are they going to find it? In fact, as soon as the Campbell Porsche got a bit closer, it then lost out to the GT3 runners and lost about another half a second, falls off, but he has got the pace, the Australian, to catch up, one feels at this point in the race, but sometimes it's aided by traffic. Better still, a long shot suddenly shows that Raffaele Marcello is too far ahead in 3rd place either. So BMW, Ferrari, Alpine, Toyota and Porsche, 5 makes in 5 positions. But still at this point in the race, it's 2 Ferraris, 51 from 83 that are 1st and 2nd. Antonio Giovinazzi 13.5 seconds ahead of Ye Yifei. And then there's that gap of just 2 seconds or thereabouts, just under, to Raffaele Marcello. So there I am saying how many cars there are. You can put the Ferrari, the second of those Ferraris, the Chinese driver's car of Ye Yifei, onto the front of that battle. It goes Ferrari, BMW, second Ferrari, Alpine, Toyota, Porsche. Just looking to see if there are any changes. The wind direction, no, not changing at all. Wind speed picking up a little bit. Humidity, 48%. Track temperature 28, it's been 28 degrees for quite a long time. Air temperature absolutely rock solid at 21.5 degrees. So just start as the action from 2nd effectively through to 7th position. Very tight indeed. Oh dear, right. Here we go. Another something popping up for investigation. The number 87, a Codis ASP team. Lexus, 2nd in class. Petru Umberescu at the wheel at the moment, under investigation for pit lane procedures. Can't define what they are for you, because there are plenty of things where you may get them right or wrong But, okay, fleetingly double waved yellow at the end of the lap. That's been withdrawn, but certain concern for the 87 crew, and that's been driven so well, that Lexus. It's found great pace, but even more importantly around here, fantastic fuel performance. And that was the car that was started by Petru Umberescu, then Clement Schmidt, then back to Umberescu. And they got Jose Maria Lopez, multiple outright winner in the WEC. Lexus, of course, part of the Toyota Empire, and he's driving GT3, and they're saving him for the end of this race. And that will, if the car still has the pace that we've definitely seen from it already, that could be a factor. But a factor in that factor could well be the fact that it's under investigation. We don't know what the penalties might be, don't know if anything's going to be proved. But for Clement Schmidt, who'll be standing in the pit lane, this could be a frustrating time and concerning time for him. Gap between first and second really has begun to stabilise. It's been 13.5 seconds for lap after lap. It's now 13.7. And then a gap of 1.9 seconds back to third place, 2.2 seconds. It goes in and out according to traffic. But Raffaele Marcello in his BMW, that's car number 15, is best of the rest behind the two Ferraris that are running first and second. Has anyone got an answer to the number 51 crew? Not at the moment. We're nearly halfway through the race. In fact, I tell you what, in 9 minutes' time, we will be halfway through the 6 hours. Where are the moves going to come? It's not going to be an overtake for first place, because that's the best part of 13.5 seconds clear. Giovinazzi ahead of Ye Yifei. Peugeot seems to be an activity and magnet in the race, but they've had incidents as well. Matti Jakobsen has been fighting with Nico Pino, and that has resulted in a change of position, because Nico Pino has taken the Proton competition Porsche, the Privateer 963, up into 11th place. Chopped and changed. Now he's pulled clear. He's setting off to try and head for the horizon. Hammering hard through the gears. The Imola circuit, absolutely fantastic for its rises and falls, but you just cannot relax around the lap, and any overtaking manoeuvre has to be considered, intensively to see where it can come. And really one of the very greatest corners, not so much for passing, just for the sheer way the cars have to change their line, their angle of descent into the compression, and up the other side is Acqua Minerale up to the climb out of there, and then the acceleration along to before the hard braking, the flick right, the left of that Variante Alta. Still fantastic. And also at that point, the track is lined with the concrete walls and the trees around it, and when it's bright sunshine, you get pitched into darkness there, just to add an element of complication for drivers as they try and sight. And particularly in two-class racing, the difference in pace between both classes is huge. So if you've misread somebody who's running in front of you in a GT3 car and misread their pace, you could suddenly find yourself on the very small outer areas of the track. Johnny is now back into the commentary box. Not much has happened while you're away. It's been very close indeed, and what you need to keep an eye on is that just behind the second place Ferrari of Ye Yifei, there's a gap of, well, it was 2 seconds, now under a second. Marciello is getting closer in third place, but his BMW is followed only 3 seconds further back. Is Miguel Molina in the number 50 Ferrari, the one that started 18th. Jules Gounon, Nick de Vries, Matt Campbell, really close together. 4, 5, 6 cars covered by about 6 or 7 seconds. So second backwards is great, but nobody seems to have an answer for the 51 Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi, our pole starter. One other element you need to know, before I nip off for a little, I'm off to the pub actually, no I'm joking, is Clement Schmidt's car is under investigation for pit lane procedures. Don't know what they are, but car 87 running second in GT3, the Codis Lexus, under investigation. Petru Umberescu, who started the race, is back on board. Clement Schmitz, who was... he was in for his period and set the fastest class lap for a while in that. That is something we have to keep an eye out for.
There's a very nice treat waiting for you in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre green room, because our executive producer has been very busy preparing some steak ciabattas. So enjoy that for lunch.
No, that's like, unfortunately, just as I look up, just as I'm about to head off to some steak, Nico Pino's been in the heart of the battle with Charles Milesi and Alex Lynn, and off the circuit he went. So Milesi, who was a few car lengths behind, said thank you and gained position. Didn't see the start of that, but so many moments, Johnny, have been caused by hypercars getting out of position when they've gone past a GT3 car, and this isn't a track that goes straight for very long, so suddenly a corner's upon you. Gravel traps have done their job so far, and in fact largely cars have gone through them.
Yeah,
it's slowed them. It's all been going well, but blink and something can happen.
Yeah,
better go in. I don't want a medium steak.
It's a momentum circuit, so as soon as you lose that, then that you'll be spending the next few corners just trying to gather it back, and it's the quest of the drivers immediately behind you to find a way through if they can. And opportunities to overtake are so few and far between. They don't want to let that opportunity slip through their fingers. 50 Ferrari is in from 4th position to the pit lane, and this will be its 3rd pit stop of the race so far. So still waiting for the 51 and the 83 cars to follow suit. Gap between the two is 15 or so seconds, and then less than a second back to the chasing Raffaele Marciello. So it has gone from being a Ferrari 1-2 a number of hours ago to now definitely a Ferrari leading, and a scrap for 2nd and 3rd between the yellow Ferrari, the 499P of Ye Yifei currently, and Raffaele Marciello. Not too long ago we had yellow flags out on the race track. That was at turn 19, the second of the Rivazzas. Nothing to do with the off-track moment for Nico Pino. He did skate through the gravel, though, on the exit of Varianti Villeneuve, and thankfully for him recovered the situation quite quickly, although has lost certainly time and at least one place as a result of that. More cars heading for the pit lane, so they include Gianmarco Liverato in his number 88 Ford Mustang. The 009 Aston Martin Valkyrie of Alex Riberas is in, and Miguel Molina now rejoining. So he pitted from 4th. He'll obviously tumble down the order now as far down as 15th, but the other cars around him will all need to make their stops, and then we'll get a relative position for a recovering Ferrari from yesterday's tricky qualifying session, where Antonio Fuoco said, I'll hold my hands up, it was my mistake, I've apologised to the team, but from a race officiating point of view, we really could have done with knowing that that lap wasn't legal earlier in the session. It was only a 12-minute session anyway, but because they'd got into the pit lane and said, well, that's it, we're in hyperpole, all sorted, and they didn't then get a chance to put in another lap. From a driving perspective, I suppose you say, well, you have to have a banker at some stage, and they were down in the 1-minute 40s. That was the only legal lap they could rely upon, and it put the number 50 car to the back of the order. However, we always knew that car was going to be quick today, and it is now in a relative 4th position, a net 4th position, as we are now a couple of minutes away from the half-distance marker. So 3 hours, 2 minutes to go. It is 1 minute to 4 in the afternoon at this beautiful circuit. Even better when the sun is out. We've had a little bit of rain in the week prior to race weekend, but it stayed dry for yesterday's 2 crucial segments of sessions. Qualifying these days is actually 4 sessions in 1, remember, but we didn't have to worry about any of the wet stuff. However, there is a doubt about whether we might get a passing shower in the closing stages of this year's 6 hours of Imola, when all the pros will be on board the GT cars. And I suppose the bronzes would say we'd prefer it that way around, as was those cars that, or those drivers that can react cat-like to a sideways moment and mop it up. It might be, mopping it up might be the optimum phrase if the heavens do open. I don't think it's going to be a complete deluge, but even a little bit of cloud cover and a small amount of rain could make particularly tyre choice very tricky indeed. The 46 BMW is back to the front in LMGT3, heading through Piritella now with Valentino Rossi at the wheel. Good lap that time around for Lynn Hodanius, who is driving the 61 Mercedes, so they've done another driver change in that car. We had a single stint from Christian Ried, a single stint from Maxime Martin, then Christian Ried got back on board, and I'm assuming, therefore, that the German has done his 1 hour and 45 minutes now in car 61. So that will enable Lin Herdenius, the talented Dutchman, to get on board. He is the silver part of the driver lineup in car 61. And I'm just going to check on Christian Ried's total time. Now, sometimes there's some fluctuation. So Christian Ried is close to the 1 hour and 45 he needs to do. I actually have it as a total of 1 hour and 43 minutes. But with the give and take that should be allowed, I'm going to assume that's absolutely fine for Iron Link's Mercedes number 61. It can sometimes be as much as 2 minutes difference in terms of the data that we get shown. It was a 49-minute stint to kick things off for Christian Ried. He was then back in the car for 54 minutes, which, yes, is a total of 1 hour and 43. He needs to have done 1 hour and 45, but as I say, Iron Links have too much experience to have cut things short by a couple of minutes. So let's assume that's fine. And Lin Herdenius is now into that car. He's got to do a 1 hour and 45 minutes across the next couple of stints as well. Remember, though, that the time spent in the pit lane, if you retain your driver, so same driver into pit lane, same driver out of pit lane, but the bit in the middle, the pit stop, does not count to the driver time. So if you have a 3-minute pit stop, that's 3 minutes that isn't counting to the minimum drive time, and all the teams will know that as well. Number 20 BMW from Hypercar back on the move, and René Rast was in that car. I need to remember that the timing screen to my left has ceased to update for a little while. I'll see if I can spark that back into life in a tick. But in the 20, that's the end of a Robin Freins stint, and should still be the Dutchman on board. Yes, it is, to confirm. So Robin Freins staying with the 20 BMW for another hour or so, more like about 50 minutes, it would appear. And the number 5 Porsche making a stop as well. Situation for Porsche not really getting much better. In this phase of the pit stops, it looks good because the 5 Porsche has just pitted from 3rd position, but then it will descend to generally its the places that it's been occupying for the most part this afternoon, and that is lower order of the top 10 if they're lucky. Quite a lot of heat being dispensed from the brakes of the front of the number 5 car. They're going to change tyres certainly on the left-hand side of that car as well. Remember, Michelin offering a choice of compounds this weekend, either the medium or the soft. And the soft were utilised on one side of each of the Toyotas at the start of the race, so they had this soft and medium mixture. And generally speaking, teams are not changing all 4 tyres at each pit stop. They might freshen up one side. Bear in mind, this is a slightly unusual track layout, as in it's anti-clockwise. The majority of the circuits we go to being clockwise, although another one that springs to mind is of course, Interlagos, where we go this way around. Soft tyres on the left-hand portion of the number 12 Cadillac, but they are the tyres that are just about to be removed. So it's a soft for a medium on the front left. I think they've done the same switch on the rear left as well. So no longer the softer compound, but the yellow sidewall for Alex Lynn. That might mean that he's got mediums all around now. And that car will head with only one... No, both headlights are functioning, just that one wasn't actually pointing directly at me as he exited the pit lane. But the nose of that car, pretty clean actually, considering we've been racing for just over 3 hours now. So half distance reached and passed. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Bruce Jones currently on a break, but we'll be back shortly with me, Johnny Palmer, in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Giovanni looking after interviews and reaction in the pit lane. And we bring you every single minute of racing and qualifying, and where we can, free practice 3 of each of the weekends through the course of the FIA World Endurance Championship at Le Mans. We cover every time the Le Mans cars are out on the racetrack for all of the various practice and qualifying sessions on the Wednesday and Thursday of race week, and then of course the warm-up and race itself throughout Saturday and Sunday. We'll also have racing live as well for the Road to Le Mans events, and brand new cars to look forward to in the Road to Le Mans this year. We're into the new phase of regulations for the LMP3 cars. So it's a choice of 4 different manufacturers as the technical regulations were reset at the start of 2025. Ligier back with a brand new car, as are Duquesne, and Ginetta return, as do Ades in the LMP3 ranking. So going to be a fascinating couple of Road to Le Mans races, which, by the way, will be back to the full 60 minutes this year as well, because these new LMP3 cars have new engines as well that are slightly less thirsty than the outgoing Nissan power plants. Peugeot number 94 pitting after how many laps? 108 completed for Malte Jakobsen and teammates. So Jakobsen in from 3rd position. Matt Campbell still owes us a stop in the number 6 Porsche. It is Ferrari that lead at Imola, though, at nearly 4:10, and will be the Ferrari number 51 due into the pits next time around, I'd say. So peeling off now is Ye Yifei in his 2nd placed 83 Ferrari, now 16, 17 seconds away from a dominant 51 Ferrari, and there's no reason why the 50 car cannot continue to offer the same sort of speed, apart from the fact that they've not got Giovinazzi in their ranks. And Giovinazzi, out of 6 absolutely stellar Ferrari drivers in the 50 and the 51, Giovinazzi is miles ahead of those guys, so the other 5 might be scratching their head a little bit this weekend, down to the sheer pace of the homeboy. But there are other fellow Italians, of course, as part of that driving lineup within Ferrari. 83 doesn't have any Italian drivers. It's a Polish pilot, as in Robert Kubitza, who is still to get in the car and might be doing now, actually, as Ye Yifei got out. Phil Hansen of the UK, Ye of China. And away goes the bright yellow Ferrari 499P. So a huge margin over Matt Campbell, because all the cars behind had already made their stops. 83 now in and back out again. We'll get confirmation that we have flipped around, or they have turned their attentions to Robert Kubitza as the new driver. Still waiting for that to be fully confirmed on my screen, and it is now. So Robert Kubitza dropping to 6th, and that is because 1 or 2 other cars around still need to make their stops. But Giovinazzi's in, the fuel is being charged, he's happy to stay on board for another stint, a deserved glug of water. Does that suggest that the water bottle is not actually working as it should be in the car, or maybe they just freshened that up and gave him a new pint or so? And now tyres to be changed. Now, how many tyres are going to be changed on this 51 Ferrari? Outside tyres first, rear left removed, and they're going to do the rear right as well. They've done the front left too, so the only tyre I reckon that did not get changed there was the front right. So 3 brand new tyres for Antonio Giovinazzi, an absolute treat therefore for the next stint. And Alessandro Pierguidi will be saying, please leave a few stickered tyres or close to new as possible for my couple of stints that will close this thing out. Massive lead at the moment for Antonio Giovinazzi, but that will correct itself just as soon as that car gets back into the race. So Matt Campbell still waiting to come into pit lane to complete this latest run of pit stops. 3 LMGT3 cars absolutely together. 31 BMW, the Bend WRT entry. 3rd position for the Ferrari, which is the 21 car. And the new leader of the race overall is the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 of Matt Campbell. But Matt, I just want to confirm this, that he is still to come in for a pit stop. Yeah, 39 laps now completed for the Australian. So, if not at the end of this lap, the next one, the new race leader in hypercar will be coming in for some energy, and that will leave the 51 Ferrari comfortably out front by about 5 seconds over Robin Freins' BMW. Freins as well. Does he still need to come in for fuel? Yes. But Nick de Vries in the Toyota, Jules Gounon in his Alpine, and others seem to have got a bit of a jump on Robert Kubitza. So I'm not aware that Kubitza needed to serve any extra time in the pit stop, as in a penalty of any sort, but I'm just going to work my way through the various radio messages from race control of late. Can't see the 83 car standing out anywhere throughout those. So has it actually lost more time than we would have expected? Robert Kubitza's car rejoining in 8th, and behind the second of the BMWs, which has made a stop. Raffaele Marciello pitted 7 laps ago. Kubitza is only a lap and a bit into this latest stint, but seems to have lost some ground. They did do a driver change, and maybe the amount of tyres they changed on that car has cost them initially, but they'll be paid back by the performance for that car out on the racetrack. Giovinazzi, you know, as well did a longer stop. Here's the team radio.
Till the end of the race, and the front left was a bit on the edge in terms of wear. So let's take care of the front left. We need to go till the end of the race now.
So they freshened up the rear tyres as I described. The front left is now the tyre that will stay there till the end of the race. Front left doesn't really take a pounding around here. It's the front right and the rear tyres, particularly that rear right, which will get the extra wear. So they're asking Giovinazzi to double stint the front right and nurse that through the next stint, with then the reward for Alessandro Pierguidi is that they will freshen up that front right tyre. But I think they were suggesting that certainly the front left will now complete the rest of the race. Pierguidi hoping that the rears might get a bit of life introduced to them as well in the closing stints. But this is how delicately the tyre allocation is poised. 18 tyres in total, so 4 sets plus the 2 jokers. And Antonio Giovinazzi having to just manage the pace a little bit. Car capable of a mid 1 minute 32, but he's in the 1 minute 35s right now, not being distracted by Matt Campbell, because Matt will be pitting in the next few laps, and that will leave a good fight out front actually between Giovinazzi and Robin Freins. So WRT may well have not done any tyres.
4 new medium. So it seems like they're quite vulnerable into turn 7. Don't show our card too early, but they're big energy management, turn 7.
So this is a chance for the 20 BMW crew to be running pretty much neck and neck with the Ferrari, which has just done a pit stop. This could be an in-lap for the 20 BMW, and it sounds like 4 new medium tyres for that BMW, as we can catch up with Kevin Estre at Porsche.
Kevin, I keep coming back to you and bothering you. Kevin S, driver of number 6 car, who is now leading the race. Okay, there might be an offset, but you're up there. It's amazing.
It's great. I think it shows that we execute a great race. No penalty, no drama, good strategy. Of course, a safety car after a few hours, which brought the pack together. The Ferrari is quicker than us, that's for sure. But at the moment, we are still, putting them under pressure and give them a hard time. We'll see. Matt is in front with all the tires, of course. So now it's gonna be a matter of elbows out and try to stay in front for 2 hours 45, which is gonna be hard. But we are gonna do our best and hopefully get some big points, and a podium would be great after a tough time in Qatar.
Keep your elbows out. Good luck.
We'll try.
Well, that might well be necessary for the race-leading number 6 car. My strategy suggested that the 6 car would need to come in, but by the sound of that interview, they think they're good for the next stint or so, and therefore the 45 minutes. So clearly, some of the timing has missed the most recent pit stop for Matt Campbell, where they didn't do tyres. So looked to save time in that respect, keep the driver on board, just fuel the car. Remember, you can't do fuel and tyres at the same time. So in the immediate time frame, changing tyres, whether it be 2, 3 or 4, is costly in the pit stop. But as I say, you're then rewarded with the pace of the car over the next stint. However, to save time there and then in a pit stop, don't change tyres, double them, keep the same driver, and you could potentially get some track position. And this looks to be a big gain for Porsche. But Ferrari, I'm not going to be too concerned about this, because they did do tyres. They took longer in the pit stop, but should therefore have a more manoeuvrable car, as now the 83 Ferrari of Robert Kubitza is able to clear Miguel Molina. And Molina, I'm sure on the team radio, was told, don't make a big issue about this. Yes, we're separate entities within the Ferrari world, but we're looking to try and get the best result possible for the 3 499Ps. So Kubitza's on a tear, he's got fresher tyres, and he is allowed through into 7th position. Toyota in 4th place with Nick de Vries. Robin Freins, again, I think they are fine for the next segment of the race. I was suggesting that Robin might be in at any moment, but once again, I've got a very long stint, whereas that should actually be split into 2. And I can see on the graph actually where now the 20 car came into pit road. So that was likely to be around about a 34 or 35 lap stint for the now race leader Matt Campbell, and a similar situation for Robin Freins, I should say. So all changed whilst Bruce was away there, in that through a nice bit of strategy, Kevin Estre admits the safety car was a massive help for Porsche as well, but they have not done tyres in the latest pit stop, whereas the 51 Ferrari did. And amazingly, Porsche, who not that long ago were nowhere, now have this 4.5 second lead, at least on the road. But how good is their performance going to be throughout this 34, 35 lap stint with very much second-hand tyres beneath Matt Campbell?
Sometimes there's a strategy lurking within, but it's all about just reading what goes ahead of you out on the track, and certainly grabbing any moments like that. And full marks to Porsche, but this one's got to play out, obviously. And we've passed the halfway point in the race some 18 minutes ago, but whereas it looked like a runaway.
36 is a prio, top prio, so let me know if you need a different Bravo.
All good.
Copy.
Fulsome reply from Raffaele Marcello, all good.
Indeed.
Lots of pressure, Jules Gounod all over him, and you think in the number of circuits they've been racing together and against each other around the world, mainly in GT3 competition over the past sort of half dozen years or so, but, very much at the top of their game.
Well, Marcello got the position on Gounod, so they switch around, and the more white BMW of Lello clearing the Alpine, which is the better of the 2 French cars, has been for a lot of this afternoon. Jules Gounod 6th, Charmy Lacey, his teammate, number 35, down in 12th place. Quite a lot of curb taken there by Gounod into Rivazza 1. The other thing I should have mentioned, actually, with thanks to Simon Strang at Aston Martin, Ian James did go to the on-site medical centre for checks after his crash in the Aston Martin, but Strangy now says Ian has been released from the medical centre after checks, returned to the team unit, thanks to all involved, all the marshalling crew and of course the medics as well. because with such a big accident going backwards into the tyre wall at Rivazza, sometimes the after effects can be felt for many hours, but hopefully all the concussion tests have come back negative, and he can look ahead now to another race in just 3 weeks' time, and there'll be quite a lot of repair work to be done on that Aston Martin. Let's hope they don't need a completely different car.
Yeah, it was one of those incidents where it wasn't quite the repeat of Alex Lynn losing the Cadillac down there yesterday, because he got it sideways a bit earlier and then ran down the barrier, whereas Ian just literally went straight across the grass, and then the barriers awaited. But good to hear that he's sort of been given the all clear, but there will be the aches and pains that will follow, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Warning track limit flags now being shown in the direction of number 61, Lynn Herdanius. What have you spotted?
Well, what I've spotted just before I went away, the 87 Lexus was under investigation. 25-second stop and go for pit lane procedures. Of course, there's supposed to be procedures in the pit lane, but the correct one. So for that Acodis ASP Lexus that's been going so well in class, that is a real hit where it hurts. In fact, it's in there now, serving the stop and go. Stop and 25 seconds and then go.
Yeah.
So that will knock them right back. But we've seen great pace, particularly with Clement Schmidt in the car. But what was looking like a cruise to good points is now going to be really quite a scrabble, dropping it outside the top 10 in class, therefore out of the points for now.
Yeah, so pit lane procedures. Okay, I'll have to dig around for the bulletin precisely to the reasons for that. But very costly for a long-time leader in LMGT3 when Clement Schmidt was at the wheel. I wasn't expecting the need to get Petru Umbrarescu back into that car, so he obviously didn't do the hour and 45 minutes that they were hoping.
Yeah, it was a fairly short run for Schmidt. They got him in, got him out, and then Umbrarescu going back in.
Yeah, let's just see then how much more time they needed to top up. That might have been ill timing of the safety car from a Lexus point of view. Driver stints. Clement Schmidt's done 50-odd minutes. Umbrarescu, I thought, had done the time, so that's peculiar that he's gone back in again.
Well, it must be quite close. We've had no lapping at all from the third driver, Jose Maria Lopez, and bear in mind we're getting to the final couple of hours in the next 40 minutes or so. But
yes, okay, strange, but he remains at the wheel. 52, 49. They might have only needed another 5 minutes, and he's had to do about 40 minutes just to make it work in the strategy. And of course, to serve a stop and go, you can't do a driver change. So they will desperately want Petru Umbrarescu out of that car, and the fact that they've now been slapped with a penalty means he's in for at least one more lap. It might be that the 87 Lexus pits the next time around, perhaps to get Schmidt back into that car.
Yeah, that would be my thinking as well on that, which is a double hurt. You plunge down the order, then plunge yet more, but maybe that's the key to getting the Austrian racer Schmidt in, and then with Jose Maria Lopez to polish off the end of the race. Well, we've still got, as I say, 2.5 hours remaining. That is the sensible way of going about things.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to make the best of a pretty bad situation, but it's amazing how quickly a race can twist out of your control when it looked very, very comfortable. The same can be said perhaps for Ferrari, because they now do not lead this race, and with Porsche ahead, Porsche did not seem to have a strong package at the start of this race, and even 2 hours into it, none of the three cars were anywhere close to the top five. Well, we now have the sixth car, the Salzburg livery car with the white pinstripes out front, but the gap is certainly closing to Antonio Giovinazzi.
Yeah, on the previous lap it came down by the best part of 2 seconds. This lap only a tenth of a second gained by the chasing Giovinazzi, but traffic always has its role to play. But the Ferraris have just looked not on rails, but they've just handled so beautifully through this race. Plus pace. Sometimes you get a car that's fast, but it looks a little bit difficult in corners. But the 499P, the setup that they've got for Imola is clearly just spot on. However, catching, that's the first part of the job, Johnny. We know this at Imola. Right, into Tosa they go. Double left, going uphill all the time, continue to climb to Piratella, eking its way closer, I would suggest. 9/10 of a second, nearly and entirely a second down, Giovinazzi behind Matt Campbell, but around the first third of this lap, certainly the Ferrari getting a little bit closer. No traffic immediately around them. How unusual is that? Down to Acqua Minerale they go, through the first part of the compression, the first kink to the right, the second kink, and then you're going up the slope. And again, in fact, you'd think that the Ferrari driver, Giovinazzi, would be going, come on, give me some traffic, and then I've got half a chance to pounce, but it's not there at the moment.
I think it's just a question of waiting for Matt Campbell's tyre life to drop away, and I'd imagine these medium tyres all around on the Porsche, if indeed at the start of the first Matt Campbell stint they had already decided to double stint. Can't imagine that a set of softs, a full set of softs, could be double stinted. Maybe if you've got half and half, that is more doable. But Matt Campbell flashing the lights now because he's got two rapid GT cars ahead, including the 21 of Simon Mann. That is Simon, isn't it? Although he's got a McLaren with him, so it could be Thomas Floor. Let's just see. No, sorry, Francesco Castellacci. I think that is Simon Mann, and he's caught a McLaren that is not on the same lap as him.
Yeah, I was trying to overtake it into Tamburello, but already those hypercars have gone past. But it was actually a real case of advantage there, swinging the way of Matt Campbell just because the traffic fell for him. Through Tosa they go. The Ferrari now doesn't use as much track on the exit, climbing up the hill, up towards Piratella. Fantastic climb. Again, another one that looks relatively steep on TV, but it's far more when you're doing your early morning track walk, I can assure you of that. And then the plunge down to Acqua Minerale, still one of the great corners in the world.
We protect the tire a bit more than what you're doing now, and we save the maximum energy behind them.
Well, this is something that's been going as a message to all the drivers in hypercar in particular. Just basically, you've got two choices: go flat out, or we can save a bit of the energy juice. And that's what they're doing. Up to Variante Alta, and one of the Toyotas is being busy in traffic. It's Raffaele Marcello giving chase in his BMW, the fourth place Toyota, Nick De Vries, GT3 cars wherever they look as they drop down towards Rivazza. De Vries deposed them very nicely indeed. Marcello even better, so he's closing in fourth and fifth, homing right in, and there was a real chop there. Just looking to see if we've suddenly had a message. Suddenly, no, the GT3 cars in front of them really delayed them. The Toyota in front of the BMW, but it was almost an opportunity as they came across them for Marcello to get through, but his pace was checked.
Yeah, so again, some different ideas of how to approach Variante Alta from a variety of cars. 3 into 1 always doesn't go into most corners, actually, but particularly the chicane at the top of the hill. 1.1 seconds now, the gap, and the 51 and the 50 have found one another, so that's the 51 Ferrari in second, putting a lap on the heavily delayed Antonio Fuoco car. And I don't quite know, Fuoco's just come out of the pits, so that car has lost a significant amount of time. It didn't have a penalty, did it, that I've missed?
No, not that I saw.
Okay, well, they've done a driver change. Miguel Molina getting out and Fuoco getting in. And the next question is was that the natural end to a stint? Which I'm just going to check for. Car 50 is further down the order now. No, that was only 18 laps for Miguel Molina. They brought the car in. It maybe struggled at times through the course of a stint which lasted about 30 minutes, 29 minutes to be exact. But Molina is out, Fuoco is in. Was that, therefore, maybe a slow puncture that they needed to solve?
Has to be something, Johnny, because that doesn't sort of go with full digits there. That's short of a regular run. It leaves them 2.5 hours remaining in the race with a driver change coming, I'd suggest, almost half an hour early from where it might naturally fall. I mean, largely in the hypercar class with your 3 pros in the lineup, it's a 6-hour race. It's 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours. We were talking at the end of the first stint, it was 59 minutes. We thought you might end up with a few moments short, but every time there's a safety car period, that preserved the energy and therefore could lengthen the stint. But, you know, it did seem marginal in terms of hitting it hour. Very close between the two BMWs, by the way. Raffaele Marcello just ahead of Robin Freins, 4th and 5th. But just remember the Nick De Vries Toyota now in 3rd position. It's 2 seconds up the road. That's because traffic favoured the Dutch driver there over the Swiss, but Marcello has been competitive in there, thereabouts. But certainly there was a feeling, was there not, after qualifying that starting third was an incredible achievement. Qualifying third for Dries van Tor. Would they have the pace in the race? Well, that was the eternal question.
It's 4:30 at Imola, and we have another 30 minutes of the race ticked off. That means 2.5 to go. We're racing through till 7 o'clock this evening, live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. This is RS1, and it's time for another hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
So it is a Porsche that currently leads the 6 hours of Imola under big pressure from the car that has dominated the weekend to date, the 51 Ferrari 499P of by far quickest driver Antonio Giovinazzi. But Matt Campbell is staying just enough ahead to fend off a Ferrari, and of course with that it is stunting the Ferrari's progress, really dictating the speed, the maximum speed that the chasing car can go. So a great kind of controlling mechanism from Porsche, even though they don't have the fastest car here this weekend. 6 ahead of 51 on lap 125. A third different manufacturer in the podium slots, because the 7 Toyota is in third with Nick de Vries at the wheel. Make that 4 different manufacturers in the top 4, with Raffaele Marciello's BMW M Hybrid V8 car 15 in 4th spot. Then it is the sister BMW for Robin Freins, number 20 in 5th. 6th place, Alpine, and Jules Gounon in his A424. That's car number 36. Then it's Robert Kubitza's recovering number 83 Ferrari. They did tyres in the previous stop, and it's lost them road position from second and a dominant second. Again, they've not helped out by a mid-race safety car, and maybe that is the net effect to put them down into 7th position. Mathieu Jaminet in the second of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s. Car number 5 is in 8th, ahead of Ryo Hirakawa's Toyota, number 8, 9th. And in 10th place, the first of the Peugeots, car number 94, for young Danish driver Malte Jakobsen. Then in LM GT3, Valentino Rossi, who was installed into the BMW number 46 after a cracking couple of opening stints from Ahmed Al-Hati. The BMW M4 handed over to the MotoGP ace, and he now leads by almost a minute. It's 52.5 seconds over Finn Gersit's number 78 Acodis Lexus. Then the Aston Martin Vantage of Eduardo Barrichello, Racing Spirit of Le Mans, car number 10. There is a McLaren from United Autosports in the top 4. That's the Sean Galaile driven 95. Johnny Edgar in the TF Sport Corvette with the extra 30 kilos of weight is now up to 5th position. So Ben Keating had a trying opening to the race, not least because of the collision with Celia Martin, which put the Corvette into a spin and brought out a full course yellow in the process to do the clear-up. But back to 5th is good going from those involved with the Tom Ferrier Corvette. Then it is Simon Mann and Francesco Castellacci in their sister Ferraris. So Vista AF Corsa Ferraris are 6th and 7th, 21 ahead of 54. And behind them, a whole load of GTs are now pitting, but the order that they pitted, 8th, 9th and 10th, were the Ben BMW of Timur Boguslavski, that's car 31, Ben Tux Ford Mustang of Proton, number 77, and the TF Sport second Corvette for Rui Andrade, number 81. We've got 2.5 hours still to go here on RS1.
Keeping you up to date. The hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
Questions are out there as far as the number 50's most recent pit stop. I'm waiting for replies for those slightly in a better position to answer that. But the problem now for the 51 Ferrari is that Antonio Fuoco is just about the fastest driver in that trio in the 50. And it's starting to become a bit of a distraction because the 50 car is as quick, if not faster than the Porsche up front. There's no doubt about it. Both Ferraris now, one a lap down, one in second place, are being hugely delayed by Matt Campbell.
It goes back to what you say before any race at a circuit like Imola. Track position is everything. because we've seen cars that have been bottled up, they get released. In fact, very few have managed to get released because such has been the effect around this circuit, and then they can go way faster. But Matt Campbell, wise head on young shoulders, doing exactly what he needs to do. Remember, Porsches took second and third positions here last year, but what? In the first hour of the race, to get in the top 10 was almost an achievement for them, but he's got position, and it's going to force other teams to do things differently. World GT3, though, we do have our race leader Valentino Rossi in the pits for a pit stop, and likewise the Finn Gersitz, Codis, Lexus and United Autosport Sean Gallel-driven McLaren in the pits at the moment. But what can Ferrari do about Matt Campbell? Well, right now, and for the past 10 minutes, nothing at all.
They're not fast enough to attempt an overtake at this stage. And, I mean, might there even be some strategy by Ferrari to put Fuoco ahead of Giovinazzi and try and generate some kind of gap? Because, I mean, if there is contact between a Ferrari and a Porsche, Ferrari would want it to be the car that's already a lap down to be penalised.
Exactly, they would, absolutely so. Dreadful way of thinking, Johnny.
Okay. I know.
Hadn't crossed my mind at all.
Resorting to a bit of dirty tactics because the 51 would be in the clear there if there happened to be a slight touch, maybe into Variante Alta. They're not doing it yet. But the danger, of course, is that with two Ferraris circulating at such close quarters, they could touch one another and take each other out.
Well, you just have to think back to early in the race where we had
a contact between an Aston and the other BMW, not the race-leading one, but that was the 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston, and as it rejoined, it nearly cleaned out the 81 Corvette. My word, LMGT3, this is at Tamburello, 31 around the outside of the 10, so BMW to the outside of Aston Martin. The BMW spins, and then it tries to rejoin as quickly as possible, and who had to leap on the brakes in the 81 Corvette? That was Rui Andrade. That was a big slap, but then the rejoin was potentially even more dangerous.
Well, it was, I thought I was looking at a surefire collision there as the BMW came back across the track, and how the Corvette missed him. The tail of the BMW just swinging around enough to get off the circuit and onto the grass, but I do feel the stewards are going to be quite tired by this end of this evening because that had a whole host of elements within it that were not according to the driver rule book. And for the race leaders, the Porsche leading the way for Matt Campbell, Antonio Giovinazzi tucked in behind, and the second of the Ferraris, which of course is the second of the works Ferraris, which is a lap down, they came through to a wall of dust. They then just passed one of the Aston Martin Valkyries, but that was not a welcome moment. But I was just saying before all this happened that so many things in this race have been someone has an incident as a consequence of another element.
Yeah.
And that was almost the textbook copy.
Indeed.
Right now, the BMW that caused all that trouble, just running across the track in front of the cars. He's on the outside of the circuit at Aqua Minerale. You've got to almost run out of road to stay out of the way, but maybe trying to atone there for that incident. The Ben team now with Augusto Farfus, and it's not as though he's short on experience. You could sort of not expect it from the other drivers in that lineup, but he's the old head, and that was, I know he was trying to get his car out of the way, but he so nearly took a couple of innocent parties out with him, and that would have decimated the field.
Here we go, the lead change, and that was in between the two Rivazzas. The 51 Ferrari got the better run into the braking area of the Porsche, and that was desperately what AF Corsa wanted, although Matty Campbell's not giving this up, and he's right in the wheel tracks again, getting the draft. Is he going to try and dive bomb the Ferrari? I don't think he's close enough at Tamburello, and he's not. Will the 50 Ferrari try and do the same now that Campbell's on the back foot?
Well, what was so remarkable about that move of Rivazzia, you don't see many moves get pulled off there. That was pulled off super, super cleanly, but you know what? Matt Campbell also, once he realised he was being passed, did not fancy a collision, so he did keep out of the way, but that was tip-top driving. I'd love to see a replay of that because, the hunt had been going on for lap after lap, and there wasn't an immediate sign the move was coming. But I tell you what, now the 51 Ferrari with Giovinazzi at the wheel is into the lead of the race. He's not only street clear by about a second already, he's also got one of the GT3 Corvettes between him, and Campbell is now under a huge amount of pressure from the second works Ferrari, the one running in 13th place, a lap down. But Antonio Fuoco, potentially one of the quickest drivers in the race, is going to do his best to get ahead of that Porsche and hold him back to allow the new race leader Giovinazzi to stretch his lead.
It was just a lack of retardation from Matt Campbell's car. That might be old tyres, you know. We know that Porsche are in this position because the tyres are pretty second-hand, and it was a lock-up, what looked like from one of the rears, but it could easily have been from one of the front tyres, the way the aerodynamics work on these hypercars. But that's all it took.
That's all it took. It was the pressure all the time, the smallest of lock-up. And what's that noise? It's applause from the Ferrari AF Corsa garage because, any move they will enjoy, but when it's one that works as nicely as that to take them into the lead on their home race, well, that's to be applauded, and it most certainly was. Raffaele Marcello has just got past Nick De Vries at the start of this lap, very early on. De Vries seems to be losing a bit of pace. Let's have a look at what were their last lap times. 1 minute 34.4 for Marcello. Nick De Vries 1 minute 34.6. Well, maybe that tells you a little story, but once in front, the BMW is pulling away in third position.
Farfus pitted as well after that spin and very hasty rejoin. I wonder whether that was for a newer set of tyres. The 50 Ferrari, which is a lap down, remember, and in 15th position, but still very eager to get ahead of the now second-placed Porsche. The roofline of these different GT cars still startles me because the higher, more touring car derived BMW looks huge compared to the minuscule Ferrari that it is racing with. And this is the fight for the lead in LM GT3. So Valentino Rossi has found himself behind Simon Mann and is 0.2 of a second adrift, but there might be an opportunity for an overtake into Tosa. Rossi thought about it, but Simon Mann just about had the approach to Tosa covered off. They're also about to be lapped by one of the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars. It's the Mighty 38. And there was another message on the screen about car 7, Toyota, and 20, which is the... completely forgotten.
Well, that was the clash at Variante Alta. If you remember, it was Mike Conway in the 7 and René Rast in the number 20 BMW. They all drive like idiots. I think that was a quote from Mike Conway afterwards.
That's been called a racing incident, and I can't really disagree with that, to be honest. I saw it many, many times, and it was very difficult to apportion blame. We've kind of got a similar battle now, which was very nearly two abreast through Variante Alta between the two race leaders in LMGT3. They almost went door mirror to door mirror, but Valentino Rossi thought, no, I'll just duck in behind the Ferrari and keep this pressure on Simon Mann.
Yeah, going back to the Conway Toyota and the Rast BMW. Oh, down the inside. Oh, dear, the second of the Rivazzas. A move was attempted, and I'm afraid there's been the Ferrari spun off through the gravel trap into the barrier. And that was right across the lead of GT3, so Valentino Rossi takes the lead as he crosses the start-finish line, but I'm afraid there may be investigation. Remember, Rivazza, it's a downhill double left-hander, and a slight slip wide over the curbing from the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, but not even half a gap, quarter of a gap. Valentino went for it, and I'm afraid contact, and round went Simon Mann. Round through the gravel, carrying on rotating and clattering into the barriers on the outside at very low pace by the time the gravel had slowed the car. But the BMW saw a gap, or thought they saw a gap, but in all honesty, there wasn't really very much of that at all. And just before, coming up towards the next driver change, and 46 is over in trouble now, and the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari nose into the tyre wall. Doesn't look as though there's too much damage to the car, but it's going nowhere at the moment.
Very wide line from Simon Mann. He kind of made no attempt to defend into Rivazza, so when you open the door that wide, you've got to expect a car to be there, but at the same time, Rossi wasn't probably halfway up alongside the Ferrari. So we're going to go full course yellow to deal with this off-track Ferrari, which is nose into the barrier.
7, 6, 5, 4,
in fact,
3,
it's a virtual
2,
safety car.
1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC.
And that is crucial because it will be a safety car at the end of 2 laps of opportunity to pit. So 2 laps there or thereabouts as the pit lane stays open. But then again, for the second time this afternoon, all of the field will be nose to tail under a proper safety car. We'll get the full pass around and a chance to restart with the reset button press, Bruce Jones.
And as that was called, the race lead for Antonio Giovinazzi was just under 5 seconds. Having got ahead of Matt Campbell's Porsche, he pulled clear, as one expected to be the case. Raffaele Marciello just half a second down in third place in the lead BMW. So it's Ferrari, Porsche, BMW, Toyota with Nick de Vries just another 4 seconds back in fourth overall. But of course, when the safety car comes out, etc., those gaps will come down. So you do rather feel for the 51 Ferrari. Every time it gets into the lead of the race, the safety car does seem to haul it back. The number 46 assailant, if you will, Valentino Rossi, his BMW coming into pit lane now. There's no obvious damage on the front end of the car. It wasn't much of a contact, but it became right front to left rear, and off went the Ferrari. Slightly wide over the curbing, not too bad at the first of Rivazza, but then drifting out wide because of that moment, and then it was a quarter of a gap, Johnny. It wasn't even half a car length in front for the Ferrari. It was literally half the bonnet length of the BMW, tucking up the inside. But the Ferrari starting to turn in and then was turned around.
Might have worked on a motorcycle.
It might have, very narrow motorcycle,
the drive out of a slow-speed Rivazza corner is slightly better than a BMW because of the weight difference, obviously. But it obviously worked in Rossi's mind, but everybody down in the 46 garage kind of thinking, what have you done there, Valley? We had an opportunity to win this race. They're still leading the race, but there's going to be a penalty surely heading the way of the 46 car. Kelvin van der Linde, in the meantime, has taken that car over whilst the investigation will be carried out. We're waiting for the message even to say that that's going to be looked at, but for sure it will, because it was the contesting of the class lead in LMGT3. The other sorry situation for the 21 Ferrari is that it's not been able to be recovered quick enough to retain the lead lap in LMGT3. That would have been a big ask by the marshals anyway. The virtual safety car, rather than going straight into a safety car, that would have given the crews down at Rivazza much more time to recover the 21 Ferrari and maybe get it into pit lane and still retain the lead lap. But that's losing places hand over fist. Yet to rejoin.
Information to the pit lane. Information to the pit lane. We're getting reports of raindrops. We're getting reports of raindrops. Track is now declared wet. All cars with rain lights on in low mode.
I told you this race was going to be a cracker, didn't I?
And you just have to feel, I was just about to say, we'd already heard from Eduardo Freitas, our race director, talking through how these safety car periods are managed, and I allowed 2 laps, and so teams don't have their neighbouring cars in neighbouring garages on top of each other. It makes it easy, and I was just about to talk about that. The sky is broken cloud. There's a lot of blue sky up there. It doesn't look dark in the pit lane, but for those who've just trickled out of the pits on their fresh set of dry rubber, there's a conundrum. They're going to have to start praying here on Easter Sunday to see what can come, because they could be caught out big time. If your team's second car is coming in this time round, do you still decide it's going to be wet? A few raindrops doesn't mean rain is properly on the way. It may be just a passing moment, but you've got to be looking at your weather map, your weather app, everything you can. Right, that Vista Corsa Ferrari being winched away. Really had to feel sorry for Simon Mann there, because one doesn't feel he was the guilty party in that. Yes, he was being hunted down, but so the pendulum swings, or is it a fulcrum that we're balanced upon? But some people are going to come out of this one ahead. Doesn't look as though it's raining in the pits, but Eduardo Freitas has felt a few drops.
Yeah, and he's in the race control office, so he's doing well, but he's got many eyes in
leaning
many
out the window,
places.
Johnny.
Yeah,
ever keen.
Good point. Keep the fresh air blowing through, but also so many marshal posts around this Imola racetrack, constantly reporting back for any potential weather changes. It only needs to be raining, sprinkling at one corner for it to be declared a wet track, and what that does, as the Ferrari number 21 is able finally to rejoin, so it was put into a safe location behind the barrier. I think that rear left is down on the car, and it might even be worse than a puncture, perhaps suspension damage, but the 21 crew will be able to find that out very shortly because of where the incident, and actually the Ferrari's rejoined right in front of the BMW. A further reminder, this time for Kelvin van der Linde, who is the ingoing driver.
Yeah, the car certainly hardly touching on the right-hand side, so I think your synopsis of the rear left, which was the point of contact, is correct. That's flat. So Simon Mann was probably getting towards the end of his stint anyhow. Alessio Rivera was waiting to get on board, but the Vista AF Corsa garage full of gesticulation and fury after that moment. Pit lane almost empty at this point because a lot of the teams got their runners in last time around on this virtual safety car period.
Eduardo Freitas mentioned in his very informative interview with Bruce Giovanni, which was pre-recorded previously in the weekend. But what he said was, and I'd never actually realised this, it's 2 laps of a virtual safety car to enable crews or teams with 2 cars to pit on separate laps. They don't have to do that because there's a different pit bay for each of the cars. It's not like Formula 1, and there's a real concern about double stacking because you have to have one car being serviced and then potentially the other car waiting behind before that can move forward. There is a garage per car here, and of course Imola has built extra garages to potentially home 40 cars for the future with this influx of hypercar teams. And the big announcement in the recent weeks is that McLaren are going to come to the top table to compete again in the overall wins at, for instance, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but also in the World Endurance Championship. But yes, there's nothing to stop teams pitting both cars on the same lap, and some are doing that as we speak. 83 Ferrari back on the move. Race leading BMW currently because of this shake-up is in pit lane as well. So, but another leader change will switch the 51 Ferrari back to the top of the shop.
Yeah, and it comes out just in front of the Porsche that it passed, but it had Matt Campbell at the wheel. Now it's got Kevin Estre. So instead of being nearly 5 seconds clear, I think it was 4.9 when the virtual safety car period was thrown. It's now down to just over a second as it comes out. So Porsche have actually sort of gained back a bit more time, and so they were really nowhere in the first 2 hours of this race. Started to make a little bit of progress into the top 10, but here they are with Kevin Estre, one of the 3 champions from last year. Lights are flashing on his car. He was a driver who came here with mild injury, I gather. He had, what did I say? He injured one of his knees in training. Might have been from praying, I think, but they're looking for form, and it's certainly going this way. But, gosh, again, this is why World Endurance Championship racing is so enthralling. You just don't know what's going to be thrown at the drivers. Right, there was talk of rain. The sky does look a little more likely to produce it. You always have to look for people in the grandstands who's putting on their waterproofs. The marshals will tell you nothing because they've already got their overalls on, but need a shot of the grandstand to let us know. But the sky definitely is of a colour that could produce light rain.
Concerned looks from Vincent Voss at WRT. One of his drivers is Robin Freins, as the safety car is now deployed.
Robin, it's super tight out there at the moment, plus that full course yellow and safety procedure, it mixes everything. What can you expect from the end of the race? Rain? No rain?
I don't mind a bit of rain, to be honest, to mix everything up even more. I mean, we had a bit of an offset because we had damage on the rear wing, so we needed to change the rear wing. So I was driving a bit in no man's land at the moment. Obviously fighting with the Toyotas, I missed out because of traffic. But I think everything felt decent. Everything is like a hard reset now with the safety car. Looks like we're P6. Knowing where we're coming from, starting P13, I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Good luck for the end of the race.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's almost as if BMW WRT led by Vincent Voss sort of predicted the mayhem that this race may bring, and although the cars were set up with good pace at the start, it's like they've been fine-tuned to be strong towards the finish. And as he said, 4th place for car 15, 6th place for the 20 car now driven by Sheldon van der Linde. So 2 laps of virtual safety car where the pit lane was open now go to pit lane closure for 3 laps, at least 3 laps of a safety car. The other thing though that has just flashed up on our screen, and this is the smallest surprise of the day, is that the incident involving BMW number 46 and Ferrari number 21 is now under investigation.
Yeah, and the big difference is that Ferrari 21 is now listed in last position. The delay while it was recovered. Alessio Rivera is in because the car was recovered, brought back to the pits, but laps were lost there. So it falls behind the Proton Competition Mustang of Gianmarco Leverato. So really unfortunate. Francois Heriot did a fantastic start to the race. Simon Mann putting in some cracking laps as well. And then the incident for them. But we've still got 35 cars running. We had 36 start the race. That's not a bad batting average. Just Ian James's Aston Martin, an innocent party in a bit of an assault running down to Rivazza, put the Aston Martin out of the race for the Heart of Racing team. But everyone else is continuing. So that's actually remarkably good news.
Yeah. But my concern now is that Alessio Rivera was put into the 21 Ferrari. He's done a lap at virtual safety car speed, and he's come back in again. So I think there's suspension damage on that car. It wasn't just a tyre. They had to change the tyres and then just send it and then get Alessio's feedback. And now having entered a closed pit lane, but that's the least of their worries, because that car could be out of the race now, potentially, depending on how badly buckled the suspension is.
Yeah, with 3 laps down because of that delay, and then coming into the pits has sort of cemented that. But yes, when we could see the right-hand side was sort of off the track as the car was brought into the pit lane, so he thought left rear puncture, but actually there seemed to be, it didn't look as though the tyre was down. It was as though the corner was down.
Yes.
But we only saw that just as it jinked to the right to go past the pit wall. So
yeah.
Really feel sorry for them there.
Yeah, so if it's the rear left suspension that was out of alignment, then the car was potentially crabbing with a fully inflated tyre, and that's far more difficult to fix, because you have to remove damaged components and then refit them. The 31 BMW of Augusto Farfus is now under investigation as well. Well, we questioned that at the time.
Well, we did. It was a rejoin where he spun the car across the circuit. He'd already had contact with a rival, and how he was missed by the GT3 cars that followed him through. Only good fortune was there. So in the hypercar class, BMW's looking pretty good. They're sitting in 4th and 6th positions. But number 46 is under investigation for Rossi's assault of Simon Mann. And now for that unfortunate, well, actually, no, very fortunate rejoin of the circuit after contact, the 31 BMW, Augusto Farfus. That's the Bend Team WRT BMW. That is under investigation as well. The paperwork tower. It's not paperwork, we all know it's a message passed electronically, but metaphorically, the in-tray has been topped up yet again.
The other interesting thing for me, though, in recent weeks was to learn that when you get a summons to the race control office, for instance, Mike Conway and René Rast, they put their argument forward, but the other driver is present as well, so they hear each other's perspective, and they might not like the ultimate decision, because that incident between the Toyota and the BMW at Variante Alta was judged to be simply that, a racing incident. But at least nothing is done in the dark. You know, you get to hear the arguments for and against from both sides. And the tricky thing for me would be just to keep quiet, really, when somebody else is supposed to talk.
Well, entirely. But also, you know, 30 or 40 years ago, there were very few cameras around circuits, very few onboard cameras, so drivers, if they so chose, could be slightly disingenuous and get away with it. But now there is nowhere to hide.
Yeah, the pass around under the latest safety car is now beginning. So, again, anyone who is in a slightly false position, if you're trapped between the safety car that leads the pack, of course, and your class leader, then you will be allowed to wriggle free. That's all communicated on the Discord channel to team managers and engineers. And if you are going to stay behind the safety car, generally you stay to the left-hand side of the circuit. Those head to the right that have been given the legal opportunity to overtake the safety car and catch back that lap again. I haven't seen a message on the screen saying that the clash between the 31 and the 10 GT cars was going to be looked at. And, of course, the potential unsafe rejoin for Augusto Farfus was all caused by that contact between his BMW and the Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Aston Martin. Let's head back to Bruce Giuani.
I'm about to speak to Pierre Alves from Michelin to speak about the tire compound and try to understand a bit better what does the soft compound means and what the medium compound. Pierre, sometimes we hear that the soft tire can actually last longer than the medium. Could you explain why and what's the philosophy behind this tire?
This is a very good question, because as you see, in endurance we are not making tires to make a qualified tire. We make tires to make a race tire. So all the range that we have available in WEC, it's only race tires. We have to, with these 3 compounds, be able to cover all the championship in all conditions to make race tires, because we want to see the cars use these tires for the longest possible. So why we have this soft compound? Everybody thinks on the soft. We see in the other championship that make soft is faster but not for long. Here the philosophy is totally different, because we make soft compound, we call it soft, but it's a cold compound. So this is a race tire, but as you can see we choose a white color. It's For a reason is because what it reminds us the snow is for cold. Like this, we identify which tire to use on this condition.
So in fact, the tire works at a different temperature. That's it.
Exactly. It's only based on a track temperature. So when it's cold, like we see this morning here in Imola, when it's 15 degrees, this tire has a very good warm-up because it's a work on a cold condition. But as soon as we are going to go over 25 degrees, we will switch to the medium compound.
Thank you so much for these details.
Thank you very much.
5 o'clock in Imola, 2 hours of this race still to go. This is the second safety car of the race so far, and that will mean almost 20 minutes of safety car that we will have in total. That's still a running total, remember. The difference between this latest safety car and the previous one is that this one had a virtual safety car, 2 laps going into it to enable everyone to get the fuel that they need, to potentially change tyres as well. So a 6 hours of Imola has become a 2-hour sprint race now. And with the weather potentially forming above, there is the chance that we will have another caution as well between now and the end of the race. The 21 Ferrari does appear to be out. It's parked in the garage. We mentioned about Alessio Rivera doing a single out lap just to test the setup of that car, and clearly it's too badly damaged on the rear after a big clonk after the BMW went for a gap which closed, and then there was no opportunity for Valentino Rossi, in truth, to get down the inside. We're waiting for a decision on that, but potentially we will have a very different result in LMGT3. We've known the Lexus have been strong throughout, but after the 87 led a number of laps when Clemens Schmidt was at the wheel, 87 as well has been pegged back. So a chance for the sister Lexus to shine. And currently the guest driver, remember, Esteban Masson, is only in that car because of an injury for Ben Barnicoat on his mountain bike a good few weeks ago now. That put Ben out of the Sebring 12 hours and still not past fit for this race.
Yeah, so Masson, young French driver, seems to be a rising star anyhow, but this is sort of, he's hit the right sweet pot on the sort of springboard, and he's right up at the sharp end. 12 seconds down on number 46 BMW that leads GT3, but certainly, despite whatever Kelvin van der Linde can do in that BMW, you certainly feel that some form of stop and go or something is coming the way of the team, because it was a clumsy fumble down into the second Rivazza for Valentino Rossi, and unfortunately the car he assaulted, that number 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, now appears to be out, and certainly in the background of the AF Corsa garage, the boss himself, Amato Ferrari, was long of face and sort of shaking his head from side to side, sort of acceptance.
Windscreen wiper now just being flicked onto the intermittent setting for Valentino Rossi, so further evidence that there's a bit of rain around. Norman Natto's team radio.
And after 8 minutes you will be stopped. The same level for now, for 8 minutes.
So the same level of rain for the next 8 minutes, and this is really pretty bad timing because we're going to go back to racing speeds now. And Alessandro Pierguidi, the new driver inside the 51 Ferrari, really did back up the field heading into Rivazza. There's a bit of rain evident on the camera lenses on the main start-finish straight as well. Kevin Estre couldn't match the getaway from Pierguidi, and it's side-by-side for third and fourth positions. The Toyotas came perilously close to touching each other for third and fourth. The Toyota and BMW, Kamui Kobayashi and Dries Vanthoor. So we're going to be mentioning an awful lot of new drivers now because they've all got in during that virtual safety car phase. Also right on the tail of that fight for third is Robert Kubitza, who gets a good run on the BMW of Dries Vanthoor but cannot get underneath it. And actually Kubitza's in a BMW sandwich because the red and yellow car of Sheldon van der Linde is now snapping at his heels as they head out of Tosa and towards Piratella.
Yeah, there was a bit of backing up by Dries Vanthoor there. Robert Kubitza got very close to his tail. That bought a little bit of time for Kamui Kobayashi, who's now starting to escape in third place, trying to head off after Kevin Estre's Porsche. And the car that's pulling away from Lotham, Alessandro Pierguidi, the number 51 Ferrari that's just led the vast majority of this race, other than sort of cycles through the pit lane during the various incidents and safety car periods when all had cleared up. But he's making his escape. First, second and third making escape. Fourth, fifth, sixth, which is the BMWs of Dries Vanthoor and Sheldon van der Linde, with Robert Kubitza in between. staying very close indeed. GT3, well, let's check who's winning that. It's still another van der Linde, the Kelvin van der Linde variety in the 46 BMW. But we sort of sense there may be some issues there that need there are under investigation, including the clash that put the number 21 Vista Ferrari off at the second Rivazza. Often not necessarily listed as out of the race, but it's in the pit at the moment for further repairs, with Alessio Rivera still listed as the driver. In fact, he's done one lap out, checked the car was good, and it wasn't, so brought it back for further repairs.
Remember that both of the van der Linde brothers are these days employed by BMW. Kelvin making the move across from Audi in the winter period. So Kelvin drives the GT car, which leads at the moment. Team managers and drivers, though, for the 46 and 21 GT incident, which was the lead in that category at the time, they're now being sent to the stewards immediately. Again, full conversations. Dries Vanthoor's team radio.
Okay, there is Ferrari behind. He's on soft. We just need to keep him behind on the peak, and then after we'll be fine.
So the Ferrari behind Dries Vanthoor, which is Robert Kubitza's yellow 499P, is on soft tyres, and therefore it's about trying to compromise any advantage that Ferrari think they might be able to get during this initial segment of a stint. Remember, it doesn't matter what journey all of these cars have had to this point. The reset button was pressed in terms of, for a lot of these cars, drivers, brand new tyres and fuel as well. So they've all been brought into alignment for this final 2 hours of racing.
Right, just remember, we talked about the little sprinkles of rain. I sense it's not on the start-finish straight. It's on the upper part of the circuit. Piratella, Varianti, Altus, just to unsettle the drivers. On the lower part, though, their wipers are off. Was there a little flurry on the pit lane during that safety car period? Perhaps, but I think, again, it's always on a circuit. It's going to be at the highest point on the circuit, and that's the rise from Tosa up to Piratella, then the climb up to Variante Alta before the track drops again. But just as the tyre temperature dropped, just as you want as much grip from the track and your tyres as you can get, there was that little extra element that's thrown into the mix.
Yeah, I remember historically that the weather tends to come in from the Tosa end of the circuit and then, as you say, works its way up the hill towards Piratella. So the initial weather front hits that turn 7 area and then gradually heads towards the paddock and, well, as you say, the higher part of the circuit first of all. So that's the last place that you actually want it, in the braking area for that tricky left-hand hairpin and the run into Variante Alta, which is where the top 6 cars are now. Good getaway from Alessandro Pierguidi, though. He wasn't the chosen qualifying driver this weekend, but he's already opened the gap up to 1.5 seconds over Kevin Est. And Est, by his own admission, didn't expect the Porsche to be in this sort of situation. But if you can get a car on the road in a good spot, you can then start to dictate the speed of cars behind you, basically. So I would say the Toyota on the whole is faster than the Porsche, and the same goes with that first BMW of Dries Vanthoor. But can they find enough speed to get ahead of the Porsche, which is, you know, positioning itself perfectly? Matt Campbell did precisely that, and now the Frenchman has taken over. He is going to be not deliberately slowing cars down, but he'll just know where the strengths and weaknesses are with his 963 in comparison to those cars behind. And it's no surprise to see this big gap opening up first to second, and now a queue developing behind the Porsche.
Yeah, I think one of these things, on the opening lap of the race, the cars might be incredibly close in pace, but they start to, string out. As soon as you suddenly you might gain 4 positions by some complete stroke of luck, the timing of something, and you can still run at the same pace the cars either side of you, just because you drop back early in the race. It's not because your pace is so much worse, it's just that. That's why every overtake you can make on the run to the start to the Tamburello on the opening lap is just worth its weight in gold.
True. And there is then a domino effect or a ripple effect which can last hours, actually, if you don't get by the enough cars in those first few laps. Even more so than when you start to catch the tail enders in LMGT3, because your positions become more locked into place.
Yeah, exactly, because you're compromised so much by the hypercars coming through. But, let's just celebrate what we've got at the moment. We've got a Ferrari leading a Porsche, which is their sort of just good fortune. There was an element that the incidents have worked in their favour, but again, Porsche Penske Motorsport seem to have called some pretty cool tactics. Then a Toyota, then a BMW, then another Ferrari, then another BMW, then an Alpine, etc., etc. You know, these are happy days for the World Endurance Championship. You know, the cars all look different in their corporate liveries. Then, of course, in GT3, we've got the different shapes of the cars. You know, notably, you were talking about the Ferrari 296 GT3. We can say it's been low and squashed, and then the more sit-up-and-beg BMW M4, etc. So, you know, they're interesting days for spectators, and these races are so competitive.
They are, regardless of which car, which tools you've got at your disposal. Virtual safety car speeds going to be looked at for a couple of cars. One a McLaren, the 95 of Sean Galale of United Autosports, and the 77 Ford Mustang for Ben Tuck. That's one of the two Proton competition cars. Normally, if there's an investigation underway, that will result in some sort of penalty. The cars all carry GPS monitoring systems, so even in a very short period of time, if that 80 kilometre per hour speed limit was breached, it's a kind of very much a hook, line and sinker situation. But we'll wait to see, because the in-tray's rather busy, I get the feeling, in the stewards' room at the moment, and they are hearing the two arguments from both the 21 Ferrari and the 46 BMW, overlapping for Antonio Fuoco on a Peugeot, and the 50 car gets by that Peugeot of Mikkel Jensen to get back into 12th place. Again, that 50 car didn't necessarily have the luck yesterday, although Antonio Fuoco said it's my fault, I shouldn't have gone off the track, but then we didn't get enough warning to say do another lap to make sure that at least one of them was legal. And today, that bad luck / possibly bad strategy has been following them throughout the race today as well, because that 50 car should be much closer to the front.
It could be in the top 2 or 3 positions behind the sister 51. It's just, you know, the pace was there. The opening double stint from Nicholas Nielsen was sensationally good, because it's so hard to overtake, but he took it from 18th up to 6th, so he's definitely doing something right, and then went a little awry for them thereafter. But there may yet be... Just remember, though, opening round of the year in Lusail in Qatar, we had 3 Ferraris, the 2 work cars and the privateer one, finishing it in the top 3 positions, with all other manufacturers going, hold on a second, it looks though they're going to pick up another win today. But how can I say that? Here we are, we've got just under an hour and 50 remaining, and the gap is only 1.1 seconds from first to second. That is courtesy of a couple of safety cars that have closed it up each time that 51 Ferrari has made its moves. But Alessandro Pierguidi leading the way, and he's just hoping Kamui Kobayashi can get onto the tail of the second place Porsche in the hands of Kevin Estre. Not quite close enough to do so yet, but they're about to pick off one of the GT3 Iron Lynx Mercedes. Is it going to buy an advantage for the Porsche in second place, Kevin Estre, or Kamui Kobayashi in his Toyota? Possibly the Toyota driver just gained a little bit, and then
we see some rear locking. You can go forward, Biba, if you can.
God, they spring these messages on us. That's Kamui Kobayashi getting a message. He wants to attack, and his engineer's telling him how he can do it, moving things forward, balancing the front end of the car a bit more.
I did suggest that generally there is no smoke without fire, the smoke being something being under investigation. The fire, 2 drive-throughs, one for the 77 Ford Mustang, which is being driven by Bernardo Souza again, so the bronze back at the wheel, but Souza from 4th position is going to have to serve a drive-through, and the 95 McLaren...
That's 6th in class, so also well placed.
Yes.
Marino Sato at the wheel, so that will hurt for both of them. They've worked hard to get into those positions across the first 4 hours, but again, virtual safety car, full course yellows, there are procedures that need to be adhered to, and any visit to the pit lane accordingly.
Generally, it's down to excessive speed, and clearly in those safety phases where those in race control are trying to neutralise the race, you want the drivers to obey the instruction to make a safe environment for marshals to sort the track out, to make it raceable again. Down the inside of an Alpine goes the 50 Ferrari. That again is a move for position. It's Fuoco on Paul-Luc Chatin, his 35 all-blue Alpine A424. So Fuoco now up to 11th place. And down into the Rivazzas goes that fight. Ferrari to Porsche is a second out front. So that's actually come down a little bit. And then the gaps behind Kevin Estre's Porsche are very small. Half a second to Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota in third. Less than that to Dries Vanthoor's BMW fourth. Robert Kubitza 8 tenths away in fifth position in the 83 Ferrari. And then just clearing the 61 Mercedes in the GT class is Sheldon van der Linde in his BMW. Mick Schumacher could not be forgotten either, though, in seventh place. The 36 Alpine is involved in this freight train, which is getting longer and longer as we concentrate on it. So Michael Christensen, Sebastian Buemi also looking to get themselves involved ultimately for second position.
I mean, that's the weird thing, isn't it? All this racing and the 51 Ferrari, a couple of setbacks just by dint of having its lead taken away by the two safety car periods. It just looks comfortable in the lead of the race. Hold on. 15 minutes ago, we had talk of rain coming through, but only for 8 minutes. Those 8 minutes have relapsed. Can't see anybody using their wipers, even on the higher parts of the circuit. But again, I wouldn't mind seeing another weather map, because the last one I saw was very different from the previous one, where the rain was going either side of the circuit or this region of Emilia-Romagna. But what have we got left? An hour and three quarters or thereabouts, and it's nose-to-tail stuff, but it's just Ferrari predominance in hypercar. Not by a lot, by enough.
Yeah. But even if they can get one Ferrari to the top step of the podium, for me it's a missed opportunity as far as driver points are concerned. In the manufacturer point, you can only score with your best car, so it's not a huge amount lost from a Ferrari perspective, but how strong all three cars have been this weekend. If they don't get another one on the podium, that will be a difficult pill to swallow. But Kubitza's too far away. The 50 car's not even in the top 10 at the moment, so from a driver points perspective, a big loss for the 50 trio, and Antonio Fuoco will be taking some of the responsibility for that after his error yesterday. The 20 BMW very close indeed to Kubitza's Ferrari now as they exit Tosa up that steep hill. And no doubt about it, Sheldon van der Linde has picked off Robert Kubitza in an attempt to get by. There's a gaggle of 3 or 4 GT cars. Kubitza decides to go down the inside, but van der Linde can't make it in time for Aqua Minerale, so he's going to have to just wait a little bit. And now all of a sudden the pendulum swings away from the 20 BMW, who in turn is under pressure from Mick Schumacher's chasing Alpine.
Yeah, and just as soon as one gets an advantage, there was Corvette just going across the nose of one that was trying to escape, and it's super, super tight, but so much to play for here, and you just feel one more little incident and all of these orders still running closely together in hypercar, in GT3 could be sorted out all over again. Right, 2 more people under investigation for safety car procedures. Car number 38, which is the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota entry. Sebastian Bourdais, driver listed at the wheel, and Paul-Louis Chatin in the number 35 Alpine. And the Alpine is running in 11th overall, and the Cadillac down in 16th, ahead only of the 009 and 007 Aston Martins. In the pit, however, is number 50. It's the troubled Antonio Fuoco driven Ferrari. It's had no trouble on the track. It's just simply qualifying last in class and then getting caught the wrong side of the sort of safety car. The first safety car period dropped it down the order. It's a car that's got the pace that should be finishing in the top 3, but surely, Johnny, it's not happening today. Well, again,
that feels like a shortish time for Fuoco. It's they all refueled during the full course yellow.
Yeah,
did they not? So 16 laps for the 50 car. I wonder whether they got either a fueling issue or a fuel pickup problem.
I think you could be right with the first of those, because I seem to recall its previous stint was only 18 laps, which is sort of suboptimal as well. I might be making that up. That's a number that sticks in my mind.
No, yeah, that's the number I spouted at the time. It's depending a little bit on the information that we are being given, I suppose. But 18 laps and a half-hour stint it was for Miguel Molina. Then they put Fuoco in for what turned out to be an 11-lap stint, but that was dictated by the virtual safety car, which provided them an opportunity to put more fuel in the car. But again, I don't understand why it's only made 16 laps before needing to come in for... I mean, that should be the car that has pitted the most so far today. 6 pit stops so far. No one has equalled that. I say that, Sebastian Buemi
exactly.
comes in.
Look at the screen, it happens. And only now does it come to a standstill. That's the number 8 Toyota. That will drop it down the order a little bit. Right, still looking, not because I want penalties, but just very aware that GT3 is being led by the number 46 Team WRT BMW, but that's the one with which Valentino Rossi got it slightly wrong at the second Rivazza and clattered Simon Mann's number 21 Vista AF Corsa. Ferrari off the track into the barriers. It's not necessarily out of the race, but it's now 28 laps down, and we're fairly sure rear suspension damage has done for it.
I wonder whether the Ferrari and actually this number 8 Toyota are that far back. Have they just decided to split the strategy and say, let's dictate the pit stops to the end of the race?
Yeah.
50 minutes, you would be pitting about now. So, and you're just banking on something unusual happening. So get one car fueled nice and early and measure things to the finish. The other cars, you just run them till they run out of fuel and then pit them. So
I think that's a good call, Johnny, because both of them, it was their less well-placed car. And bear in mind, for a lot of the early stages of the race, the 7 and 8 Toyotas running alongside each other, nose to tail, but there was often debate. Am I faster? Is your car faster than the other one at the moment? No, not last lap, but it is now. Can I pass? Oh, yeah. No, I'm matching the pace of the car behind, etc., etc. We heard the conversation. Driver talk.
So one more stop, I reckon, for the 50 Ferrari and the 8 Toyota. They're both outside the top 10, but they were anyway. So roll the dice in that respect. And the last thing you want to do for the sister cars, 51 that leads the 7 Toyota, which is third, is throw away the track position. So you run until the energy runs out, fuel the car, and then if that means a splash and dash towards the end, well, so be it. And now it's going to be really interesting to find out which cars are going to be in the better positions come the end, because another full course yellow, but particularly another safety car, will really spice things up. And well, maybe with the worst of the weather already blown through, we had 8 minutes of sort of steady-ish rain. It was more of a sprinkle. But a lot of teams were talking about more rain towards the end of the race. So perhaps the final half an hour will have a real sting to offer this second event of the season.
One thing that's happened twice already is our race-leading 51 Ferrari losing its advantage, but it's building it again. 2.5 seconds nearly, 2.3, 2.4. Because Alessandro Pierguidi has got the answers to the questions that Kevin Estre is asking. But Kevin in the second place Porsche, that's number 6. He's got to keep his eyes out, but he is just gradually opening a buffer between him and the Toyota that's behind. In fact, Kamui Kobayashi in that number 7 Toyota is now 3 seconds down. So at least for Kevin Estre's point of view, he can settle down in that second place. But he's got no answers to the pace of that number 51 Ferrari that's leading. And Alessandro Pierguidi, super safe pair of hands at the wheel of that one. So he's the sort of driver who I've seen him have to charge at the end of races and literally take people out, not physically, but just pick them off one after another. And other times he's supremely smooth and rapid when it's clear driving. Set a pace and he can do it again and again. He's no, I shouldn't blow him up, big him up too much, but he's sort of one of those hands you just trust not to make silly mistakes.
But also, it's driving within the context of a race. So if he knows he hasn't got the fastest race car out there, then he can adjust the style. Now side by side, potentially between Corvette and Lexus, but the Lexus of Clement Schmidt had to get out of a potential overtaking opportunity because the real estate to the right-hand side of Charlie Eastwood's Corvette was slowly diminishing. It's going to be a stop-and-go penalty for the 46 BMW, which is the class leader in LMGT3. But after that clash at Rivazza 2 between the 46 BMW and the 21 Ferrari, which was for the lead of the race, remember, at the time, that will drop the 46 car away from the leading the category.
Down to about 10th place, I reckon, in class. So that's
okay.
Very, very costly indeed. I think it should just come out ahead of Marino Sato's United Autosports car, but that was also under investigation a while ago for something, and I can't remember. Again, pit infringement of some sort. So, I guess I went us. Yeah. I looked at my timing screen and suddenly went pink, and then it disappeared again. But things keep on changing this, but one thing doesn't change. It's the pace of that 51 Ferrari, now in the hand of its third driver, Alessandro Pierguidi. From GT3, of course, we're about to lose Kelvin van der Linde from the lead. And who does that promote? He comes in, the South African driver, brings the 46 BMW into the pits. And a Codis ASP up into the lead of the class in their Lexus. And a car we've hardly mentioned, the Manthey First Form Porsche in that aquamarine livery, Ricardo Pera up into second place.
Yeah, terrific drive from Ryan Hardwick initially, Ricardo Pera, and the 92 car with Ricard Leeds. I don't know whether we've seen Leeds in that car yet.
I'm not sure I have, unless I nipped out for my very nice steak in the Global Broadcasting Centre. It was chopped up and put in a French stick, actually, if you must know.
Excellent.
Very, very nice indeed. But, that's just crept forward.
Let's go to TF Sport with Bruce Joanny.
I am with Tom Van Rompuy, driver of Corvette. It's going pretty well. We spoke in quali, it was tough, but as you mentioned, race pace is better.
Yes, true. Race pace is better. We try to really focus on energy saving and try to maximize our stints, keeping a bit of life in our tires. For the moment, we are good. We hope to climb 1 or 2 places to be on the podium. But let's see. It's still about 2 hours. But for the moment, we are happy to how it goes.
Excellent. Good luck for the end.
Thank you.
Well, Corvette had an absolutely blinding Qatar 1812 kilometres with a win for Ben Keating, Danny Juncadella and Johnny Edgar. Could this be a better situation for the sister car? Near Pan Tuck going into Tamburello a few moments ago as Charlie Eastwood kept the Corvette very wide indeed. He was being challenged for that 4th position. It was 4th at the time. It's become 3rd because of the stop-and-go penalty for the class-leading BMW number 46. But doing battle with Clemens Schmidt. And again, the Schmidt car, number 87, still has not had Pachito Lopez at the wheel of that car. So we're waiting for the Platinum to do their bit, just as long as the hour and 45 minutes have been served for both the bronze and the silver drivers.
There really is plenty of pace in the Lexus RCF here, but suddenly at this stage in the race, the Corvette running in front of it, which is the one we've just been talking about, with Charlie Eastwood, is just looking so balanced. Obviously early in the race it seemed that the Corvette, particularly the 33, was taken out by Celia Martin. Remember, Ben Keating shoveled through the gravel. And then later in the race, I thought I was looking at a replay, but it wasn't. It was after another safety car period. The same nearly happened all over again. But, TF Sport, their number 81, the sister car, running very nicely third in class. And Ben Keating's car now in the hands of Danny Juncadella up to 6th. And with Danny in the car, it should only go one way up a chart, and that's upwards. So his next target is Valentin Hasclos, just a little bit further up the track in that Aston Martin for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. What's the gap between them? 1.1 seconds. So that's something to fight for, that's for sure. 5th and 6th in GT3.
You were spot on with your prediction of whether 46 BMW would rejoin. Lower reaches of the top 10. It is now 9th, but well clear of Marino Sato, who also had to serve a drive-through penalty for virtual safety car infringements. So Kelvin van der Linde is a second and a half away from Davide Regan, but that's not going to be an easy process. This is Dries Vantels, Team Radio.
Okay, so for your issue, we have no option. But we're still in very good position, 3 seconds from P1, so let's keep our head down. You're in dirty air, focus on your tires, and we'll get there. Okay, so dirty air is making our tires overheat. Try to leave a little bit of a gap to the Toyota, that will help your balance.
Interesting. So ideally Dries wants to get ahead of the Toyota, but the closer he gets, the worse his tyre wear is becoming. So maybe just hold station. That's tough for a race driver to do, though, because he's turning down a podium with an hour and a half to go.
Yeah, just looking at the gap, he's under a second down on the Toyota number 7, the Kamui Kobayashi. It's amazing how sensitive drivers are to the we're talking marginal differences, clearly. Of course, in Dries's mind, they're enormous. So it's become a massive factor. But he's just got to keep on in there, just see what happens. The cars are fairly early in these stints, and he's 0.9 of a second down on the third place Toyota. And again, what's probably going to make the biggest change to them is where they find the GT3 runners as they pick their way through traffic again. The safety car period, closed everyone up, but they're already deep into taking the tail end of the field yet again.
Nico Veroni in the number 99 Porsche has just been in and out. Was in the pit lane for a minute and 10 seconds or so. So that will have been presumably a blast of fuel. Again, maybe a team thinking, let's focus on the end of the race rather than where we are right at this point. 19 laps it was, but yeah, pitting then means that they'll ensure if we stay green, they'll only need one more pit stop to get them to the finish. As Dries van Tor, again entirely eyes focused on the nose of his car. He has increased the gap a little bit, and intentionally, to the Toyota in front of Kamui Kobayashi. So if they can improve the status of his tyres, they're looking to try and preserve those for as long as possible to the finish of the race. And it seems counterintuitive to back off from the car in front, but you're trying to play the longevity game here and make sure that the car will get to the finish, and there might be an opportunity late in the piece then to leapfrog your way onto the podium. Questions about how long the Porsche number 6 can stay in second place, although to keep a Toyota at bay by a second or so is impressive. There might be a bit of tyre conservation, fuel consumption taking place with the Toyota as well, though. So, you know, a lot of these cars outside of the Ferrari that leads are in conservation mode right now.
Yeah, it's always very hard to detect from the outside because we're talking, you know, small increments of difference. But, you know, for the drivers, it's just a frustration if they know they've just missed an opportunity, let's say, to get past a rival, and then they're told to back it off a little bit and cool down when all they wanted to do was complete what they'd started. But, again, it's the sheer tiny amounts that make all the difference at this level. And, you know, obviously, of course, things are balanced to sort of settle them up, particularly in the GT3 class that's been so accustomed over quite a long time now in global racing to balance the performance. It differs from championship to championship, but it does mean that it's really, really tricky to find an advantage. You know, you've got a sort of basically a standardised likely lap time, but it's where your car delivers it around the lap. And also somewhere like here, almost every lap of the race, GT3 runners are looking to see when they're going to be dive-bombed by the next hypercar. So staying on the racing line is actually very hard to do. And then again, of course, when you've got the hypercars coming through, they could easily take you out. Just had an incident there at the Porsche in second place. Kevin Estre taking no prisoners as he dived past the remaining Vista AF Corsa Ferrari at the same corner as the sister car went out, which is the Rivazza. So sharp intake of breath, but the move was pulled off down into Rivazza 1.
Talk about full commitment stuff from Kevin Estre. He almost went the other side of that Ferrari and then saw the opportunity down the inside, but had to make sure he was clear of the BMW in behind as well. So fully locked up and almost spearing his way into the gravel trap. Let's just take a listen to how it was inside the car. Can't really hear the squeal of tyres, but yeah, he cleared the nose of the BMW, almost took out the Ferrari, and everyone down at Vista AF Corsa say, not another car at Rivazza, we don't want to lose both of our cars in virtually the same position on the racetrack, but Estre squeezed his way through. It is 4:32, marginally late for the hourly update, but let's get that done.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hour.
So 5:30, in fact, in Imola, and it means that with an hour and a half still to go, this race has an awful lot still to play out. Remember, half an hour ago we had the reset button firmly pressed with most of the cars in during a virtual safety car, which then led into a safety car phase, reset the field, and everyone with full fuel got going again. Alessandro Pierguidi, the 51 car, led the pack away. Kevin Estre in a perhaps surprise position for the Porsche 963 car number 6, because a few hours ago that car was struggling to break its way into the top 10, but is there and now a couple of seconds clear of the number 7 Toyota for Kamui Kobayashi. So it's actually 4 different manufacturers again in the top 4 places: Ferrari, Porsche, Toyota, and then the first of the BMWs in 4th position in the hands of Dries van Tor. That is car 15. 5th place, the 83 Ferrari, back with that BMW. There was quite a big gap from 4th to 5th after the restart, but Robert Kubitza's got his head down, and he is within 0.6 of a second now of the tail end of that BMW M Hybrid V8, and only half a second behind the Polish driver is Sheldon van der Linde in the other BMW from Team WRT. That's car 20. 7th position is the 36 Alpine A424 of Mick Schumacher. He's 3.5 seconds clear of Michael Christensen's Porsche 963, the second of the Penske cars, number 5. 9th place is the 94 Peugeot 9X8 of Stoffel van Dorne. And it is Paul-Luc Chatin in the second of the Alpines who completes the top 10 in car number 35. We haven't mentioned the Aston Martins a great deal. They are still in the race. 009 is 17th. 007 is in 18th place. They both completed 155 laps. The race leader overall is on lap 159. In LMGT3, Lexus with the stranglehold on the race lead. Now, it wasn't always the case, but the 46 BMW, which has been the dominant force for much of the race weekend, was judged to be at fault after a striking collision with the 21 Ferrari. Striking because it was for the race lead of LMGT3 at the time. Valentino Rossi came out of Rivazza 1 with a good run, but not good enough to be fully alongside, and caught the rear of Simon Mann's Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, spinning it out of the race ultimately. They tried to rejoin, but the damage to the suspension on that rear left corner has put the 21 car out, and the 46 BMW had to serve a drive-through. No, it was a stop-go penalty, so that's dropped the 46 car to 5th position. It dropped it to 9th at the time, but Kelvin van der Linde has driven brilliantly to get it back into the top 5. Now, that's partly to do with some pit-stopping cars as well. However, the Lexus benefited, and Esteban Masson, the man who's the substitute driver for Ben Barnicoat, leads LMGT3, number 78, from Ricardo Perez Porsche, the sky blue Manthey First Form car, number 92. Then it is Charlie Eastwood's all-yellow with a black roof 81 Corvette in 3rd. Valentin Haas-Clos in the Aston Martin number 10 is in 4th. Team WRT's BMW, Kelvin van der Linde in 5th, ahead of Danny Juncadea's TF Sport Corvette, the second of those American cars. 7th place is the 54 Ferrari of Davide Rigon. Then it's Michel Gatting's Porsche 85 Iron Dames. The McLaren of Marino Sato, number 95, is in 9th for United. And the second of the Acodis Lexus, now with Jose Maria Lopez driving, number 87, is in 10th.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
So what can I offer you now? We return. Trouble for the number 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes, unfortunately. Drive-through penalty for exceeding the track limits too many times.
And 54 overall, so you will bring these tires to the end. So now it's 11 laps to go.
So 11 laps to go on the current stint for the Toyota, Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota. On course as things stand for a top 3 finish, and only half a second away from Kevin Estra's Porsche, as Estra maybe struggles on pretty worn Michelin tyres now. The gap at the head of the order is opening up. It's 6 seconds to Alessandro Pierguidi. So nobody can stop the 51 Ferrari at this stage. Michelle Gatting's taken over in the Iron Dames Porsche, as I mentioned in the hourly update. She slices her way by the Mercedes that you were just mentioning. That was at Piritella. So 85 Iron Dames Porsche is currently 8th, with Davide Rigon potentially the next name on Michelle's list, certainly to get a little closer to. And also it's a busy phase of the race for Davide Rigon, because he's got Danny Juncadella to fight with as well for 6th place. But Ferrari at the head of the order, 6.5 seconds clear of Kevin Estra, and Estra's just got to get to the end of this stint trying to stay ahead of as many cars as he can, because that Toyota is snapping at his heels. Kamui Kobayashi hasn't really got much immediate pressure from Dries Vanthoor, who's over a second away. Remember, Vanthoor's been given the instruction by the team to just ease back a bit to allow the airflow to help out the engine temperatures, but more crucially the tyres.
Yeah, exactly. What we don't know there, Johnny, is how many laps he needs to back it out for to cool them down. I mean, how many degrees do they need to lose before they get their bite back? But, you know, track temperature, by the way, it was as high as sort of 25 degrees, nearly 26. It's down to 22. It's moving around. It's actually warmed up a little bit since that tiny little flurry of rain came through at the top of the circuit, but the air temperature is now below 20 degrees, so it's gradually cooling down. But as soon as the sun comes back out, if it does, again, it's back to being broken cloud. Maybe that was the last of the rain, and it really wasn't very much at all. But, you know, for Dries Van Tor, he's going to bide his time. He's going to wait. He'll tell the crew when he thinks that the tyre temperature is ready. They can check from within, but it's how it feels to him. And the Belgian driver, very, very experienced, and also sort of growing up in the back of the Team WRT garage when his brother Lawrence was racing. You know, he learnt an awful lot standing there looking at telemetry, you know, soaked it up like a sponge. And certainly when he became a racing driver in cars himself, he was so equipped with all the sort of nuances. And obviously with a team as successful as WRT, you've got a lot of very good brains to learn from. They've had so much success over a couple of decades, not just Vincent Voss, everybody else in that sort of brains trust they have there. So he understands these elements, you know, intrinsically.
Another place gained for Kelvin van der Linde, and that's not because of a pit stop for Danny Juncadella, who is, as we know, no slouch, but van der Linde has now cleared that Corvette as well. So Kelvin's up to 4th and is right on the tail of Valentin Haas-Clos now, shadowing fellow front-engine GT cars every move. Down the inside, here comes Kelvin van der Linde. He's going to force his way up the curb, but not quite enough pace. He's also got the distraction of an Aston Martin hypercar in behind. So trying to overtake an Aston GT car. And now arriving on the scene is the number 8 Toyota. So many narratives all at once here at the Villeneuve chicane. And again, the BMW much better off the corner compared to Valentin Haas-Clos. Around the outside of Toza is an amazing overtake. He even kept just about within the track limits. And Kelvin van der Linde into the podium spots now in GT.
Well, that's quite extraordinary. Around the outside he went, and Haas-Clos is nobody's fool at all. But there he realised he was beaten, but simply because he thought, well, you've only got the outside. Oh, you've only gone and made it work. Well, great moves. And, you know, 2 drivers at the top of their game, but this is a circuit where you have to work for your moves. And bear in mind, they had 2 hypercars coming through as well. One of the works Aston Martin Valkyries and one of the 2 Toyotas as well. And that can compromise your line, and that can end up with you off the circuit. It didn't, but it could have done.
4th and 5th, very tight. GT this is, so heading now down towards the Rivazzas. Danny Juncadella turning the screw on Davide Rigon. In fact, Rigon's just got ahead, I should say, of the Spaniard. So, but very similar speeds between these 2 mid-engine cars. And in for the party as well is Michelle Gatting, 7th.
And she pits.
And she's in, right, okay. So that might be an element of Iron Dame saying, just get out of it, we'll make your pit stop now, because we'll try and return you to the racetrack where it's a little bit less cluttered of GT cars.
I can offer you possibility. Big black clouds have just rolled in above the circuit. A few minutes ago it was looking sort of broken cloud, but suddenly from the opposite direction, black clouds coming in. Oh, is this too early for Iron Dames to make their pit stop? They're working backwards from the end of the race. But certainly those are the darkest clouds we've seen, even before that little flurry of rain that happened when Eduardo Freitas just broke the news that it was coming our way after the second of the safety cars. But no wipers on the cars that we've seen as yet, not at the highest point of the circuit. Just looking at the 777 Aston Martin, sorry, the 007 Aston Martin, that's running the back end of the hypercar class behind the sister car. So it's Tom Gamble behind Marco Sorensen, learning as they go, but just enthralling everybody with that amazing V12 engine note. It really is quite something.
Kelvin van der Linde, 10 laps into this current stint, but I don't think at the start of that 10 laps that was actually a fuel stop. Was that not him coming in to serve the stop-and-go penalty for the 46's part?
It was.
In the 21, yeah, so we can't consider this a 10-lap stint for Kelvin van der Linde. He must be fairly light on fuel now. And there's a question as to what tyres they take as well. From an Iron Dames perspective, I don't think they had much option. Michelle was out of energy, so you've got to get the car in, and then you just go with whatever the weather's doing right now as far as the new tyre selection is concerned. And it means she's not going to be able to make the finish on this next amount of energy, because GT cars have barely been able to make 55 minutes, let alone an hour and 20 that we still have remaining.
top 4 runners in GT3 all pitting together, so they too are going to end up the wrong side of an equation, aren't they? One a little bit stints isn't what you want. You want to be under a stint, so you can just have a slightly shorter final stint and make it stick. So who's going to get the advantage? Well, wait and see. Charlie Eastwood's car has been going very well, but that's falling down the order while it sits in the pit. But we had the Manthey first form Porsche getting to the head of the queue just before these five cars from GT3 dived into the pit. So really good job from all 3 drivers there. And the driver at the wheel at the moment is Ricardo Pera.
Not very far away from the leading hypercar cars that need to come in for a stop as well. Just get confirmation that, yes, the last pit stop for Kelvin van der Linde was 33 seconds. So that was the stop and go. The 46 was assessed after the contact with the 21 Ferrari at the second of the Ravazzas, the 21 GT Ferrari. And now heading down pit road, which has got a couple of kinks in it, just like the racetrack. The 54 Ferrari rejoins behind the 81 Corvette. Number 10 Aston Martin back into the hunt as well. And I wonder whether Valentin Haskell gets a new set of tyres for this penultimate stint. So it's going to be probably 50 minutes, and that will leave about a 20-minute segment at the end if, and it's a big if, we stay green with rain on the way. Very tight still between second and third. Kevin Estra's Porsche under massive pressure from Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota. And also you can lump into that in this 3-way fight, the BMW, number 15 of Dries Vanthoor. Yeah, they're 9 seconds down. Alessandro Pierguidi continues to make good the escape in the number 51 Ferrari. But how is the battle behind them going to sort itself out? Kevin Estra, just a little bit of a gap. We're talking half a second. He picks off one of the Mustangs. Also diving through as they approach Tosa goes Kamui Kobayashi, and Dries Vanthoor will make his move as soon as he can. But he's delayed, actually. Sorry, that was going out of Tamburello down towards the next corner, which is Villeneuve. And I'm afraid the BMW in 4th place just lost a bit of ground there. Got stuck behind the GT3 Mustang and lost out. The number 5 Porsche in the pits, that's the one where things have not been going so right. Michael Christensen, he'll be on board presumably through to the end of the race, but it hasn't been their day, it must be said. Definitely the balance has sort of been on the side of the number 6, the sister car. And that's running in 2nd place. Kevin Estra hanging on. But again, the pace of the black Toyota behind looks all the stronger. Kamui Kobayashi hunting him down. So WRT BMW now leading LMGT3, but that will have to get fueled just as the cars behind it are being done. Richard Leitz, welcome to the race. He now takes charge of the Manthey first form Porsche, number 92, which pitted from 3rd position, or maybe rejoins in 3rd position. A 2nd position make that because of other stoppers. So Danny Juncadei has just come in and back out again. Finn Gersitz and Pachito Lopez in their Lexus 78 and 87 running 3rd and 4th. Absolutely full throttle for Japanese racer Kamui Kobayashi in the Japanese car, number 7 Toyota. Each manufacturer have a very strong car this weekend, and then the sister car's not doing so well. So 51 Ferrari leads, the sister 50 car is down in 13th, the 6 Porsche is 2nd, the 5 car now drops down to 14th, but in fairness Michael Christensen's just made a stop. Toyota, they are on course with 1 car for a podium, that's the 7 in 3rd, whereas the 8 car is down in 12th position. Side by side a moment or two ago between a Corvette and a Ferrari. That's the 81 car and the 51. 81 being the bright yellow with the black roof American racer down the inside. So still fending off the advances of 54 Ferrari, which is Davide Rigon trying to get the better of Charlie Eastwood,
who wasn't prepared to leave the door open for him, it's safe to say. Well driven for the pair of them, but again you suddenly get gaggles of hypercars coming through, and Eastwood has to pull slightly to one side, and bang in the flash up to Piratella. 2 hypercars come past him. Again, they have to go somewhere on the track, the GT3 cars, but it gets very, very busy indeed, and the cars in question were 2nd and 3rd place in the race. Kevin Estra in his Porsche and Kamui Kobayashi in that number 7 Toyota. tucking in behind. They both go past the Iron Dames Porsche onto the start-finish. Well, we call it a straight. It's a curve with a couple of kinks. It's the best you can do around Imola, quite frankly, in terms of straights, but they work it very nicely indeed.
Yeah, the topography of the landscape has dictated where the racetrack goes next, and I'm not against that at all. This parkland setting, sort of track that Italy does so well with the Royal Park of Monza as well, the Temple of Speed, which sadly is off the calendar for the World Endurance Championship for this segment of its history. I'm sure it will be back in future years. Be nice as well with the European Le Mans Series back in the UK this year to maybe in 3 years' time or so welcome the WEC back to the UK shores. I'm sure that is on the horizon.
And you can be sure that people, particularly seeing what's offering the World Endurance Championship at the moment, will be saying, when can we start buying tickets? Because that's always a race that's really, really well supported.
Well, in the hypercar class, we've still got to come Ford and Genesis and now McLaren. But let's focus on today, because we might have a change for second place. The Toyota got level with the Porsche of Kevin Estre, but there was no way through. Estre's really struggling on this set of tyres. The drive out of the corner is a struggle as well. The Aston Martin might just give him a bit more lifetime in second place as the Toyota thinks about a move around Rivazza, but it gets really tight there, and I don't think the Toyota can get underneath through Rivazza too. It had a nibble, just like what we had in the GT fight a few hours ago, but thankfully Kobayashi had a bit in reserve there.
Tiny bit, but certainly Kevin Estre has been taking corners in chunks, whereas the Toyota's been going around smoothly. But if there's any delay between either of those, Dries Van Toren's almost close enough to pounce. He's in fourth, he's half a second down, only 1.5 car lengths down, closing all the time. The yellow Ferrari of Robert Kubitza is closing in as well, but Kevin Estre is doing a mighty, mighty job, but he's certainly got the hardest job of any of these cars, running second, third, fourth and fifth, and tucked in behind the second of the BMWs. Is now in the mix as well with Sheldon van der Linde getting in close. It's a 5-car train, second to sixth.
Absolutely phenomenal driving from all 5 here, but particularly Estre and Kobayashi. Being able to witness this race, the best place is clearly in front of a screen, but when you do that, naturally the speed that stuff's happening is lessened via television, and to be trackside at one particular corner must be an absolute delight for the many spectators here. Meanwhile, Toyota up against Ferrari. This is for the lower order positions, but it's no less frantic. 11th and 12th, Sebastian Buemi up against a still recovering Antonio Fuoco. It feels like he's spending most of the weekend doing that.
Certainly does. I tell you what, the place to really watch this race would be in the grandstand at the entrance to... and the move is made at the second time of asking at the corner I was about to talk about, Rivazza, because as you could see them coming down, you could see that with every lap it was getting harder and harder for Kevin Estre to hold on to his Porsche. And after getting his nose up 18 corners earlier, which is the second of the Rivazzas, the first one was the one where the move was made this time. Toyota, number 7, back down the inside, and Kevin Estre had to go... Oh, did you touch me? Well, very, very nearly. You can have the position. So second is now in the hands of Toyota. Bear in mind, the number 7 car won the race last year. But what's the gap to the race lead? It's 14.4 seconds to the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. So that's going to be a big ask, or a safety car, to bring that number 7 Toyota into the mix.
So the classic block pass from Kamui Kobayashi plugged the hole, prevent the Porsche from turning in, and even though there was contact, that was as clean as it was ever going to be, I think. And now it's an inter-German battle, because the Porsche, again, not really offering much more speed, is under firm pressure from the next car in the sequence, which is Dries Van Toren's BMW. And BMW have had enough speed this weekend to at least get one of their cars on the podium. It's the Porsche of Kevin Estre that stands in their way. No change still between the 8 Toyota and the 50 Ferrari. But again, this is for position. They are also on the lead lap. And to decide who runs 10th between Sebastian Buemi and Antonio Fuoco. But Estre about to come under massive pressure from not only Dries Van Toren, but Robert Kubitza, Sheldon van der Linde, Mick Schumacher. Stoffel Van Dorn's only a second behind, and also Pierre-Luc Chatin's not hugely distant either, just 0.8 of a second, but...
Into the pits goes a whole gaggle. Kamui Kobayashi, Kevin Estra. So bragging rights to Kobayashi, but will that advantage of just having moved ahead before the pit stops enable his Toyota number 7 to come back out in front? Well, when I say in front, I mean in effective second place, but he worked hard for that.
Certainly did. Kubitza and Sheldon van der Linde and Mick Schumacher now are elevated briefly, and Mick Schumacher spotting an opportunity to try and get ahead of the Shell Helix sponsored BMW. There isn't a way by though in the braking area for Toza. Work continuing on for the number 7 Toyota. It's mainly fuel. They're not going to do tyres, I don't think. Too much track position to give up in that respect, and this won't be the final stint either for the hypercars that are pitting now. Unless there's some caution between now and the end of the race, you're not going to make it.
It's so, you've got to think about what variables are lying ahead of you. They'll be looking at what colour the clouds are, how fast the wind is blowing new clouds in. Will there be rain between now and the end of the race? If they think heavy rain is going to fall with half an hour to go, then they can afford to probably double stint the tyres they're on, eke out, any advantage they gain time-wise, and then, how much they're losing in the intervening laps. But, ifs and buts and maybes. But the one thing that, you really have to feel, it's not nailed on, but it's as close as can be, is the number 51 Ferrari, as to whether that's in the pits right now. But they seem to be doing things at their own time of calling. Alessandro Pierguidi, he'll take it through to the end of the race, but every time the cars are on the track, when there isn't a safety car period to bunch the field, that's able to just edge away. Not by a lot, but this was a car, remember, that was on pole by 3/4 of a second. That is enormous in the World Endurance Championship. So whatever they know about setup and how well it suits their drivers around the Imola circuit, they seem to have got it absolutely spot on.
Yeah, and surely when one car is as good as this, then the other two shouldn't be too far away. But the 83 car has been the closest and actually now leads the race because it has not pitted, but will do shortly in the hands of Robert Kubitza. Away goes Alessandro Pierguidi for a stint and a half still to come. Still no change between the Toyota and Ferraris that are fighting for 10th and 11th, and almost Fuoco drew level with the Toyota, but as he pulled out a line of the bat black Japanese car, there was a GT sitting right in the middle of where he wanted to be. That was a McLaren, so had to get out of or more so on the brakes and out of the throttle and wait for a better opportunity.
Yeah, and while their rivals have dived into the pits, they've yet to come in for what may or may not be their final stop. That suddenly puts Buemi in the number 8 Toyota up into second place rather than 10th. And up to third place from 11th goes Antonio Fuoco, touched in behind in the car that started stone last in the hypercar class, down in 18th position. But, it's gone well, but neither of these cars have had the rub of the green. Safety cars not suiting them time-wise, etc., etc. So, in from fleeting lead of the race. Remember, it was in effective 4th, or was it 5th position? 5th position, the yellow Ferrari of Robert Kubitza. He should stay on board, but just really waiting for the 8 Toyota and the number 50 Ferrari of Fuoco to come into the pits. Maybe this time around, maybe next. What's the weather doing? It's still dry, but for how much longer? There's the question.
Toyota and Ferrari, 9th and 10th. No, 10th. Well, it's changed again, hasn't it, because of so many cars pitting. It's actually for 2nd and 3rd now, would you believe? But they are staying out and extending that pit window for as long as possible. Both needed to deal with the 33 Corvette, as there is, strictly speaking, another lead change now, as the number 8 Toyota and the 50 Ferrari will become the new race leaders, separating by just 0.2 of a second.
Can they get to the point, there are only 59 minutes or so on the clock, to make this their final pit stop? They're getting very close. If they could do another 2 laps, they could suddenly be in the box seats in this race.
Well, remember, that's the design strategy for these two cars. We mentioned it at the time. They were that far down that the one half of Toyota and Ferrari crew said, well, let's pit these cars with an hour and 40 to go. That ensures 2 50-minute stints. And yes, all things being equal, which they rarely are around Imola, they should get to the finish with one more stop. So we've kind of discounted these two cars, and we shouldn't, because depending on how this race twists and turns for the remaining 60 minutes, these two could be still in the hunt.
Yeah, more than that, if the Ferrari can get in front, this could be a back-to-front victory from 18th and last in the hypercar class. It is still possible. It's clever tactics. You brought it up. We've just remembered it. And here we have it. So much to think about. Right, I'm going to talk about clouds for a moment. Largely white, slightly grey, not so black as they were before. So that would have been a scare for all the teams when the black clouds headed in. They seem to have moved over the town and away from the circuit, but an hour or so to go. In fact, an hour and 2 minutes to go. And effective leader is the number 8 Toyota. When is it going to pit? You'd think sort of next time round or the one after that.
Yeah. And we'll wait to see which will be the first to blink. Ricard Leitz, the leader in LMGT3 from Kelvin van der Linde, who has been driving like in a storm from the point he took the car over. Actually, he had to just abate that speed to serve a stop-go penalty because of the infringement for him from his teammate Valentino Rossi. But since then, he has been on an absolute tear, the South African, and now only 4 and a bit seconds away from Ricard Leitz in the class-leading Porsche. Toyota up against Ferrari have cycled to the front, and the spotlight now a little bit more on this scrap. That's the reason why the focus from a TV director point of view has been on these cars, even though they were towards the bottom end of the top 10. They cycle through to the race lead. However, of the better of the most recent pit-stopping cars, Sheldon van der Linde. Now, what did they not or did they do during that pit stop for van der Linde? He did 38 laps.
Yeah, we are trying to get you there, mate. It should be in 8 laps at the moment. 8 laps. We're going to pit or the lap before him or the same lap.
So 8 laps, they think, which is about 10 minutes or so.
No, a bit more, a bit less than that. They're lapping a 1 minute 34, 35. So you're talking about 6 laps. So
Okay.
they said 8 laps. So we'll be doing the minutes, aren't we? Yeah, so yeah, a bit longer, about 12 minutes.
12 minutes. Well, that will easily take them within the window of
Yeah, that also
fuel.
tallies. If they came in for their penultimate stop with 1 hour and 40 minutes remaining, divide that 50-50, yeah. That's on the nose.
Two lots of 50, minus the pit stop, of course. So the time spent in the pit lane, which is slightly more than a minute, is obviously not contributing to the amount of mileage you're putting in, and therefore the energy consumption. So out of Tosa, all of a sudden we have less than 60 minutes to go. 2 minutes past 6 at Imola, and Toyota looking in a strong position. Under pressure from Ferrari, though. Let's hear from one of the pilots in car number 8.
I am with Brendan Hartley, driver of the Toyota number 8. What a race Seb is doing, and all you guys. You were not there at the beginning, but as usual, you're always there on strategy.
Yeah, look, we were fighting pretty well at the beginning in P4. We took a penalty on our car with a full course yellow infringement. Not really sure what happened. I'm pretty sure that it was safe, so we have to review after. Now we've gone off strategy, quite heavily off strategy. It's hard to see how it's going to play out. I feel like virtually we're maybe fighting for P4 and 5 now. We have one more stop, and so do the others, but the others just have a splash.
Except there's a safety car or something.
Yeah, we don't know, or maybe it's some rain. So look, we're still in the fight. The Ferrari has way more pace. They're managing at the front, and Forco's right behind. Seb's trying to keep him behind, but yeah, I'm just watching the TV now. It's a great fight. We're hoping we can still fight for a podium. Kamui's also fighting for the podium, so if we can score some good points again, it would be damage limitation on a weekend we don't have the full pace. But it's been a nice race, honestly, with many cars and the midfield battle, let's say.
Absolutely, and we're all watching the race and the fight at the moment. So good luck for the end.
Thank you.
The nice situation, if you are involved with the 8 Toyota or the 50 Ferrari, is that there shouldn't be any need to conserve at all now. They are within the required parameters to push for the remaining 60 minutes. And to be honest, the body language of both of these cars currently would display that, Bruce.
Yeah, I mean, in the realistic lead or in the last official lead, doesn't really matter because the battle between them is naturally going to draw the cameras because it's just such a classic scrap. And, you know, Toyota's so long the backbone of World Endurance Championship racing, the Ferrari in Italy. Hello. Right, let's focus on that one. And it's great. Two drivers doing fabulous job. Seb Buemi pressing on. What's their pace relative to their rivals? Slightly slower. They're getting to the end of their stint. Their tyres a little tired. 1 minute 35.6, 1 minute 35.7 for the pair of them. Whereas other cars in behind, looking at the pace, gosh, we've got some cars even outside the top 10 lapping in the 1 minute 33s. Who's fastest of all? Actually, Mikkel Jensen right now. He's 1 minute 33.9 last lap. That's super quick.
It is from the day in the Peugeot.
Yeah, he's down in 14th position, however. Not so good.
Yeah, Peugeot feeling that they were in a very different model phase of their car. They say, yeah, fine, it's still got a rear wing as it did 12 months ago, as we hear Antonio Fuoco's team radio.
Okay, mate, they will have to triple the soft on the left and double the medium on the right, the Toyota, if they don't change at the next stop. There will be on the triple soft on the left and double medium on the right.
So medium tyre, the harder of the two compounds on the more punished side of the car, but triple stinting soft tyres on the inner edge of this anti-clockwise circuit is tough as well, particularly at a corner like Acqua Minerale, where the softs are taking all the punishment out of that right-hander, which is off camber and uphill. So onward we go with these cars synced to the end of the race, as opposed to the fight between BMW and Ferrari, which at the last pit stop went the way of BMW. Great run from the 50 Ferrari, almost pushing the Toyota down towards Rivazza, and there's going to be no way through again, because the only route really for Antonio Fuoco would have been through the marbles, and could he have got the car stopped there?
Yeah, you were just talking there as they were going through Acqua Minerale, and it was as they came up the crest, there was a slight mistake at the bottom of the slope there from Sebastian Buemi, and you've got to grab any chance that comes your way. It nearly did for the Ferrari chaser, for Antonio Fuoco, but it was amazing. You know, you look up and it's 2 car lengths between them, 1.5, and then as you picked it up, Johnny, it was down to next to nothing, but there was no way Buemi, wise old fox, was going to leave the door open, even a hint ajar down into Rivazza, but it was a mistake and he got away with it.
Yeah. Well, that's again what road position gives you versus being the chasing car. The BMW in its last stop, number 20 BMW, which is now leading the chase for those cars in behind this top 2 fight, spent a minute and 51 seconds in pit lane, and I want to just compare that to the 51 Ferrari, because the 51 has ended up falling behind the 20 BMW, and they pitted pretty close to one another. It was 2 minutes 10, according to my data, for the 51 Ferrari. So,
well, check what it was for the 15 BMW, because that was the better place of those two BMWs, along with Dries Van Tor on board. They're lapping in the one, those two cars you just mentioned. Dries Van Tor, 1 minute 34.4 pace last time around, and the sister car 33.5. I think that's also down to a little bit of traffic there, because I would have thought they've got older rubber, or not as much new rubber on the number 15 BMW after that longer pit stop, but we will see.
15. Actually, the last pit stop showing as just 46 seconds, so that's not had a penalty to serve.
No.
I'm working my way through a little bit of misleading data at the same time. Let's concentrate on the fight at the head of the order, which might be for 4th position, as Brendan Hartley suggests. Maybe he's just trying to take a bit of the sting out of this battle, though, that might develop into the race lead. You never know. Although, as he says, the other cars that they are fighting can pit closer to the checkered flag, and therefore their final stops will be much quicker than the full energy load that will need to be taken on board these cars in the next probably now 4 or 5 minutes. Over the crest they go at Piritella. Now the plummet down into Acqua Minerale. Rain lights still flashing. We haven't needed the rain lights or indeed the wet weather tyres at all. The rain lights were initially prompted by the wet track that was announced. There was actually only about 10 minutes of that, maybe 15 minutes of very light rain, and not all the way around the track either. Dark clouds have assembled above Tosa corner, but have not yet delivered. So they'll be keeping an eye trained to the skies, more crucially to the radar, to know if and when that's going to change.
be so interesting in this battle for the lead of the race. If Antonio Fuoco could get in front, what the natural pace he has in that car, because he's being bottled up. But Sebastian Buemi is not going to give him any opportunity if he possibly could do anything about it. And so he's got his black Toyota in front.
We change or not 2 tires at the next stop. At the moment, I would say no, so we have more chance to pass them at the last stop. Let me know how you feel with tires.
No reply whatsoever, because the concentration...
Thinking.
Well, yeah, maybe. Needing a bit of time to compute and then deliver an answer, which perhaps we will not hear. So, you were asking about the Dries Vanthoor car, 36 laps. That does appear to have been a very, weirdly, a quick stop, but
they
it
lost
wouldn't
a lot of
explain
track
what.
position.
No,
so
precisely. Yeah, I'm not tending to believe some of the information that I've been delving into. And although things like lap times are very reliable, time spent in pits has been a bit up and down today. Much of it will come out in the wash once questions can be asked to various teams. And then it depends how On His Tour as kind of generous they want to be with secretive information. Even after a race, it's very difficult to get that info. These two cars pitted 2 laps apart at the start of what should be about a 50-minute stint. They pitted with an hour and 41 to go, there or thereabouts, but Fuoco 2 laps prior to Sebastian Buemi. So we are, pretty much on the 50 minutes now for Antonio Fuoco.
Yeah, but his virtual energy tank is down to 2%. Someone suggests he shouldn't try another lap, whereas the Toyota in front is down at 7%, 6%, and falling. And the next car that's likely to come in and also be sort of out of sequence, if you will be the 99 Porsche, the Proton competition. One that was started by Neil Yanni, but it's with the third driver, Nicolas Baron, in 11th position overall. But expect the number 50 Ferrari, the one that I have to keep reminding people started 18th and last in the hypercar class after the driver at the wheel at the moment, Antonio Fuoco, didn't fail just once but twice, exceeded track limits, didn't get a time, didn't get into the pole shootout, and has been paying the price ever since. But has driven really well, off sequence. But may yet have a tilt. But as we heard from the team, maybe good only for 4th place. We'll see.
So will the Toyota get a little bit of respite when the Ferrari comes in? A couple of laps, maybe. Again, if you can stay out for slightly longer than a rival, this is the time to do it, because it means your final pit stop can be marginally shorter. And we might be thinking about tenths of seconds for that fuel nozzle to be attached to the side of the car. Ferrari may be in at the end of this lap. Yeah, here it comes, the 50 Ferrari from 2nd position, whereas the Toyota can stay out potentially for 2 more laps. So the 50 Ferrari will be not quite in the very first garage. These are the new garages to be built. Or is it in the first group of the old ones? It might be, actually, yeah. So the newer ones are slightly ahead of where Ferrari are based this weekend. They've got tyres readied and wheel guns are being grabbed. You can't change tyres at the same time as the fuel going in, but the careful calculations to get this car through the remaining 49 minutes, plus any extra, remember, because the checkered flag will wait for the race leader even when the clock reads 0, so you've got to factor in potentially a whole extra lap, and there are no tyres put on that car, so they were there maybe as a bit of a dummy to the rest of the crews up and down pit road, but not put on. Brave stuff. But I think from a Ferrari perspective, they just cannot afford to waste any time whatsoever.
No, they can't. I was having a sneaky peek to see if there were any wet weather tyres being lined up just a bit further back into the garage. Couldn't see any. Doesn't mean they're not there. But looking at the colour of the clouds right now, it should be all right to the end of the race, I would think. But again, depends which way the cameras are facing, what you can see out of your windows. But track dry. But racing, it's almost as though it's the opening lap of the race. It's nose-to-tail stuff. One of the Toyotas just diving in, and that is Sebastian Buemi, number 8, so he came in only a lap after the number 50 Ferrari, and that means the 51 Ferrari with Alessandro Pierguidi will go back into the lead of the race. No, in fact, Sheldon van der Linde is now into the lead of the race, number 20 BMW, but that's going to pit sooner than the 51 Ferrari because it's down to 28% virtual energy tank, and that will run out very soon indeed, or certainly sooner than it will in the chasing 51 Ferrari.
Now, the beauty of Toyota pitting 1 lap later than the Ferrari is that they were able to observe what Ferrari were going to do regarding tyres and now can react if necessary, but they're not going to do tyres because they were only feet ahead of the Ferrari anyway, and changing any of these pieces of rubber on the corner of the car will immediately put the Toyota behind the Ferrari. So it's soft tyres on the left, which are going to have to be triple stinted. The mediums on the right, double stinted. Away goes the Toyota. This should be a slightly shorter fuel fill, remember. 1 lap fewer still to do. There are cars rejoining ahead of the Toyota as well, GT cars, but they're far enough ahead not to interfere.
Yeah, what you don't know is what sort of traffic the 50 Ferrari met on its outlap. It looks as though the Toyota's eased out ahead, but again, can't confirm that until we see the next timing sector being reached.
So BMW now lead the 6 hours of Imola by 3 seconds over the 51 Ferrari. And is that a clue that the Ferrari is just saving a bit of energy here and there, also saving tyre wear, or is it purely because it's caught in a big batch of GTs? We talked about 4 or 5 cars nose to tail.
I just think quite simply the BMW is out of kilter. Bear in mind, this is the car that had to have the rear wing section replaced after it clattered over the curbs. Its power is down appreciably more than the 51 Ferrari, so the 51 Ferrari can go much later towards the end of the race before it makes its final pit stop, ergo shorter fueling, etc, etc. But BMW, they've been in the mix, but this is not their car that's going to do it. If it would be either of them, it should be the number 15, the sister car.
And yet, I mean, according to this, Sheldon van der Linde and Alessandro Pierguidi pitted on the same lap, so and Mick Schumacher did as well. The top 3 pretty much matching one another, stride for stride. Here's Sebastian Buemi's team radio.
Very close to being virtual P3. So P3, P4 is in the hunt. We just need you to go fast like always.
So this is Brendan Hartley's theory of about 4th or 5th, did he suggest, for the 8 Toyota?
Yeah, 4th at highest, he said.
Okay. Well, Antonio Fuoco is still behind the number 8 Toyota, and that should be a larger gap now. It's not that great. In fact, it's maybe 5 car lengths at best for Sebastian Buemi, and depending on how he's able to slice through some of this GT traffic, it might be that the Ferrari's right back on his tail again by the time they get to Tosa. So it's kind of as you were, even though these cars pitted a lap apart.
No, but I think you're absolutely right. By pitting later, Toyota could at least read what Ferrari had done, and that was not fit any fresh rubber. But I think there are other players in this game. Other players could also be driving GT3 cars, because as we speak, the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Vantage sort of shoveled off the side of the circuit on the exit of Tosa, and that's right in front of one of the race leaders, so that could easily come unstuck.
A big shout for Kelvin van der Linde, who has now brought the 46 car in for its final pit stop. And Kelvin had got the car back up to 2nd place after that big penalty, and a deserved penalty for Valentino Rossi's contact with Simon Mann, which would eventually put the 21 Ferrari out of the race. Final pit garage for the 46 BMW down pit lane, and the lollipop's about to be lifted to send him back into the race. So Ricard leads LMGT3, but still needs to come in for the final pit stop for Porsche number 92. Charlie Eastwood has been doing the magic stuff, as he so often does, regardless of what car he's been in. I'm coming from a Porsche 1 make background, where he was a British champion, but then he's since then driven Aston Martins and now the mid-engine Corvette with TF Sport. That car's up to 2nd. Davide Rigon runs 3rd in the 54 Ferrari. And there was a big fight a moment or two ago between Valentin Hasklow and Danny Juncadella. Hasklow's rear bumper on the Aston Martin is getting lighter and lighter. It's slowly disintegrating after being eaten away by the Corvette of Danny Juncadella. Let's hope there aren't any penalties going that way, because that's just the typical fraught way of finishing a GT fight when the pros all take over. And a lot of these cars will show a great deal of evidence of being in actually a longer race than 6 hours. Very weather-worn in some areas. And certainly this race has been incident-packed to date. The BMW of Sheldon van der Linde leading by almost 4 seconds over Alessandro Pierguidi. But remember that those cars are all, well, the top 4, 5 cars, 6 cars are all going to have to stop one more time for this crucial splash to get them to the finish of the completion of this race. And Michael Christensen, 18 laps in. Now, when did he begin this particular stint? I only asked that because I wonder whether he might be able to get to the finish.
Yes, 16 laps into his... Yeah, I think he probably... Yeah, I'll do some more maths on that one before I jump in and make a statement. 41 minutes remaining. I think he could just...
Yeah.
Or am I out by a lap? That's rather important, Bruce. Pay attention. But yeah, it's certainly a consideration, you'd say.
Well, I'll try and work out precisely the time that he began that stint. It was just after 6:45. So, no, I don't think he can.
Just short.
Yes. Well, I mean, generally 50 minutes for a hypercar, so I think he'd be able to get...
Half a stint short,
yeah, he'd be able to get to within about 20 minutes of the checkered flag being unfurled, but no further. So will the win come from the leading, let's say, sextet of cars? Van der Linde definitely in the fight in his BMW. Pierguidi's Ferrari 3.5 seconds adrift. Mick Schumacher might have a shout at the race win in the Alpine with one more pit stop still to go. Kamui Kobayashi's number 7 Toyota, the sister BMW of Dries Vanthoor. Remember, it's the 15 that's been looking the stronger of the two for most of this, but now finds itself down in 5th, and we're still scratching our heads a little bit about why that is. Must have missed something obvious, which wouldn't be the first time. And Robert Kubitza's 83 Ferrari, the internally rebuilt car, because they put a brand new engine in that partway through Saturday in time for qualifying. But this Sheldon van der Linde BMW on lap 187 is about to cross the line with 40 minutes still to go. So any hypercars pitting from this point onward, this will be the final stop of the race. But for the leading cars, they can keep going for at least another 20 minutes or so, as a moment or two ago the 50 Ferrari straight line the chicane at the top of the hill.
Yeah, I've been getting very close to Sebastian Buemi. Remember, these two cars are the ones that are sort of out of kilter with everyone else, but fueled to the end of the race. They sort of made a much earlier penultimate pit stop, and the Ferrari sort of edged into the gravel. Something else for the stewards to look at, but I think that was just a straight racing incident, but just showing how competitive it is. You might go, what are we getting so excited about? Cars running 13th and 12th, but they are out of kilter with their rivals, and they should be able to run to the finish. All their rivals are going to be making their final pit stops, and ought to see how this hangs out. But again, we've got some drivers on triple stint on the left-hand tyres, double stint on the right-hand.
Driver car number 36, the Alpine, who's currently running 3rd, but you're due for a pit stop. How is it going, and what can you expect for the end of the race after the pit stop?
Well, we gambled quite early in the race. In my stint, we went for the soft, which was quite early with the track temp. We tried to gain a lot on the outlap, but there was a virtual safety car at that time, I think, or FCY maybe, so we could not gain. And now we continue with the soft, and we under-fueled 2 times now to try to split the last 2 stints that we have to do. So we are, of course, Wow. Sorry, that's good for us because we are fighting against them. So actually, if they continue like that. But yeah, no, it's a crazy race as usual in WEC, a lot of fighting. We are in the fight, so let's see what's going to happen. If they continue also to fight, it's going to help us, so we cross fingers.
Okay, thank you, Jules.
Oh, crevedon.
Well, Jules Gounon actually helping us out from a commentary perspective. Halfway through the interview, he was referring to the Ferrari and Toyota battle, but the big fear now is that the 50 Toyota is too badly damaged. Has he popped the tyre? Yes, he has. In fact, the tyre is entirely removed from the real rim, and that was probably from the initial contact down into Tamburello. Toyota 8 on the inside, Ferrari 50 on the outside. Once, twice, maybe 3 times contact was made, and tyres will only take so much of that abuse.
And then the long run through the Tamburello gravel track. The 50 Ferrari came out ahead, but Fuoco would have known very early on that tyre was already going down. And in fact, quite a lot of tyre damage, one would suggest, for the Buemi's Toyota. Very, very side. Managed to keep the car on the black stuff, which is more than Fuoco did, but at the second viewing, I can attach rather more blame. I suggested after a very short viewing that wasn't necessarily anything more than a racing incident, but that was a little bit difficult. But suddenly the 2 cars out of kilter, with a possibility of coming in 4th or 5th or maybe 3rd or 4th, suddenly that chance has gone away from them.
Yeah, and the 50 Ferrari, not for the first time this weekend, is going to rather red-faced head for pit lane. Remember, Antonio Fuoco put in for qualifying duties yesterday. He had his best lap time deleted. He had his second best time deleted for track limit infringements, and now he will make it to the end of this particular lap. But any chance for the Ferrari to snatch a race win, car 50 to snatch a race win, has gone by the wayside. Surely that incident involving it and the car number 8, the Toyota, will be looked at. Sebastian Buemi continues to circulate, and his lap time, well, was about 6 seconds slower, but he did go through the gravel trap at Tamburello. The bigger concern for the 8 Toyota is, will those tyres, pretty old tyres, stand up? Thankfully, at Ferrari, they do have spare Michelins, which they've now probably put the best tyres that they've got at their disposal on that car, and to try and get any sort of points finish, but even that looks a stretch because Fuoco has fallen down to 15th position.
Right, one of the Alpines in the pits. It's car number 36. That's Jules Gounon's car. Mick Schumacher will take it through to the finish. He's been putting in some very good laps, but, you know, as Jules commented in between doing a bit of our race commentary for us in the commentary box when he looked at the replays in the background, that, you know, they had a gamble early on, started on Sauce, but just didn't have the clear track. They needed to eke the most out of those, and you know, sometimes you got to roll the dice and see how it goes. They're starting 6th, but they've driven really well through this race, the Alpine crew.
Rejoining at the same time as the 61 Mercedes from Iron Lynx, and driving in the 61 car is Maxime Martin. So he stays on board, having been utilised quite early on, actually. That was to ensure that the Iron Lynx Mercedes stayed in the hunt for as much as possible. Unsurprisingly, the incident that involved the Toyota and the Ferrari a moment or two ago at Tamburello is now under investigation.
Right, we'll have to work out how many hours the stewards will have been spending in this race officiating, but in fact, in all fairness, almost all the incidents have been fairly clear-cut, so the decision shouldn't be too hard to come by. One person slightly ruining an earlier decision was Vincent Voss, boss of Team WRT, because at the moment his number 46 BMW, that's been the predominant car in that class, on pole by a tidy margin. In the GT3 class, it's running in 6th place in class at the minute, which is underachieving. It's Kelvin van der Linde at the moment. His next target up the track is Marino Sato. We haven't talked too much about United Autosports, but there's one of their cars in 5th place in class in GT3, and it's going to see if that can get close to the racing spirit of Le Mans. Aston Martin, the one that Valentin has closed, been a sort of contact magnet in many ways. Not all his fault. In fact, I don't think any of them have been his fault so far.
This will surely be an in-lap for Sheldon van der Linde. He's down to 1% on the energy markers. So, again, the complexion of the race will switch.
It's funny, he just cut across the nose of his brother Kelvin. That's in the 46 BMW. Let me through. I cannot lose an iota of a second. This is my in-lap. Come on.
Yeah. So Sheldon van der Linde. Actually, that was the other BMW, wasn't it? That was the other brother.
You're right.
Dries Van Tor in
You're
the
right.
blue and white red car. But the Shell Helix-backed BMW does pit at the end of lap 191, and that will put the Ferrari, number 51, back to the head of the order. And that will also put Kamui Kobayashi into 2nd place. Dries Van Tor is not too bad for energy.
Yeah, well, you know what? Before we had the most recent cycle, it was 51 from 7 and 15. We're back there again now with the number 20 BMW, which sort of gained an advantage by short fueling and an earlier pit stop is now falling back down. Therefore, you could fully understand they were taking a roll of the dice, trying to see if they could get one, if not two BMWs on the podium. But I must say, Toyota's form has looked very good in this race. The cars have always looked neat, tidy. Not so much Sebastian Buemi bouncing through the gravel a couple of laps ago, but certainly the 7 crew. You know, they're running in 4th and 5th positions. You remember early in the race, but didn't look as though they had the answer to at least 2 of the 3 Ferraris, 51 and 83. But they've kept in there, and wise old heads are, really going well right now. But I'm very pleased to see BMW in the hunt as well.
The one manufacturer we have lost from a consistent top 4 or so is Porsche, who have slipped to 6th. But remember, there was a time when Ferrari and Porsche and Toyota and BMW were all evident in the top 4 places. So it's now 2 Ferraris, one of the scarlet variety, the other one in the yellow, and that's Robert Kubitza back into the top 4. His energy is similar to the race leader. So we're now at a phase where this is a fair fight to the finish. However, it's intriguing to know precisely where the number 8 Toyota will fit into this. Now, the 8th run has been compromised by its clash with the number 50 Ferrari, remember. So there was a slow lap in the middle of that and cost the Toyota the better part of 6 or 7 seconds. Could that be crucial, and might it therefore take it out of this situation? It's a fight between Ferrari, Toyota, BMW, and maybe as an outside bet, the 83 Ferrari. 31 BMW in GT have just done a driver change, but was there a concern about this pit stop? Oh, it's the rear wing, isn't it, that's well out of alignment and needed some attention. It is 6:30 at Imola. We have 30 minutes of this race still to go. It was a slow burner initially, but has become absolutely fascinating. You cannot take your eyes from this one. We'll have every single lap covered. But first of all, here's the final hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
Let's make it quick because we don't yet know how much longer these leading cars can take before they will need their splash. It's likely to be for the final 20 minutes, but for the time being, the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi on lap 194 leads by 26 seconds over Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota car number 7. Then Dries Van Toor's BMW number 15 is third, 0.7 of a second off the back of the Japanese car. Then it is Robert Kubitza's AF Corsa Ferrari, the number 83, 4 seconds further back. Kevin Estre a little more distant, 15 seconds down from the car in front. So 5th place for the Frenchman in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. The Cadillac V Series R, number 12 of Norman Nato from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota is in 6th, ahead of Mikkel Jensen's Peugeot 9X8, number 93, 7th. The second of the BMW hypercars, Sheldon van der Linde, has just made a pit stop to take him away from the race lead and drop him back into the mixture in 8th position. Then it's Mick Schumacher's second Alpine. No, that's the first of the Alpines, is it not? Have I mentioned 35 already? 35 is down in 11th, so 36 is the better of those two A424s. 9th and in 10th position is Sebastian Buemi. Believe it or not, still not out with a chance of a podium because that car's on a very different strategy in car number 8. LMGT3, a final pit stop now for the class-leading Richard Lietz in the blue and black Porsche from Manthey First Form, number 92. Charlie Eastwood and Danny Juncadella stacked up behind for the TF Sport Corvette crew, and Eastwood's going to pit on this lap as well. So the 81 car in for a shortish stint of 30 minutes or so. Then, so that means that Juncadella, who stays out, cycles to the front of the class. So the new order, 33, leading the 92 Porsche and the 81 Corvette. United Autosports McLaren of Marino Sato, 4th, is also into pit lane. That's the 95. Valentino Haskell, Aston Martin for Racing Spirit of Le Mans, number 10, pits from 5th. Kelvin van der Linde's number 46 BMW is 6th, ahead of the 2 Lexus of Acodis. It's Esteban Masson, 78, ahead of Jose Maria Lopez in 87. Davide Rigon's 54 Ferrari is 9th, and Michelle Gatting for the Iron Dames in her 85 Porsche completes the top 10. There's 28 minutes still to go.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
Now, is it that Danny Juncadella is on a different strategy in GT, or will he just pit the next time around? I'm favouring the latter of those two options. Just got to check to see when the Spaniard last came in. Yeah, he's 27 laps into his stint, I make it, so he will pit the next time around. TF probably choosing to do that to make it slightly easier to service both cars.
Right, bit of housekeeping for you. You wondered if the number 31 BMW was having its rear wing looked at. It went back out on the track and then got the black and orange warning flag and had to come in again. It's just served its next run through the pit. So you can really see the Ben Team WRT dropping out of the top 10 in GT3. Unfortunate, but, you know, you've got to check these things at a circuit like this, particularly if you consider the speed into Tamburello. If you've got a rear wing that's not quite secured as it should be, then it's very worth investigating. That's precisely what they've been asked to do and what Team WRT has done.
4 and a bit laps away from the 200-lap marker, and Alessandro Pierguidi has a very healthy lead over Kamui Kobayashi. This is a fair current standings, I would say, purely on the pace of the 51 Ferrari over the course of the last 3 days. And the last thing they want is some sort of intervention from race control to have to deal with an incident, because that would really spice things up, or indeed the weather to bite. But you get the feeling that even the 51 car could cope with a bit of weather as well, because it's been set up so well and across its 3 different drivers. Giovinazzi, I naturally thought, would be left to these final stints, but Alessandro Pierguidi identified as the closing driver, and he's doing an excellent job. Last time around, a 1:34.2, significantly faster than Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota. Dries Vanthoor is piling on the pressure, though, to that Toyota. Only a second separate second and third placed cars in hypercar. Robert Kubitza is slightly more distant in the 83 Ferrari. The 2 Corvettes are running together once again. So now Danny Juncadella has made his final pit stop and has rejoined right in front of the 81 Corvette. So it's the yellow roof number 33 ahead of the black roof number 81. They're working their way out of Tosa with Davide Rigon within touching distance in the 54 Ferrari ahead of them. Pachito Lopez and Esteban Masson. Now, where are they in their strategy, and does that put the Lexus...
They're third in class.
Yeah.
But
do they need to pit again? No, I don't think they do.
No.
They don't. So Richard Leitz with a huge lead has just made his final stop. Kelvin van der Linde is in second for WRT in the BMW, and then the 2 Lexus, which are legitimate positions for third and fourth places. And has Lopez got a bit more speed than Masson? Well, early indications would suggest that they might just be settling for a good overall result now. 1 on the podium, 1 just off it.
Yeah, certainly that would give the Acodis ASP team a real fillip. But just thinking about if Dries Vanthoor, he's how far down? He's under a second. He's at 9/10 of a second down on second place Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota. The best result Toyota achieved last year was a second place at Fuji. And Dries Vanthoor is one of the 3 drivers. It's his birthday. Come on, let him through. Equal that result. But certainly you notice that BMW are moving their way up the overall order in the World Endurance Championship. So, you know, hats off to the crew. But can he pull it off? Third is good. Second is better. But nobody's surely going to touch the 51 Ferrari. It's 26 seconds clear. Alessandro Pierguidi stroking it home. He's listened to your last bottom of the hour updates, and he's got 23 minutes until that checkered flag comes out.
Yeah. And there will be, 26 laps currently on the stint, but they all pitted, the leading cars at least, pitted just prior to the final race hour. So we're expecting them in one more time, but it could be very close to the checkered flag being prepared. And I don't think fuel save was ever in the equation for this final stint. But how long can you push it? How long are you willing to push it to make that final stop as short as possible? Too many good points on offer here for anything too dramatic to change in the order. But Dries Vanthoor, the temptation is there to try and up the ante and worry less about the tyres. Remember that radio message to Dries about tyre wear's a bit too much because you're in the heat of that that is being issued from the Toyota in front. That will be not a concern now in the closing stages. But he's got a couple of seconds to try and find.
Yeah, but he lost a second or so on the previous couple of laps. Traffic hasn't been his friend. Now he's got clear line of sight to the Toyota he's chasing. But Kamui Kobayashi, he's wily. What's happening in behind him? Robert Kubitza lapping faster than both of them. So he's now starting to come in the equation. He's 3 and a bit seconds down on Dries Vanthoor. So it's still Ferrari from Toyota from BMW, and then the yellow Ferrari from AF Corsa in 4th place with Robert. And then he's got quite a tidy margin, over a dozen seconds back to the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6, Kevin Estre. Remember, Kevin hung on for as long as he could on that previous set of tyres, and they were definitely ragged, I think we'd say, by the end.
Yeah, certain sets have really been not quite torn to shreds. Well, in the case of Antonio Fuoco, they absolutely were, but Michelin build a deliberately highly durable tyre to be double and in some cases triple stinted. A great interview with Michelin from Bruce Giuani earlier on in the race to say that actually the soft tyre wears at a different rate compared to the medium, and you might even be able to get a bit more life out of it, or a bit more time duration out of a soft tyre, as long as you treat it well in the early stages. Car slightly off just ahead of Norman Nato was one of the... It might have been, I was going to say, it was the McLaren, I think, one of the 2 United cars, but it might equally have been one of the Jota Cadillacs. Tough to say because it was so far in front, and then there was a cloud of gravel dust behind it.
Yeah, we haven't really talked too much about Cadillac in this race. They've been not really at the bottom or not really at the top, so the better place for them is in 7th place overall, Norman Nato, but he's 3 and a bit seconds down on Kevin Estre's Porsche, which isn't a bad run, but certainly they seem to be slightly in the wars in the early laps. But, you know, it's so competitive to be at the front of the World Endurance Championship hypercar class that, you know, you can go unnoticed if you're doing a fair to middling job. But to be at the front so far this year, clearly Ferrari seem to have some very, very good form and set up, lightish on their tyres. That certainly helps for the 499Ps. And the fact they've got 3 cars rather than 2, because, of course, you've got the privateer one, which can help them out as well.
There's going to be a late drive-through penalty for Gregoire Sauce in the 13th placed GT car, which is a McLaren number 59 from United. The 2 Corvettes almost side by side because the 33 car is struggling on its tyres, and here comes the 81 of Charlie Eastwood to get ahead of Danny Juncadella, who immediately is on the flashers, the light flashers, to say, no you don't, let me get that back past again. But that was all of Juncadella's doing. He applied the throttle a bit too much for the tyres to adhere to the road surface, squirmed and slid his way out of Tosa, and that was all that Charlie Eastwood needed. He had the forward momentum, and up to 6th position he goes.
Yeah, that's been coming for a couple of laps. Certainly it looked a little bit ragged from Juncadella, but one little slip up, and there are so many marbles from the tyres lying on the sort of away from the racing line, and just going a little bit deep to a corner, and then suddenly you're in a heap of trouble. Right, diving into the pits, Kamui Kobayashi from 2nd place, the number 7 Toyota. In it comes. The order will change, the order will shuffle, but where will it end up?
Well, that was the car expected to pit first. Not that far behind it should be the 15 BMW of Dries Vanthoor. It's actually the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi who can stay out for longer, and also the 83 Ferrari. I don't think that 21% though will get Kubitza all the way to the end of the race, but there's still the scope for the top few positions to change order maybe. Dries Vanthoor did not come in at the end of that lap. So the first of the front runners is Kamui Kobayashi, who has come in, and that is 200 laps now completed by Alessandro Pierguidi. So not only do they have the lap speed for car 51, but they also have got a bit of fuel margin, energy margin within that too. They can pit closer to the end of the race and spend less time on pit road for this final stop.
Yeah, the hypercar with the most in the tank is the number 12 Cadillac, down in 11th place. They've got 42%. Oh, as has the number 99 Porsche. That's the Proton competition car. But others in the top, no one in the top 5 positions has more than 20% left. So they've got a considerable advantage, but they're also further down the order, those crews that do have ample power. And in comes Dries van Tor. He was a lap in later than the number 7 Toyota last time and does exactly the same this in the final round. It's still brightish weather, cloudy but bright, and so any chance of a late flurry of rain just to throw the cat among the pigeons doesn't appear to be happening here at Imola. We're very near the end of the 6 hours. Second 2 years running we've been here with the World Endurance Championship. And very, very different races. Indeed, the championship keeps on evolving. So every year there's a different sort of makeup of the combination of the teams, the drivers, the manufacturers, with 3 more coming in across the next 2 seasons. Super exciting.
Yeah, it's certainly a time to be a fan of or actively involved in world sports car racing. And the FIA World Endurance Championship, of course, the pinnacle of that. So many huge names in manufacturer world will be descending upon Le Mans either this year or in the following trio of years. And I don't think we're quite done yet, actually, with big announcements, with a few more rather large names enticed by it. We haven't had any official announcements. We've had plenty over the last few months, mind you, and the latest that we can include in that is McLaren. Perhaps not a huge surprise considering their activity within the GT category with the 720S. There's 1 McLaren in the European Le Mans Series in GT, 2 in this championship, and we can look forward to some McLaren hypercars in the not too distant future. Ferrari back to first and second then, with both of these cars, 51 and 83, still needing to stop before the finish. Now, what's the gap, Pierre Guidi to Kubitza? It's over half a minute, so even though there's significantly more energy with the 83 Ferrari at this time, it's not enough to close a 30-second gap, I'm going to suggest, with 15 minutes still to go.
Yeah, what you can say, we're back to the order it was at the start of the race. Number 51 leading from the privateer entry, the 83 entry, but every time the 51 car stretched an advantage out at the front of the race, safety cars hauled it back. But every time the track has been running green, the advantage is just there with Alessandro Pierguidi, the 3rd driver in the cycle, and he's going to sort of complete the work that his teammates have put in the first 4 hours of this 6-hour race. The
incident that involved the BMW and the Aston Martin, so that was Augusto Farfus up against, was it Eduardo Barrichello at the time? They were side by side at Tamburello. It resulted in the spin for the BMW, and then the rejoin was resulted in a drive-through from Augusto Farfus, but interestingly no further action regarding the 31 and the 10, so I suppose if blame was any side, it was on that of the BMW, and the incident was kind of self-policing because of the amount of time that Augusto Farfus lost in this resultant spin.
Yes, I think in these incidents, if the car that we've seen as the innocent party gets damaged, then there's a little more onus on punishment going the way of the assailing car. But on this occasion, it seemed to be without particular damage, so that's just one thing.
Yeah. 009, Marco Sorensen. I was about to say he's back into the race after a late-ish pit stop, but now that car's under investigation for pit lane speed limits, potentially. That was literally a couple of minutes ago. So it might be a late penalty for the 009, but crucially for Aston Martin and these brand new Valkyries, they're on course to get both cars to the finish, which for a 6-hour race is a big tick in the positive column.
Yeah, it's all about track mileage, but race mileage too, because again, in the race they're handling the variables that come their way. Traffic, safety cars, rain, possibilities. It's reacting to those circumstances that you don't have in that way in just regular testing. Not that there's a huge amount of testing them to get under their belts. So these are all building towards really 2026 at the earliest.
Yeah. Here comes the race leader, the 51 Ferrari, in then for the final time. The energy was down to 1%. In the case of Robert Kubitza, he can stay out for a little bit longer. 10% still to go on the energy. That's surely not enough, though, to do the remaining 30 minutes. But he will be able to condense that gap that lies at 32 seconds for the time being. Fuel nozzle on, off reasonably quickly, and away goes the 51 Ferrari. Same tyres for the closing 12 minutes.
Others will try and copy, but sitting on that margin of half a minute, you know, they're going to have to find something absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah.
Big question is who's going to be into the pits next? Are we going to have a shuffle at the back, or is it going to be the race order as it was in the opening laps of the race from the cars that qualified first, second and third, 51, 83 and 15. 2 Ferraris and the better of the 2 BMWs. It's extraordinary in a race so full of incidents and a few cars going out of sync if we end up with those 3 positions as per that. Right, the number 6 Porsche into the pits. Porsche Penske Motorsport, Kevin Estre. Remember, he was trying to do magic on tyres that just didn't quite want to play, but he's had a really good run. And Porsche coming back into it. The opening round of the championship, they got 1 car home in 10th, 1 in 11th. So this surely is a step forward for them.
They have hustled and harangued that number 6 car into the points positions. The 5 car's just going to miss out as things stand in 11th place. Points all the way down to 10th as per the standard FIA scoring system. 25 for a win, 18 for second, 15 for third, and so on in a 6-hour race. And Robert Kubitza's the new race leader. He's got 7% of energy left, so they'll be leaving it to the last possible moment until there's 1% left on that measuring system. So surely he's going to stay out for one more lap. He is. Behind him, the 61 Mercedes is still on course for a race finish, but quite a bit further down compared to other GT cars. Although fair play to Maxime Martin, 12th place for the 61 Mercedes. The 60 car now back in the hands of Matteo Cairoli is running round in 15th position. As away for the final time goes the 007 Aston Martin, with Tom Gamble remaining at the wheel.
Right, in GT3, it's Richard Leeds leading by a relatively comfortable margin. At the moment, just waiting for them to go. 4.5 seconds is his margin over Kelvin van der Linde in the chasing Team WRT BMW. And you have to say, the big question is, what if? And the trouble was, we know what the what was. And the if was the fact that they got a drive-through penalty because Valentino Rossi, no doubt inspired by his home fans, just getting a little over-enthusiastic and clattering into the number 21 Vistra AF Corsa Ferrari, driven by Simon Mann down in the second part of Rivazza's. And if he just bided his time, that 46 BMW would be in the lead. But certainly Richard Leeds and the gang in the Manthey First Form Porsche have not put a wheel wrong. They haven't had the ultimate pace, but they've kept it neat, kept it tidy, and they could well be heading for victory. But what have we got left on the clock? Really not a lot. Under 10 minutes to go. So, yeah, getting closer by the nanosecond.
4% left for Robert Kubitza. He might be able to squeeze one more lap out of this. So this is the end of lap 206. Now he's going to come in now, play the safety game, and is compromised a little bit by the 009 Aston Martin, because that did result in a drive-through penalty, the breach of the speed limit, which is 60 kilometres per hour in pit lane, as opposed to a full course yellow speed limit.
After our pit, we will be in front. After the pit, we will be in front by 5-6 seconds.
So they think... No. Was that the message to 83? It was the message to 83.
Well, I can only presume so, but I think they're wrong, because the 51 Ferrari is already turning into Tamburello.
They're referring to the BMW, aren't they?
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah. Right, so... The 83 had to make up 30 seconds. We'll find out what the gap is in a minute, but that was a reference for Robert Kubitza to say he's going to be in front of the BMW, but he's not, because Sheldon van der Linde has gone through. Alpine's gone through. They were clearly referring to another car.
We still haven't got to the foot of how the number 20 BMW jumped the sister car, the 15. It went from effective 6th to effective 4th.
Yeah.
Vincent Voss, boss of Team WRT, clapping his hands. Job done. His car is now in second place. In all race, it's been the 15 that seems to be the predominant car. The 20 had the damage when we saw it bounce over the curbs and then slam into the side of Mike Conway's Toyota. And yet, they've clearly pulled off a masterstroke of a tactic and propelled it up the order into second place. He's got enough juice to go to the end of the race. We almost need to deconstruct that and work out what they did. I thought they just short-fueled it so they could get track position, because, nose to tail, this is a very hard track on which to overtake. But why wouldn't they have done that for the 15 car as well, the sister car that throughout the race has been running, better, but then safety cars suddenly bring cars back into the mix and maybe just provides an opportunity. We've had those two main safety car periods to roll the dice differently. But, you went to look and none of the things seemed to add up, did they, when you were digging?
No. The only thing that we might have missed, which is tricky to stay on top of, is did the 15 car end up locked in the pit lane when the safety car train came around? We had this scenario in the ELMS at Barcelona, in that if you're in the pits and you're looking to make a quick stop, the car is sent into the fast lane, but then if the safety car with its train crosses safety car line 1, the light at the end of the pit lane is red, and you can't go anywhere until the safety car goes through. So it's either got on the wrong side of the safety car, or more likely the 20 car has benefited from the second safety car phase, and it might have been short-filled just to kind of stay ahead of that whole safety car situation. But without looking at all of the various data sheets that will be released by Alcamel at the end of the race, it's tough to work out precisely what has gone on there. But like you say, the 15 BMW looked far the strongest, and that's the car now running in 6th, whereas the 20 car with the damaged rear wing, it was in a bit of hot water concerning its incident with Mike Conway's Toyota, but it's come out, the sun's shining on the number 20 car, running now in 2nd place and only 14 seconds away from the race leader.
Yeah, but hey, let's talk about the car in 3rd place. It's the number 36 Alpine. It's been their better placed car. It started 6th with Jules Gounon kicking off. Then we had Fred Machiavicchi running, and now it's Mick Schumacher. And Mick took a 3rd place at the end of last year for Alpine at that race in Fuji, and it looks like they're going to do it again. They've been neat and tidy. They've largely, apart from that clash with the sister car, number 35 car of Ferdinand Habsburg on the opening lap of the race, or maybe the start of the second lap, they've kept it neat. They haven't dropped the ball. They've worked their way through. All the teams have had the concern about the little flurries of rain, but now we've got a fine evening at Imola. The light's really starting to fall. I mean, it is still...
Yes, mate, we see that. We see that the car is not the best.
And that is Sheldon van der Linde saying the car's not in the best condition.
Oh, it's Dries van Tor.
Oh, Dries van Tor.
Another BMW voice, so... he's making his point that by the end of the race... Remember earlier he was complaining about the car when he had to back it off, the tyre performance went away.
So Dries in 6th place, in car 15. Maybe that's a clue as to why that car's faded from about the halfway point.
We could be about to see a change in GT3. Here we have only a handful of minutes left into the final 5 minutes. It's down to 1.5 seconds between the chasing Kelvin van der Linde and Richard Lietz trying to hang on in his Porsche. Manthey first form. Can this go right to the end? The car that was penalised, can it gain it all back again? It's going to be super, super tight. But, nothing's over till that checkered flag comes out. And I'll tell you what, it might be where the lead car is, the number 51 Ferrari, as to how many more laps they have to do, according to when the checkered flag comes out for that, once 6 hours have been passed.
True. That is the closest order in the leading fight, at least. Ben Barker's putting Marino Sato under some pressure in the closing stages, but that's only for 9th and 10th. McLaren ahead of number 77 Ford Mustang. But yes, the lead fight in LMGT3 still up in the equation. 1.5 seconds, 1.2 seconds now. Kelvin van der Linde's got it down to. So looking for the optimum advantage in that BMW. Very different types of GT car, but equalised courtesy of the very complicated ACO balance of performance for LMGT3s. They've been monitored throughout the race as well, remember, with these clever torque sensors and the amount of energy that can be used through a 6-hour race. Marino Sato now getting a late warning about track limits, but he is not likely to finish in the top 6. Charlie Eastwood and Danny Juncadella are not that far apart, but I think they've settled now for 6th and 7th places to get both Corvettes in the points.
Right, in GT3 it's under a second now, under 9/10. It's down to 0.79 of a second as Kelvin van der Linde is chasing after Richard Lietz. At the moment we've got one van der Linde brother second in hypercar, 1 second in the GT3 category, but as they go around Tosa, probably 3 car lengths and diminishing the gap between Richard Lietz's Manthey First Form Porsche and the chasing number 46 Team WRT BMW. It is coming, it is coming. Is there going to be any traffic that helps them? When I say that, it's not coming across a gaggle of slower cars, it's having a hypercar coming through and possibly putting one of them offline. There is one of the works Porsches coming down the slope into Aqua Minerale behind them, but I think Richard Lietz has just about enough in hand to get to the end of the race. You think of the years, no, the decades of experience Richard has. He's going to be a hard nut to crack, but certainly tail is right up from Kelvin van der Linde. But now the hypercar Porsche separates them at Variante Alta. That is just what van der Linde did not want.
True, but Richard Lietz is being warned for the final time about track limits now, so if he goes off the track one more time, that could be a penalty for the LMGT3 leader. And he was pretty tight at Rivazza, in truth. A hair's breadth, I think, the right side of the white line. But the pressure is on from Kelvin van der Linde, who's driven so well over the last 2, maybe 3 stints. Overtook a slew of cars in the 4th hour heading into the 5th. And he's got a very good run on the Porsche this time down towards Tamburello. Has a little look down the inside just to sow that seed of doubt for the Austrian ahead. But the Manthey First Form Porsche stays in front. We're toying with 7 points as a swing, remember. And again, well, that's actually just warming the tyres, is it? Or keeping them vaguely in the window.
Well, it should be
Kelvin van der Linde.
This and one more lap on things. So I've just got to spot exactly where on the circuit, as the TV director focuses on this battle for GT3 honours, where the number 51 Ferrari is. It's sitting on a lead of 11.5 seconds, so Alessandro Pierguidi can back it off if he feels like it, but certainly Richard Lietz cannot back it off. Will it be a Porsche victory ahead of a BMW or vice versa? So it's head in hands, not even daring to look through your fingers in the BMW camp, and the Porsche camp as well in GT3.
And now a Peugeot wants to get through, so that's going to compromise the run for Kelvin van der Linde into Aqua Minerale. Will something like that decide it? Because the BMW was very sideways off into the marbles, and that's just given Richard Lietz perhaps the desired breathing space. The final lap has been called for the overall race leader, Alessandro Pierguidi. He's 11 seconds clear of a chasing Sheldon van der Linde, but way too much to make up with one final tour around this Imola circuit. Again, Imola served up an absolute treat. The twists and turns, the rises and falls of this Emilia-Romagna circuit. We're going to be treated to one more lap for the GTs. However, the BMW's just dropped a rear tyre into the gravel on the exit of Rivazza. Also keeping an eye peeled on Richard Lietz's lines to make sure he's staying within the confines of the circuit. The BMW's the faster of the 2 cars. It's just got to find a way by. One more lap to go. Well, not quite close enough at Tamburello.
Yeah, he jinked out very early on. Last time he had a little feint, but was closer. But then, of course, traffic got between them. Peugeot separated them. One of the works Porsches in hypercar class separated. The speed is there with the BMW, but Richard Lietz is taking the tight line at every single corner. No such problems for our race leader, Alessandro Pierguidi, the number 51 Ferrari. This is the car that came third in the opening round with the yellow AF Corsa Ferrari in second place. This time around, it's going to be the 51 crew that takes victory. Lights are flashing. Victory on the board in Italy.
So another win for Ferrari, and this is the one that got away in 2024. So making amends with at least one of their cars, but it's not likely we'll get another Ferrari on the podium in the overall class. Here comes Kelvin van der Linde looking to get the Porsche offline, but Richard Lietz has read that. So into Aqua Minerale, that blue Porsche remains just ahead. Opportunities to overtake are getting fewer and fewer as the BMW darts to the right-hand side, now to the outside of Variante Alta, I should say, at the top of the hill. Meanwhile, BMW home in hypercar in second position for Sheldon van der Linde in the 20, and the 36 Alpine, a great result to make the podium. Will Kelvin van der Linde try and move down the inside at Rivazza? He can't do it, And surely lessons learned from earlier on in the piece to not try it at Rivazza 2 after Valentino Rossi got his penalty. So it will be a win for Porsche in the GT category. Car number 92, the Manthey First Form team win in Imola. Richard Lietz, a terrific drive, and congratulations in the early stages to Ryan Hardwick and Ricardo Pera, who immediately hug one another in the Manthey garage. It's a good result for Team WRT, considering all that was thrown at them, some of it self-inflicted, but that was the standout performer yesterday in the hands of Ahmed El-Hati and then Valentino Rossi. Kelvin van der Linde's drive through the field after the penalty was spectacular, but in the end, only good enough for second.
Guys, come on. We deserve this so much. We deserve it so much. Since many times. Thank you so much, guys. I'm so happy. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Alessandro Pierguidi in tears on the radio. A junior Giovinazzi getting hugged by Antonio as well, because he did a lot of the groundwork yesterday with that sheer speed, the single lap speed in both qualifying sessions yesterday. Still waiting for the two Lexus to cross the line. Now they have done now, and they finish 3rd and 4th in the LMGT3 category. So 78, Esteban Masson doing a great job whilst the absent Ben Barnicoat is still recovering. Jose Maria Lopez finishing 4th. So both Lexus in the top 4. Then the first of the Ferraris in the GT category is the 54 Vista AF Corsa car for Thomas Floor, Davide Rigon and teammate Francesco Castellacci. But the podium result in Hypercar, well, here's the reaction for Porsche.
Good job, Severe driving. Give us some pickup. You can use all the fuel, but give us some pickup. Amazing job. Copy. Thank you.
Richard Leeds has been there and done it before. Yeah, okay, thank you. But yeah, that was they just ascended the order. They just did what they needed to do, the Manthey First Form team. And, you know, they deserve a good, strong run. In fact, let's see where they started. Down in 7th place in class, 8th place in class, I think. So, yeah, they did a neat and tidy job. But, you know, the whole team contributes to a result like that. But for Ferrari and AF Corsa, you know, they got the job done right from the outset. Brilliant qualifying laps from Antonio Giovinazzi. As we just worth reiterating, 3/4 of a second clear of the rest in qualifying as others stumbled, including their sister car, the number 50, had to start at the back of the pack. And they're the ones that lead the field the wrong way down the pit lane. You're allowed to do that if you finish in the top.
P2, baby! Yes, boy! Yeah!
I think BMW are really rather chuffed with that second place finish. Sheldon van der Linde on the radio with his engineering crew, and together with René Rast and Robin Freins, that looks slightly more unlikely. So much the pickup is needed. Actually, that's also partly to do with the turning circle required. Both the 51 Ferrari and a few others are taking to the grass on the approach to pit lane exit route, because you've got to do a full 180 to now thread your way through what is a narrow pit lane exit the wrong way down towards the Parc Fermé area, and that is also where Victory Lane is for the weekend. So there'll be a chance in a moment or two for Bruce Giovanni to catch up with our two race-winning teams. Ferrari win in Hypercar, Porsche win in LMGT3, but BMW and Alpine both on the overall podium, which is really promising for the rest of the season.
You'd have to say so. There were flashes of speed from them in 2024, but this was a clean race. This was a race without, you know, elements and other drivers from teams that had better form being removed from in front of them. They worked at these, so it's not just the drivers, it's the teams that take the accolade. Next time out, of course, Spa-Francorchamps, very different circuit, but again, you know, elements of sort of classic history. But right now, Ferrari winning at home in Italy, that's no small thing.
Certainly not. And it is always a well-followed race meeting, whether it be a Grand Prix in the more traditional sense or one of the longer distance races that they always try and get an Italian race in, whether it be Monza or here in Imola. And the Tifosi are in big attendance, have been all weekend. They will have loved yesterday's result with a Ferrari lockout of the front row. but one of the 499Ps on the podium, the 83 missing out by 8 seconds on a podium result, and the 50 car, well, the less said about that, perhaps the better, because Antonio Fuoco, kicking himself on Saturday night, will be kicking himself even more firmly on Sunday night, perhaps, after that attempted overtake on the Toyota, but popping the rear left tyre in the process, and that took the 50 car well and truly out of the fight. Big smiles on the faces of Antonio Giovinazzi and James Collado, though, as they can now celebrate with Alessandro Pierguidi. There are certain team members that Alessandro has identified to fling his arms around, and he does that now. And considering it's just been through a war of 6 hours, that 51 Ferrari looks pretty healthy, as you would expect from a race winner. And Coletto of Ferrari also getting just rewards as well, because he oversees the whole initiative to get Ferrari back into the hypercar action. They're going to have even more competition over the next few years, but Antonello Coletto is definitely prepared for that. And they're making a habit of this now. We've said for a couple of years that Ferrari struggled to win any race outside of the 24 hours of Le Mans. This is their first ever 6-hour victory.
Yep, got a 10, got a 6, and they're looking peerless at the moment. Who's going to mount the challenge to them in the next few races? Whose cars might be better suited to Spa-Francorchamps, the more open, higher speed stretches than they were here? Someone's going to be starting to challenge, and you saw flashes of good performance, but often down to tactics. But we're about to dive in and hear from our top 3 finishers.
In an interview with the winners, James Collado, you're probably the most Italian of the British drivers. You must be delighted today with the crowd in front of you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Tifosi. I mean, it was just amazing. It's been a long time since Le Mans, where we got our last win in 2023. So, the team did a superb job with the strategy. The car was brilliant to drive. I can't say any more. My teammates did an amazing job, and everything went to plan. And I'm just over the moon to win at home in Italy.
Well, enjoy for now, enjoy. Antonio, pole position, it's a dream weekend for you here again. Congratulations.
Ma fantastico, grazie tifosi innanzitutto. It was a fantastic weekend since FP1. We've been always on top. Yesterday the pole, today finally the first win with my teammates. We deserve after a tough start in Qatar, but we knew that we can do so. Yeah, thanks to the team, to my teammates, and to the tifosi. That this weekend it's been a fantastic atmosphere.
Thank you, congratulations. Last word for you, just fresh out of the car, or rather hot out of the car. It's a revenge from last year, and the rain that was tough last year.
I wouldn't say revenge, but it's just for this guy that came for us, and we deserve as well. We were close so many times in terms of performance, but somehow we never managed to win. And of course, win in front of our tifosi in our home race is a dream come true. So we were waiting till last year, and now finally we did it.
Congratulations, Alessandro, and go and enjoy the podium. Thank you
so much. Thank you.
So Alessandro Pierguidi, prior to that, Antonio Giovinazzi and James Collado, reminding me that it's the first victory for him and his teammates for a year and a half and a bit more than that. In fact, winners last time out in Qatar was the sister car, which struggled so much today. So that will turn the tables, even things up a little bit. We'll give you a reflection of how the championship points look provisionally in a moment or two. The Porsche, which is from the Manthey First Form team, has just arrived in the victory spots as well. So Bruce Giuliani will catch a word with all 3 drivers from that car in just a tick. But Ferrari finishing first and fourth. BMW with another strong result. Both cars in the top 6. And the Alpine of Mick Schumacher with teammates in the 36, Jules Gounon and Fred Makovici, who started that car, completing the podium. Aston Martin did get both cars to the finish, the 009 and the 007, finishing 17th and 18th. That means there were no retirements in the hypercar class. We had a couple of GT cars that went out in spectacular fashion, not least Ian James, after the contact from Yasser Shaheen's BMW heading into Rivazza at high speed backwards into the barrier, but Ian James, after a trip to the medical centre, was eventually cleared as fit, and we're very grateful to hear that news. The other big one was the battle at the head of LMGT3 at the time, when Valentino Rossi and the other BMW, the 46, went for a manoeuvre into Rivazza 2. Wasn't really on, and Simon Mann was pitched into a spin that did too much damage to the rear suspension of the 21 Ferrari, which had been expertly driven by Francois Heriot in the previous stints. And although Alessio Rivera got his hands on that Ferrari for a single lap, it was really just to assess how bad the damage was, and he pitted a lap later to retire that car. So we were set for a slightly unusual, difficult to predict result in LMGT3. The Porsches had looked okay, but I'm not necessarily sure I'd put it down as a potential race winner. But it is the 92 car that takes maximum points, but a really good fight to the finish, because Kelvin van der Linde tried everything in his box of tricks to get ahead of that Porsche, but eventually just ran out of laps. The 46 car came back from the penalty to take good points from the second race of the season. They'll have 18 to their name after the Qatar race just over a month ago. Lexus finishing third and fourth. Ferrari did get a car into the top five, and the TF Sport Corvettes might have promised a bit more than 6th and 7th, but eventually it was a formation finish for those two cars. Completing the top 10 in LMGT3, Iron Dames Porsche, Michel Gatting in store for the final few stints of that. Marino Sato got a McLaren into the top 10, number 95, and Ben Barker for the Ford Mustang. Again, Mustang flirting with better places than that, particularly Stefano Gattuso, I remember in the early stages, got his Mustang up to 4th place, but the best of the two eventually was 10th. In a category that is so close, though, because of the balance of performance, plus the success ballast that's readdressed with every race, we are set for lots of twists and turns within GT, particularly through the course of the year, Bruce.
Yeah, and don't forget, you take victory next time out, you gain a whole load of ballast, so 30 kilos will be added to the Manthey First Form Porsche. But for today they'll take that victory in class, and all the better for being so hard fought right to the end. A third of a second, in fact not even that, between first and second in class. But for the 46 BMW crew, they must be going, rats.
Yes.
Penalty, cost victory.
Or words to that effect, you might say. Cadillac struggled again. Best placed car was 10th for the number 12. And the Hertz Team Jota car, Sebastian Bourdais in car number 38, down in 16th position. But it's a win for Ferrari by 8.5 seconds over the number 20 BMW of Sheldon van der Linde, René Rast and Robin Freins. And then in third position, the Alpine 36 for Jules Gounon, Fred Makovici and Mick Schumacher. The 99 Proton Competition Porsche, the privately entered car, did get to the finish in 14th spot. And then I've mentioned the top 10 within LMGT3 with the two retirements. The Iron Lynx Mercedes, again, even though they tried something slightly outside of the usual box with their driver rotations, could only get to 13th and 15th places, respectively. The traditional podium here at Imola, it's almost as good as the one at Monza. It has allowed some fans onto the track to get closer to it, and it will go down very nicely indeed as we head towards, well, that kind of period of gloaming in the evening, maybe another hour or so before official sunset. But good decision to start the race relatively late in the, well, not in the morning, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and run through till 7 in the evening. Still time for a pizza locally and some celebratory beers, perhaps, if you're in the Ferrari or the Porsche camps. And things set up nicely for another 6-hour race in 3 weeks' time, which is a Friday qualifying Saturday race at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, where we may well see some drivers welcome back into the fold, as in Aston Martin. Wouldn't be surprised to see them going back to the full complement in readiness for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Tifosi very, very happy with this result.
Certainly, they put off their Easter egg hunt today to come to the circuit and have been rewarded. If they knew they were slightly on the back foot with number 50 because it started last, but great to see some smiling faces coming out onto the podium. And certainly when the Ferrari 51 crew comes out, there's going to be an awful lot of cheering. But the Alpine crew from 36, Machiavicchi, Schumacher and Gounon onto the podium first for Alpine, then the BMW 20 crew that really pulled off a masterstroke, and it's been a good day for the Van der Lindes, second in both classes, but in the hyperclass car class it was Sheldon bringing it through to share with René Rast and Robin Freitz. Second place for BMW, so big up for them. They took a second at the end of last year, the penultimate race last year in Fuji, but the first win since their first win in the WEC in 2023, the big one, Le Mans. It's our winning crew of Pierre Guidi, of Collado, and the driver who's put it on pole, Antonio Giovinazzi. And the crowd likes it.
Huge cheers from down at ground level. And we're about to hear one of the most recognisable national anthems in and outside of motor racing. Here we go. It's a home win for Ferrari at their second attempt at the 6 hours of Imola in the current phase of the World Endurance Championship. And so disappointing was the result from last year. It's good to erase those memories at the next opportunity. And points scoring, as far as a manufacturer is concerned, could not be better for Ferrari. It was a top 3 finish, in fact, in Qatar at the end of February. And they've taken maximum manufacturer points here in Imola for the second race of the season. Who's going to be strong when it comes to Spa? Because that's always a good indication as to who might have a quick car at Le Mans as well, with they're both being high-speed circuits. That run, if you think about it, coming out of La Source through Eau Rouge and Raidillon and then up the Kemmel Straight towards Les Combes. Full throttle much of that, and therefore good practice for those runs down the Mulsanne Straight in June.
Absolutely so, Johnny. Nice little touch is chairman of the Circuit One, Giancarlo Minardi, presenting the trophies, and his connection with Ferrari goes all the way back to he ran X-Works Ferraris. Get this, the 1975 International Trophy at Silverstone. And then, of course, he ran his own team, and that in time had Minardi engines. And, of course, that's still racing today, as whatever you want to call it. You can call it RB, you can call it Racing Bulls, but the spirit lives on. But, you know, when Ferrari wins for the nation. You could hear that rendition of the national anthem and the crowd just lapping it up. What an Easter Sunday for them. And the sun's even come out. We had dark cloud, we had little light rain, but at the end the sun is in the drivers' faces.
So the final name checks for those drivers associated with Alpine. And now the champagne will spray for 10 members of crews on the podium, because the engineer of car 51 has joined the trio of drivers as well. Sticking with the coverage from the race circuit for the time being, in the hope that we can hear from the winners in the LMGT3 class. I remember doing this in Qatar, though. We hung on, and then by the point that we practically gave up and said, no, it's not going to happen, we went off air, and then the interviews began. So let's stick with it for the time being. Another 7 or 8 minutes or so as the drivers from car 51 absolutely soaked now, and we'll probably have to head to the sit-down press conference shortly. Stinking of champers, but they would have it no other way. So let's just try and reflect on not necessarily those that we'll be happy with today, but those that came close, but in the end have to make do with a missed opportunity perhaps, because Toyota, I thought, might get at least one car on the podium, and you look at their cars in 5th and 7th places. It was a difficult situation for Mike Conway, which we told you about at the time in the number 7 Toyota, when he had little option but to pit during a closed pit lane. By the way, 50 points now for the... which was that the... That must be for today's winners.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, because the 50 crew did not score, being down in 15th place. So Ferrari do indeed lead the Manufacturers' Championship, now on 92 points. So that's a healthy lead of 29 over BMW in second and Toyota in third. 10 points the gap between BMW and Toyota. Alpine squeeze into fourth, just ahead of Porsche. So Alpine have had a really good run of results compared to a difficult start for the Porsche brand.
Yeah, and the thing that poor start for Porsche, 10th and 11th at the opening round and not gathering loads of points today, is that rival German manufacturer BMW in second has scored 5 times as many points as they have, 63 to 12. So it's the fact that they're sitting there in second is accolade for the BMW team, most certainly. But to have Alpine starting to make some moves is good too. Talking GT3, here we go.
You, Richard, what a last lap. That was a lot of pressure.
Yes, too much pressure. So, no, but it was a good fight. I mean, I really feel my engineer a bit nervous. So I was like, okay, I think he is fast. And then he was coming closer in the mirror, and obviously in the last lap you fight a bit more, and we touched a bit, but it was nice racing. And I think for the fans it was a good show. For us it was a good end of a nice 6-hour race.
We were all very nervous, but you did super well. Congratulations. Ricardo, you must be delighted to win in Italy here for you. Must be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable to win this race in front of our fans. I want to thank again this team. Did a mega job. The guys are working really hard for us. The car was a rocket ship, and also I want to thank these two guys. They drove mega. So, I mean, it's unbelievable.
Congratulations. Brian, last word for you. You must be super happy. What a strong car, the winning car from last year, again, showing that it's there again.
Yeah. I mean, this team never went anywhere, right? But, man, what a special day. For me, this is my first win in the World Endurance Championship, so this guy's had plenty, but a special day for me. But I can't thank both of these guys. Had amazing stints. We did not have the fastest car at all in this race, but others made mistakes, and we ran a clean race with no mistakes, no penalties, and that's what's so great about this team. These drivers, it shows you can win. You don't have to have the fastest horse in the race sometimes, but you just got to be smart and consistent. So it's a special day. Happy Easter to my family all back home. Sorry they couldn't be here with me. Wish they were here to see this, but hopefully we can do it once more again this year, maybe 2 times more. That'd be nice.
Why not? Thank you very much, and now it's time to enjoy the podium. Well-deserved one. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Ricard Leitz, ever the chilled character, trying to calm down his engineer by the sounds of things. Ricardo Pera, Ryan Hardwick, they're all on the top step of the podium. Here's the national anthem of Germany. They started 7th in the 92 car, so they did get that car into the hyperpole positions, and Ryan Hardwick began that. So that was after good work from Ryan initially yesterday, and then Ricardo Pera put it 7th. But as he said, as Ryan Hardwick made the point, we did not have the fastest car, but that sometimes actually doesn't matter with a couple of safety cars along the way, and you can buy into some luck that comes your way as a direct result of that. Then, hey, they're still worthy winners, and Manthey First Form maybe should not be discounted as a potential championship rival up against the more obvious good starters, both in Qatar and here. And, I mean, the one thing that is for sure is that NMGT3 will be kept equal, both through the balance of performance and the success balance. Admittedly, we won't have that at Le Mans, but we will have more points on offer. So it's going to stay even probably all the way through to the final race.
It will. I'm just trying to catch the view across the number 46 crew and the wry smile on the face of Valentino Rossi. His penalty, unfortunately, cost them victory, but they've got pace in abundance. But you've got to get everything nailed down, and Manthey EMI did precisely that, the Manthey First Form team. And for Acodis Lexus, one of their crews, the 78 crew, up on the podium in third place. The sister car coming home in fourth. They've found new pace. Esteban Masson brought in as a reserve this weekend in place of Ben Barnicoat. Can't believe his form up on the podium there.
I'll give you a reflection of the points if we get them in the next couple of minutes. But to mark your card, here we go. So TF Sports Corvette number 33, 44 points. 11 points back is the 78 Acodis Lexus crew. Then United Autosports with their McLaren third after scoring well in Qatar. They're on 27. The 92 Porsche, today's winners, 25. So they didn't score at all in Qatar. And Iron Lynx, a tough start to their year with the Mercedes, a brand new manufacturer, remember, to any ACO rules racing of recent years at least. Ben Keating, Danny Juncadella, Johnny Edgar remain then with this 11-point advantage over Arnold Robin and the rest in the number 78 Lexus, Finn Gersitz and Esteban Masson. The next FIA World Endurance Championship race meeting takes place at Spa-Francorchamps. It's a Friday qualifying. We'll bring you free practice live, which is an 11 o'clock start, so on air 10 minutes or so before that. That will run for 60 minutes. And then the afternoon's proceedings begin at 2:40 with 4 doses of qualifying. And then the race will be Saturday, the 10th of May, which is due at this point in time for a 2 o'clock start, racing through till 8 o'clock in the evening local. Although keep your eyes tuned to the FIA World Endurance Championship website and indeed our website, radio-show.co.uk, for all the latest potential changes within that calendar. Thanks to Bruce Giuani, who's been keeping everything up to date, keeping us up to date with what's been going on in pit road. Thank you to you, Bruce Jones, for all your efforts today.
The other Bruce,
as you'll become known through the year. I'm Johnny Palmer. Thanks to Tim Gray, who's been keeping us on air as our executive producer and providing the steak ciabattas for lunch. We love that. We'll see you in 3 weeks' time for more FIA World Endurance Championship action.